From a young age, he knew he was the fake young master. Therefore, he painstakingly arranged everything, just so his stern father and extremely introverted older sister would cherish him even more than in his previous life. In his past life, after the real young master, Shen Yu, returned, he had given in to him out of guilt. But Shen Yu still wouldn't let him go, even scheming to have the family abandon him, leading to his miserable death on the streets. Reborn, he decided not to be as willful as before, instead camouflaging himself as a delicate white lotus swaying in the wind. Now, whether it was his peers or adults, everyone both adored and pitied him. Even his classmates worried that he would be bullied by the real young master who had just been brought back to the Chen family. Today was the first day the real young master, Shen Yu, was brought to the Chen family home. He deliberately took a day off from school and was sitting in a dessert shop eating shaved ice. At that moment, in the Chen family home, a boy wearing a pink shirt sat restlessly on the sofa, secretly glancing at the girl sitting across from him. "Are you?" "My older sister." "Dad said I have an older sister." Shen Yu tried to make his voice sound a little gentler. Before Chen Jian could answer, her phone rang. The screen displayed 4 large words, "Beloved little brother." Chen Jian hastily answered the phone, her expression instantly softening. "Xiao Fan, why are you calling me at this hour? Mom and Dad have already gone to the school to pick you up. Don't wander off after school. Wait for them to come home with you." Seeing this, Shen Yu, sitting beside her, unconsciously clenched his fists. At that moment, having just finished his shaved ice, he leisurely wiped his hands with a napkin and spoke into the phone with words he had long prepared. "Sister, are Mom and Dad still coming to pick me up? Does Xiao Fan not have a home anymore? I can't bear to leave Mom and Dad, I can't bear to leave you. Dick, sister, Xiao Fan misses you so much." His voice was choked with grievance. Hearing his heart-wrenching sobs through the phone, Shen Jian's heart tightened. She hurriedly explained, "What nonsense are you talking about, Xiao Fan? You will always be the young master of the Chen family. Why is there traffic noise near you? You're not at school. Where are you? I'll come pick you up and bring you home." Xiao Fan still has a home. Where else could Xiao Fan go? After saying that, he decisively hung up. Hearing the dial tone, Chen Jian frantically grabbed the car keys from the table and rushed out, completely ignoring Shen Yu on the sofa, whose fists were clenched and whose hateful gaze had almost turned to stone. "Chen Fan, you're just a wild bird occupying a magpie's nest. I will definitely make you get out of the Chen family." He had always remembered that today was the day Shen Yu would return home. Ever since his rebirth, he had been looking forward to this day. For the past 11 years, under his meticulous arrangements, he believed that the Chen family would surely care for him more than in his previous life. His perfect image would undoubtedly smooth the path of his revenge. And today's drama was merely a welcome gift for Shen Yu. He truly hoped he would like it. After Chen Jian drove off, she immediately called Father Chen. "Dad, have you and Mom picked up Xiao Fan yet? He just called me, crying his heart out. From the sound of it, he seems to be on the roadside. When did he leave the school?" Hearing this, Father Chen became extremely anxious and told his daughter, "Go check the places he usually hangs out. Your mother and I will go to the school to check the security cameras." Mother Chen, beside him, asked anxiously, "Honey, what is it? Did something happen to Xiao Fan?" Father Chen gently patted her hand to reassure her. "Don't worry, Xiao Fan has always been well behaved. Maybe he just skipped school to hang out with friends. Don't worry too much." Skipped school? Xiao Fan has never skipped school in all these years. Mother Chen grew even more anxious at her husband's words. "Driver, please hurry." A 40-minute drive was cut in half. When they arrived at Jinshan No. 1 high school, where he was a student, school was not yet over. Father and Mother Chen got out of the car and split up. Mother Chen went to the office of his homeroom teacher, while Father Chen went straight to the school's security room. The Chen family had donated a lot of money to the No. 1 high school, so much that everyone from the janitor to the principal recognized the family of 4. Thus, both of them reached their destinations smoothly. Mother Chen found Teacher Jun, the homeroom teacher for the first-year students. "Teacher Jun, do you know what time Chen Fan left school? Did he say goodbye to you before he left?" Teacher Jun was surprised. "What? Wasn't Xiao Fan picked up by you? When Xiao Fan came to me to ask for leave, he said there was a family emergency. Didn't you pick him up?" Because his academic performance had always been excellent, in the eyes of the teachers, he was always a well-behaved and obedient child. Teachers and classmates all adored him, so when he asked for leave, Teacher Jun didn't hesitate to give him a pass. He was in a very bad mood when he left, looked like he had just been crying, so I believed him when he said there was a family issue. "You can't find Xiao Fan." "Oh, my sis Chen, hurry. Let's go check the places he usually visits." Mother Chen stopped the teacher who was about to run out. "Don't worry, Shen Fan's father has already gone to the security room to check the cameras. Let's go there first." Just as the two left the office, they saw 2 tall figures rushing towards them. "Auntie Chen, what happened to Xiao Fan?" These two were the children of the Chu and Liu families, who were very close to the Chen family, Shu Yu and Liu Ruian. Both had grown up with him. Mother Chen saw the two familiar children, her nose tingling slightly. Zhao Fan is missing. Your Uncle Chen is in the security room looking at the cameras. Come with me and see. When the four of them arrived at the security room, Father Chen and the head of security had just found the footage of him leaving the school gate. In the video, he walked slowly out of the gate with his head down, looking as if he was sobbing. The camera panned to the school gate, capturing a full view of his tear-streaked face. He raised a hand to wipe his eyes, and then walked to the left. After seeing this, the worried father and Mother Chen felt a little relief. Their son had walked out of the school gate, so he probably hadn't gone too far. Seeing his tearful appearance, Shu Yu and Liu Ruian both felt their hearts itch. Father Chen looked around at everyone and said, judging by Xiao Fan's direction, he most likely went to the Zijin shopping mall or Lanting Park. Let's split up and look for him. Shu Yu and Liu Ruian nodded. Shu Yu said, Uncle Chen, the Zijin shopping mall is my family's business. Ruian and I will go there. We'll call you immediately if we have any news. So, the four of them split up and headed towards the mall and the park. In the car, Mother Chen sighed. Oh, Xiao Fan must know about Xiao Yu, right? We probably shouldn't have kept it from him. If we had told him, he wouldn't be like this. Father Chen replied, no matter when we told him, the result would be the same. Xiao Fan has to go through this phase sooner or later. I've always believed that the grace of raising a child is greater than that of giving birth. Not to mention, his biological parents have both passed away. Even if they were alive, I wouldn't let anyone take my treasure away from me. It's normal for Xiao Fan not to accept this right away. We have to give him a chance to accept Xiao Yu, and also give us a chance to prove to him that he will always be the young master of our family. This has nothing to do with blood ties. Mother Chen nodded helplessly. Although she also longed for the biological son she had carried for 10 months, she could never abandon her dearest little cotton padded jacket. The park and the shopping mall were not far from the school, less than a 10-minute drive. After Chu Yu and Liu Ruian arrived at the Zijin shopping mall, they found the head of security and had him arrange for people to search for him, store by store. If they had arrived 20 minutes earlier, they might have seen their childhood friend happily eating shaved ice at the dessert shop on the first floor. But after he hung up on Chen Jian, he had already left the dessert shop and gone to Lanting Park. Right now, he was sitting by the lake, enjoying the breeze and watching the sunset. I wonder if Mom and Dad will find me. If they go to the school, they'll probably guess I came to the park. He thought to himself that the college entrance exams were next year. In his heart, revenge was important, but at this stage, nothing was more important than the exams. A mere Shen Yu could not affect his determination to get into a good university. The frantic parents finally reached the lakeside. With just one glance, they saw him sitting there, reading a book under the sunset. The light shone on him, making him look as beautiful as an angel. Finally seeing him, Mother Chen let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the scene before her, she took out her phone, snapped a photo of his back, and called out with a choked voice, Xiao Fan. He heard her and couldn't help but start crying. He turned around, let out a sob, and rushed into her arms. Mom, Dad, you came to find Xiao Fan. I thought you weren't coming anymore. I thought I didn't have a home anymore. Mother Chen hugged him tightly. You silly child. What nonsense are you talking about? You are forever our best, most wonderful son. Father Chen stood by and added, that's right. No matter what, you are always the young master of our Chen family. Did someone say something to you? Why didn't you wait obediently at school for us to pick you up, and instead ran to the park? The scent on Mother Chen's body made him feel both warm and secure. Although he wasn't their biological son, the Chen family was his home. Father and Mother Chen were his parents. So, no matter what, he would not let himself be bullied, or even killed, by Shen Yu in this life. Dad, someone sent me a message. Look. He took out the prepared phone and showed it to his parents. The message read, get lost, you fake young master. Isn't it enough to steal someone else's life for over a decade? This time, the real young master of the Chen family has returned. What face do you have to stay in the Chen family? Hurry up and pack your things and get lost. What are you waiting for, you piece of trash? Seeing this message, Father and Mother Chen's faces immediately darkened. Father Chen took the phone and called the number that sent the message. Unsurprisingly, the phone on the other end was turned off. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, of course, it's turned off. I orchestrated this myself. That SIM card has already been thrown into the wishing well lake by me. Xiao Fan, you were going to run away from home just because of a message like this. Do you not trust your parents that much? Mother Chen was both angry and heartbroken. Father Chen gently patted his head. Silly boy, don't you understand your parents? You are our little warm furnace. How could we ever not want you? He pretended to be very confused. But Mom and Dad, I'm not your biological son after all. This time, your real son has been found. Does that mean? Before he could finish, 3 girls strode over from a short distance away. It was Chu Yu, Liu Ruiyan, and Chen Jiang. Liu Ruiyan said to him, "You crybaby, who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll go take care of them for you." Chen Jiang lightly tapped Liu Ruiyan on the head. "What nonsense are you saying? That's my little brother, not yours." Chu Yu, however, just looked at him intently. Father and Mother Chen looked at each other, unsure if they should tell the 2 girls the truth. After all, this was a family matter. If they needed to know, their own parents should be the ones to tell them. But seeing their worried expressions, Father Chen suddenly didn't know how to begin. At that moment, he tugged on Father Chen's sleeve. "Mom, Dad, can I go home now?" Mother Chen nodded vigorously. "Of course, we'll go home right now." He turned to his 2 friends, Sister Yu, Sister Ruiyan. "Thank you for coming to find me. School probably isn't over yet, right? You 2 should hurry back. I'm going home with my parents." After speaking, he waved at them, and his red, teary eyes made the 2 girls feel both pity and amusement. Everyone left Lanting Park and went their separate ways. Chen Jiang drove Chu Yu and Liu Ruiyan back to school first before heading home. On the way home, Mother Chen recounted the whole story to him. "Don't overthink it. I've raised you for 16 years. Even though he was born from me, my feelings for you are different. That year, I went to Menshan County to teach, and your father was learning business under your grandfather's guidance. One time, your father had some free time and came to visit me. As it turned out, 2 or 3 months after he left, I found out I was pregnant. Later, due to work reasons, I gave birth to you at the Menshan hospital. 2 days after I gave birth, your father finally received the news and came to pick me up. Somehow, we ended up taking the wrong baby. Some time ago, your Uncle One told your father that he saw a boy downstairs at our company who looked a lot like your father when he was young, and even sent a picture. Uncle One has been with your father building the business for 20 years. He knows exactly what your father looked like when he was young. As it turned out, your father saw that the boy looked exactly like his younger self, and then did a DNA test. It's quite pitiful, really. The boy's adoptive parents both passed away in a car accident. He said that before his adoptive mother passed, she told him who his biological parents were. Hearing this, tears streamed down his face. His adoptive parents were my biological parents. They're both gone. Then, in this world, Xiao Fan really has nothing left. Mother Chen nodded grimly and told him, "Silly boy, even if they were still alive, I would never give you to them. Don't overthink it." Father Chen, beside them, added firmly, "That's right. With Dad here, I will forever protect my wife and son." Mother Chen took his hand, gently stroking it. The car stopped steadily at the gate of the Chen family villa. The butler heard the car and hurriedly opened the door to welcome them. "Master, madam, young master, you're back." The butler looked at him standing by the car door, his heart aching with pity. He stood by the car, looking pitiably at Shen Yu, and said to his mother, "Mom, I'm a little scared. I don't know what to say when I go inside, or how to act around him. Should I call him older brother or younger brother?" Mother Chen's maternal heart overflowed with affection again. She walked to his side, took his hand, and pulled him forward. "You silly child, just come home the way you always do. This is your home. Who doesn't know the way to their own home?" The butler led the 3 of them into the house. Shen Yu had already heard the car. He walked out from the living room and saw his stern father, then his mother who looked very much like him and exuded elegance. Finally, he saw him, being held by his mother's hand. Even though he was only wearing a simple school uniform, it couldn't hide his good temperament. And him. He had worn his best clothes today, but standing in front of him, he still felt like an ugly duckling. He looked at the hand Mother Chen was holding tightly and unconsciously revealed a trace of sinister gloom. Father Chen, standing aside, observed and assessed the boy before him, then cleared his throat lightly. Shen Yu realized he had been a bit rude and quickly composed himself, letting out a sob and running towards Mother Chen. "Mom, are you my mother? I'm your son. Mom, I missed you so much." Mother Chen was completely unprepared and was hugged tightly by Shen Yu, even stumbling back a few steps. He took the opportunity to let go of Mother Chen's hand and quietly moved to stand behind Father Chen, watching the good show unfold. Mother Chen stumbled back a few steps before steadying herself. Shen Yu was hugging her tightly, his tension making it hard for him to breathe. She tried to struggle a bit, but Shen Yu only hugged her tighter. Just when Mother Chen didn't know what to do, Shen Jian finally came home. Seeing the 2 hugging in the living room, she walked over and separated them. She glanced coldly at Shen Yu, then at the unidentifiable substance on Mother Chen's shoulder, feeling utterly disgusted. "Mom, go to your room and change. Look at the snot on your shoulder, Only then did Mother Chen realize that Shen Yu's snot was on her shoulder. As someone who valued cleanliness, she was about to say something but clenched her fist, and held back. Mother Chen went to her room to wash up and change, leaving only Father Chen, Chen Jian, him, and Shen Yu in the living room. Father Chen thought for a moment and took the initiative to introduce Shen Yu. This is Shen Yu. He's your younger brother. You all must get along from now on. Chen Jiang scoffed disdainfully, glancing indifferently at Shen Yu standing behind Father Chen. Younger brother. What are you talking about, Dad? Isn't my younger brother sitting right next to me? After saying that, she raised her hand and rubbed his head. He pretended to be aggrieved and glared at Shen Jiang. Sister, don't say that. You'll make Dad sad. Shen Jiang looked at his soft and cute appearance and felt even more dissatisfied with Shen Yu. She took his hand and went straight upstairs, leaving only Father Chen and Shen Yu in the living room. Shen Yu looked at the gentle and refined middle-aged man before him, his hatred for him growing even stronger. This is the kind of person who deserves to be my father. That type who only knows how to gamble, beat his wife, and beat his children. How could he be worthy of being my father? He thought to himself. He stepped forward and said with a choked voice, Dad, I've waited for you for 16 years. I'm finally home. Father Chen turned to look at this newly found son and finally sighed, patting the boy's shoulder lightly. Good boy, you suffered all these years. It's good that you're home. From now on, our family will live in harmony and happiness. A harmonious family prospers. Father Chen's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Shen Yu, as if not understanding, blinked at him. Dad, where will I be staying? I'll take my suitcase up and unpack first. You don't know where you're staying yet. Your room is right next to Xiao Fan's. I clearly told your sister to arrange it for you. What's wrong with that girl? Father Chen picked up Shen Yu's suitcase and went upstairs. Shen Yu followed behind, his fingers tightening slightly. It's not my sister's fault. She left right after answering the phone. She must have been busy. Dad, Xiao Fan, Father Chen seemed to know what Shen Yu wanted to say, and interrupted with a smile. Yes, Xiao Fan is probably a few dozen minutes older than you. You can just call him older brother. And don't overthink things. Next week, you'll go to school with Xiao Fan. Your studies are still very important. This is your room. See if you need anything else and just let me know anytime, okay? After giving his instructions, Father Chen intended to go to his room to check on his wife. Shen Yu, from behind, tugged on his sleeve. Dad, for school. Do I need to change my name? Father Chen suddenly realized that changing his name would indeed be most appropriate before school registration. So he nodded. Of course you have to change it. You're a child of the Chen family, how can you have another surname? Don't worry, I'll take care of it in a few days. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Shen Yu finally let go of Father Chen and turned to enter his own room. The room was very, very large. The bedroom alone was bigger than the small house his entire family used to live in. Not to mention, the room had its own walk-in closet and private bathroom. Shen Yu put down his suitcase and walked into the walk-in closet. In the closet, which was over 10 square meters, 2 large wardrobes were filled with clothes. He didn't wonder why the closet wasn't completely full, because the clothes in just these 2 wardrobes were the most he had ever seen in his life. The Li family's financial situation was not good, and his parents were addicted to gambling, so it was no exaggeration to say their house was empty. He remembered often wearing patched clothes as a child. In recent years, as online shopping became more popular, he started buying some very cheap but poor quality clothes online. Shen Yu casually picked up a suit and put it on. His skin was a bit dark and not very smooth, but he still looked better than in the clothes he was wearing. Shen Yu, wearing the shirt, walked to the mirror, looked at his reflection, and suddenly slumped to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. The more he cried, the more indignant he felt. Such a good house, such a good room, such good clothes, they should have been his long ago. He was the one who was supposed to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth, the one who should have been called the young master of the Chen family. He had clearly returned, so why hadn't that piece of trash been kicked out of his house yet? He would definitely make him get out of his house. After occupying everything that didn't belong to him for so long, he had to return it to him. With interest. Meanwhile, he was in Shen Jiang's room playing a puzzle game with her. Shen Jiang was very afraid that her beloved little brother would be upset, so she wasn't very focused on the game, constantly tilting her head to look at his expression. Sister, why do you keep staring at me? You've already lost several rounds. Caught in the act, Shen Jiang touched her nose. Little brother, are you okay? Don't overthink it, okay? You will always be my little brother. Where you are, A will be. Shen Jiang's words made his nose tingle. Sister, I'm fine. Thank you. Shen Jiang looked at her little brother trying to be strong in front of her, and felt even more heartbroken. I don't know what to say about this either. After all, he is Mom and Dad's flesh and blood. If I told you to wrap him up and throw him out, Mom and Dad would probably throw me out. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, can we just pretend he doesn't exist? I'm not asking you to accept him right away. Can we gradually accept him? I talked to Dad this morning. He agreed with me. You will always be the young master of our family. Little brother, can you promise me one thing? He tilted his head and looked at Shen Jiang. He didn't know what she wanted to say, but he knew she wouldn't harm him. Go ahead, he replied softly. In the years on the path of pretending to be a white lotus, he had gone further and further, almost forgetting how willful and stubborn he used to be. Shen Jiang squeezed her fingers slightly and said to him with great solemnity, Shen Fan, no matter what, no matter if there's a blood relation between us or not, can you always see mom and dad as your parents, see me as your sister, and see the Chen family as your home? Can we just pretend that nothing has ever changed? He never expected Chen Jiang to say such things. In fact, he had always known how much the Chen family cared for him in this life, but hearing these words truly moved him. He threw himself into Chen Jiang's arms. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had cried so unrestrainedly. He cried so hard it was earth-shattering, so hard that Chen Jiang was at a loss, so hard that even father and mother Chen came running in. Mother Chen rushed over, squatted down to hug him, and pushed Chen Jiang away at the same time. You girl, did you bully your little brother? Why is Xiao Fen crying so hard? He sobbed and defended Chen Jiang. Mom, don't blame my sister. She didn't bully me. Father Chen also glared at his daughter. All she knows is how to be mischievous and cause trouble. When will she make her parents worry less? She's so old and still bullying her little brother. He nestled in Mother Chen's arms and recounted to them what Chen Jiang had just said. Mother Chen didn't expect her daughter to be able to say such things, and couldn't help but sit on the floor and start wiping her tears. Father Chen sighed, you girl, what's there to cry about? Your sister is right. You will always be the young master of the Chen family. Mom and dad will always be your parents. Your sister finally did something right. And these words were overheard by Shen Yu, who had come over upon hearing the noise. His hatred for him reached its peak at that moment. A vicious voice echoed in his mind, let him die. Let him die. Shen Yu didn't remember how he got back to his room. When he came to his senses, he was already sitting on the large, soft bed he had never experienced before. His palms were bleeding from where his nails had dug in. He casually wiped them with a tissue, and threw it in the trash. He hadn't been lying on the bed resting for long when there was a knock on his door. It was the maid, calling him down for dinner. He thought for a moment, changed back into the clothes he wore when he first arrived, and went downstairs with the maid. At this time, he was sitting in the dining room with his parents and sister. When Shen Yu came downstairs, he looked at the food before him and smiled, his eyes narrowing. Mom, the maid cooked all my favorite dishes today. I'm so happy. Mother Chen looked at her happy son, and she was happy too. Of course. I told her this morning to cook your favorite dishes. My baby has to eat a lot today. His gaze flickered to Shen Yu coming down the stairs, and he smiled and waved at him. Little brother, come and sit next to me. Don't be shy, just think of us as family. Hearing this, father and mother Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Fan is indeed sensible. Shen Yu glanced at the seats at the dining table. There was an empty seat next to him, and one next to Chen Jiang. After a moment's thought, he chose to sit next to Chen Jiang. Dad, Mom, sister, sorry I'm late. Chen Jiang heard this and was about to open her mouth to lecture him, but his gaze stopped her. He, on the other hand, was a little amused. He didn't know if Chen Yu was doing it on purpose or if it was just his nature, but he didn't even greet him. Didn't he know that doing so would actually make the family dislike him? He had to try hard to suppress his laughter. Sister, I want to eat the braised shrimp. He pointed to the plate of bright red shrimp in front of him and gently kicked Chen Jiang under the table. Shen Jiang skillfully picked up a few shrimp and put them in his bowl, then quickly peeled them and dropped them into his bowl, complaining as she did so. This kid is clearly allergic to shrimp shells but still insists on eating them. Every time, I have to peel them for him. For so many years, your sister here hasn't eaten a single whole piece of shrimp meat. He ate until his eyes crinkled. Yep, thank you, sister. The shrimp you peel is the best. I like you the most. Shen Yu looked at the four of them getting along happily, his eyes flickered, and he said to Father Chen, Dad, when will my new ID card be ready? I want to get a monthly library card for the city library. After saying this, he couldn't help but want to applaud himself. He had both brought up the matter of changing his name and displayed his love for learning and reading. Unexpectedly, Shen Jian wiped her hands and looked at Shen Yu with an uncertain expression. How about you finish reading all the books in the Chen family study first? The city library's collection might not even be as extensive as ours. Dad, what new ID card? Did this kid lose his? Father Chen shook his head. No. Your little brother is a member of the Chen family, and he'll have to change his surname to Chen sooner or later. I was thinking of changing his name before he starts school to make things more convenient. Mother Chen also thought this was a very appropriate course of action. It should be done sooner rather than later. Xiao Yu used to study at No. 3 high school, right? The teaching quality at No. 3 is a bit worse than at No. 1. I wonder if Xiao Yu can keep up with the pace at No. 1. If you can't keep up, you must tell us, so we can find a tutor for you. Shen Yu shook his head firmly. Mom, Dad, my academic performance is quite good. I was in the top 3 of my grade at No. 3 high school. Shen Jiang seemed unable to be comfortable without confronting her newfound brother. Top 3. Now that you're in the Chen family, you have to study properly. Your sister and Xiao Fan have always been first in the entire school. Don't you dare disgrace the Chen family. Mother Chen put down her chopsticks and glared at Shen Jiang disapprovingly. Why are you talking so much? Xiao Yu just got here. If you bully him again, you can go back to your school. He took the opportunity to gently kick Chen Jiang under the table. Sister, what she said is true. Xiao Yu's previous educational environment wasn't good, so it's understandable if he can't keep up for a while. Shen Jiang said, little brother, you're too kind. When will you be as tough as me? Tomorrow is Saturday, I'll take you out to have some fun. He thought of the WeCat message he had just received. Sister, tomorrow I have to go out with Sister Yu and Sister Ruyan, so I can't go with you. Don't be mad, okay? Shen Jiang's eyes widened. Yu, Li Ruyan. What's so fun about hanging out with those two little brats? Let me tell you, you're only 16, no early dating. His face turned slightly red. Who's dating early? What are you talking about? I'm done eating, I'm going upstairs first. Closing his bedroom door, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the meal, he had been observing Shen Yu. He always felt that the person who took his life in his previous life was not as scary as he had imagined, vicious and selfish, but not ruthless enough. How stupid must he have been in his previous life to be played around by this person, and even die at his hands? But he still couldn't let his guard down. Shen Yu was young but could already hire someone to kill. He couldn't be underestimated. He just didn't know where the person he hired was. If he could find that person, he could truly rest easy. He casually opened his laptop and quickly typed on the keyboard, mumbling to himself, when will I have some saved drafts? Every night I have to rush home to type and update. If I forget to update one day because of something, won't my readers die of anxiety? After entering high school, he had developed a hobby he didn't have in his previous life, writing novels. He particularly liked the feeling of characters coming to life under his pen. Last year, he even secretly used Chen Jiang's ID to verify his identity and found the largest online literature website in the country to write on. At first, not many people read his story, not because his writing was bad, but because there were too many great authors on the website, making it difficult to get noticed. As it turned out, somehow, his novel suddenly received a huge donation, directly pushing him to the #1 spot on the new author rankings and keeping him there for a whole month before he dropped. It was this 1-month period that made the website's readers notice him and his novel. Although he didn't know who had donated to him, he was very grateful. He had contacted the administrator to ask about returning the money the tycoon had donated, but he had not yet received their consent. He himself was not short of money. Both the Chen family's assets and his own private funds were enough for him to live a carefree life, but one must always find some hobbies in life. After updating today's word count, he threw himself onto his large, soft bed. The phone on the bedside table had been blinking for a long time, as if scolding its owner for neglecting it. He opened his phone and saw dozens of unread messages on WeCat. He curiously opened it and, as expected, they were from Yu and Li Ruyan, though most of them were from the chatterbox Li Ruyan. Yu had only sent a few short voice messages. Yu and Li Ruyan were his childhood friends. The three of them had grown up together from kindergarten to elementary, middle, and high school. They had always attended the same schools, except that Yu was a year older than the other two and was always one grade ahead. He pressed play on the voice message from Yu. Xiao Fan, how are you? Are you okay? Don't torture yourself. You must tell me if anything happens. Can we still hang out tomorrow? It's okay if we can't. Xiao Fan, don't be afraid. I will always be on your side. In his previous life, he had also grown up with the two of them, but because of his stubborn personality, his relationship with Yu was merely a superficial one. He thought for a moment and called Yu. She seemed to have been waiting by the phone, and answered quickly. Hello, Sister Yu, you know, don't you? Does everyone know? His voice sounded a little low. From Yu's end came the sound of a chair being moved. Yes, but it's okay. Xiao Fan, don't mind it. Sister Yu, how can I not mind? I've been pretending not to mind all day. I never thought I wasn't my parents' biological son. Now I always feel like I'm living off someone else's charity. Mom and Dad keep telling me not to overthink it, that I'll always be the young master of the Chen family. Do you understand how I feel? Hearing his voice on the phone, Yu seemed to have her irritable mood soothed. Xiao Fan, don't think so much. What belongs to you, no one can take away. Yu's eyes held an intense emotion that seemed a bit too strong. He teased, Sister Yu, did you forget something? I'm the one who took someone else's things, not the other way around. Haha, he laughed until he fell back on the bed. The serious tone in Yu's voice was really adorable. Yu on the other end of the line was stunned for a moment, her cold voice sounding a little gentler. No matter what, you will always be Chen Fan. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. Yu left him with a sentence he didn't understand, and then hung up. You will always be Chen Fan. Isn't that redundant? If I'm not Chen Fan, who could I be? He thought to himself. He couldn't yet grasp the weight of Chu Yu's words, but he would soon find out. Early the next morning, Mother Chen knocked on his door. Xiao Fan, wake up. Yu and Ruiyan are already waiting downstairs. Get up quickly. He opened his sleepy eyes and checked the time on his phone. 800 It's only 800 Why are these two here so early? Can't they let a person sleep in? He grumbled as he got up to wash his face and brush his teeth, then chose a sportswear set, and went downstairs. In the living room, Xu Yu and Liu Ruiyan were sitting on the sofa. On the adjacent sofa, Shen Yu was also sitting there, wearing a similar sportswear set. He didn't know what he was saying to the two girls, but Xu Yu and Liu Ruiyan were both engrossed in their phones. He cleared his throat lightly. The three people in the living room looked up at him. Shen Yu looked at him wearing the exact same outfit, and couldn't help but compare. Fair skin, full of vitality. And himself. Sister Yu, Sister Ruiyan, have you had breakfast yet? Let's eat before we go out. He led the two towards the dining room. Shen Yu bit his lip and ultimately chose to go upstairs to change into a different outfit. When he came downstairs after changing, he happened to meet the three of them about to go out. His eyes darted around, and he called out to him, but his gaze flickered towards the two girls. Brother, where are you guys going? Can I come along? I'm not very familiar with this area, and I don't have any friends. Liu Ruiyan shivered and brushed off the non-existent goosebumps on her arms, then turned to him and said, Little brother, we don't really like hanging out with people we don't know. You can just play at home by yourself. We're leaving now. Shen Yu didn't give up and continued, Sister, we'll get to know each other after spending some time together. Liu Ruiyan didn't know what else to say, and was interrupted by Chu Yu. Let's go, we're going to be late. Liu Ruiyan shrugged at Shen Yu and followed Chu Yu and him out the door. Xiao Fan, did you cry yesterday? Tell me, did that brat bully you? If he did, I'll get revenge for you. Liu Ruiyan quickened her pace, caught up with the two of them, and slung an arm around his shoulders. You made me and your sister Yu worry to death yesterday. Tell me, why were you running around? He pouted. What do you mean, running around? I wasn't. Sister Ruiyan, you wouldn't understand. This matter isn't as simple as you think. He didn't expect his simple-minded best friend to think too deeply. Liu Ruiyan came from a family of calligraphers and painters. Her grandfather and father were both world-renowned artists. However, Liu Ruiyan was born with a lively and active personality. Forcing her to sit at a desk and practice calligraphy for over 10 hours was like taking her life. Hearing his words, Liu Ruiyan retorted, What's there not to understand? Think about how much your family dotes on you. Could they just say they don't want you and that's it? Blood ties are important, but the 16 years of affection you've shared day and night is not fake. Not to mention your aunt and uncle, they could never treat you differently than before. Even if they really didn't want you anymore, my dad would be thrilled to take you home and raise you as his son. And the Yu family doesn't have a single son in this generation. Uncle Chu and Grandpa Chu like you so much. If you went to their house, I think they might even kick Chu Yu out. He couldn't help but laugh at Liu Ruiyan's string of words. Alright, Sister Ruiyan, I get your point. This isn't about how my parents will treat me in the future. It's just that I can't suddenly accept this. I always feel like I'm living off someone else's charity. Every time I see Chen Yu, I feel. He paused, not finishing his sentence. A slender, elegant hand rested on his head and gently ruffled his hair. Xiao Fan, how about you come and stay at my house for a while? Xu Yu suggested. Liu Ruiyan chimed in firmly, you can stay at my house too. My little brother misses you. You can help me teach that little brat a lesson. All he does is argue with me all day. He shook his head lightly. No need. I have to face this myself sooner or later. Escaping isn't the solution. Besides. He trailed off, seemingly thinking about something. Liu Ruiyan couldn't help but ask, besides what? You stopped halfway. Spit it out. He rolled his eyes. Besides, I'm still a high school student. Studying is the most important thing. Liu Ruiyan saw that he didn't want to talk about it, and didn't press further. Neither of them noticed that Xu Yu was standing quietly beside them, looking at them with a slightly strange expression. As they were talking, the three of them arrived at their secret base, a small villa that belonged to him. Normally, besides the three of them, almost no one else came here. Liu Ruiyan took 3 cold cokes from the fridge and placed them on the table. Xu Yu gently opened one and placed it in front of him. As he drank his cold coke, he asked, Sister Yu, the college entrance exams are next month. Are you ready? At the mention of this, Liu Ruiyan got angry. Tell me, why does she insist on taking the exam herself when she could clearly get in through recommendation? If I had a recommendation spot, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Xu Yu smirked. Isn't life about experiencing these things? Xiao Fan will also have a recommendation spot. Why don't you ask him how he'll choose? Suddenly being called upon, he thought seriously, and said, I also want to take the college entrance exam. My grades are so good, it would be a shame not to take it once. Unbelievable. I don't want to talk to you two academic prodigies anymore. He and Shu Yu looked at Liu Ruian's expression and exchanged a knowing smile. Sister Yu, will you be leaving Jinqing? Shu Yu shook her head. She didn't want to be too far away from him. No, just the business school at Jinqing University. The business school at Jinqing University. Then wouldn't Sister Yu become my sister's junior? He suddenly felt happy. Haha. Liu Ruian, who was sulking and playing with her phone, suddenly asked, business school? You haven't reached an agreement with your old man yet. Didn't you want to study medicine? Why are you still going to business school? Shu Yu, lost in thought, squeezed the kin in her hand until it crinkled. He reached over and took the kin from her hand. Sister Yu, what's wrong? He felt that her state was not quite right. It's nothing. I just suddenly don't want to study medicine anymore. Going to business school is fine too. She didn't want to show her unhappy side to her friends. The Chu family's financial power is formidable, even greater than the Chen family's. And you're the most outstanding child of this generation in the Chu family. How could you have so much freedom? Liu Ruian saw Chu Yu's expression and understood, moving closer to put an arm around her shoulder. Don't be sad. Anyway, I don't really have any dreams. I'll go to medical school for you. Next year, I'll apply to the medical department at Jinqing University. See how good of a sister I am to you. Hearing this, he couldn't stop laughing. Haha, Sister Ruian, are you sure you can hold a scalpel? That's much harder to hold than a paintbrush, you know. Shu Yu also set down her drink can and patted her friend's shoulder. You don't have a dream. Take this year to think it over carefully. You're both in your second year of high school now, my uncle won't interfere with your choices. A dream, huh? She had never really thought about it. In this life, aside from writing, she wasn't particularly interested in anything else. Besides, with Chen Jian to carry the future of the Chen family, Father and Mother Chen wouldn't force her to do anything. So, could she really continue to pursue this path of writing? The thought crossed her mind for a moment before she temporarily pushed it away. At this stage, studying hard was the most important thing for her. The early summer weather was like a child's mood. One moment it was sunny and bright, the next a downpour came from the sky. He stood by the window, looking out. Ah, it's raining. How about we have hot pot for lunch today? Liu Ruian was the first to respond enthusiastically. Yes, I agree. Eating hot pot with the air conditioner on in this weather is the best. Even Shu Yu, who wasn't much of a foodie, secretly swallowed. After all, the hot pot he made was truly delicious. No sooner said than done. While he was stir-frying the hot pot base, the other two had already prepared today's ingredients. Beef tripe, duck intestines, fish balls, shrimp balls, sliced beef, and all sorts of vegetables filled the entire table. They were just waiting for him to take charge. Shu Yu and Liu Ruian stood at the kitchen door, watching him work, and both felt a strange sense of harmony. He was clearly supposed to be a pampered young master, yet he absolutely loved to cook. The three of them had grown up together, and since he was 7 or 8, he had known how to stand on a small stool in the kitchen, stir-frying eggs for them. Especially in recent years, his cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and they would fight over every dish he made. He himself seemed to be passionate about cooking. Besides cooking, he also loved taking them out to find delicious food. They had tasted almost all the delicacies in the alleys and corners of Jinqing. Every time they finished eating, he would not only record the taste and his own impressions but also ask for Chu Yu's and Liu Ruian's feelings. Over the years, he had filled 7 or 8 notebooks. Although he didn't know what the point of recording it was, he considered it one of his quirky little hobbies. The rain was still falling heavily. By the time the three of them had prepared the hot pot lunch, it showed no signs of stopping. Ruian suggested, can we eat in the glasshouse in the garden? This proposal received unanimous agreement from the other two. Hot pot is usually a symbol of liveliness. Even with the quiet Shu Yu among them, the meal was incredibly vibrant. Whoa, Yu, the flowers you've planted are so beautiful, Liu Ruian exclaimed, looking at the large flower beds in the glasshouse. Shu Yu loved flowers and plants and would often spend her free time tending to them in the glasshouse. Although eating hot pot in the middle of a flower garden seemed a bit out of place, at their age, everything teenagers did looked good. While eating, Liu Ruian mused, little fan, why don't you open a restaurant in the future? We sisters promise to eat there every day like it's our own canteen. He shook his head firmly. I don't want to. A hobby should just be a hobby. If it becomes a profession, I won't like it anymore. Shu Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. You really do cook well. Only when I eat your food do I eat until I'm a little full. After finishing the hot pot, the three of them sat on a long bench in the glasshouse, distractedly watching the raindrops fall on the glass. Shu Yu sat to his left, Liu Ruian to his right. Just as he was getting drowsy, Shu Yu's deep and cool voice sounded in his ear. Little fan, I've investigated. The appearance of your family's child was very sudden. Some time ago, he ran directly to the ground floor of the Chen Group's building and was coincidentally seen by Uncle Chen's secretary. His adoptive parents' deaths were also very sudden. Tell me, do such coincidences really happen in this world? He was almost asleep. Sister Yu, what does it matter if it's a coincidence or not? No matter what, he is the child who was swapped with me at birth. The blood of the Chen family flows in his veins. Regardless of how he was brought back, he is my parents' biological son. That's set in stone, and none of us can change it. No matter how much my parents love me, I've gone from being their son to their adopted son. His sitting downstairs at the Chen Group building, wasn't that to let everyone know? Your family, Sister Ruian's family, and even all the major and minor families in Jinchen must all know by now that I'm just a wild chicken, right? A wild chicken. How can it turn into a phoenix? Chu Yu lowered her eyes. Don't talk nonsense. You don't need to think about these things. Just focus on being yourself. We can talk about the rest later. He hummed in agreement and closed his eyes. Listening to the steady breathing of the two beside him, the sound of rain tapping on the glass, and the faint scent of flowers filling the air. At this moment, he was very relaxed, perhaps the most relaxed he had been since he was reborn. In his past life, he had lived willfully and extravagantly. Before his rebirth, he had heard Father and Mother Chen's expectations for a change in his personality. So in this life, he had disguised himself as this weak, White Lotus character. After pretending for so long, even he had started to get used to this personality. It was because of this change that his life was very different from his previous one. For example, he had many friends. For example, he felt that many things had become simpler. For example, these two childhood friends beside him, why hadn't he paid attention to them in his past life? What were they doing at this time in his past life? He drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, the rain had stopped and dusk was falling. The two beside him were gone. Did I sleep that long? The two girls were sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing video games. Seeing him stumble in, Chu Yu put down her controller. Little fan, you're awake. My goodness, you're a heavy sleeper. You slept for a full 5 or 6 hours. Will you be able to sleep tonight? Liu Ruian said, laughing at his dazed look. Chu Yu stood up and walked towards him, ruffling his sleep-mussed hair. Uncle called several times asking where I took you. If you don't go home soon, he's going to come looking for you. He yawned, looking gently at the tall girl in front of him. Sister Yu, why is the sun already setting? I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. I love Sister Yu's glasshouse so much. Well, I'm heading home. Mom and Dad must be getting anxious. Chu Yu grabbed his backpack. Let's go, I'll take you home. Hey, wait for me, don't leave me behind. Liu Ruian wanted to follow but was stopped by Chu Yu. I want to be alone with him for a bit, so don't cause trouble. I'll be right back after I drop Little Fan off. The last rays of the sunset shone on the two of them, looking harmonious and beautiful. Little Fan, study hard. Don't think too much about other things. Your happiness is the most important thing. If anything happens, just tell me. He nodded obediently and waved goodbye to Chu Yu. Only after he had fully entered the main gate did Chu Yu turn and leave. In the Chen family's living room, Shen Yu was sitting with Mother Chen. He didn't know what they were talking about, but as he got closer, he saw Shen Yu holding a brand new ID card. He raised his eyebrows and waved it in front of Chen Fan. Brother, you're finally back. Dad got me a new ID card. From now on, you can call me Shen Yu. The last two words, Shen Yu deliberately enunciated, making sure he heard them. He raised an eyebrow slightly. That's good. Seeing Chen Fan's lack of response, Shen Yu's eyes darted around. Brother, who are those two sisters today? Are they your girlfriends? You're not even a legal adult yet, you can't be in a relationship so early. Mother Chen interrupted Shen Yu. Little Yu, don't talk nonsense. They are your brother's friends who grew up with him. Their families are old friends of ours. You'll have a chance to get to know them later. Little Fan, go put your school bag away, wash your hands, and come down for dinner. We're having your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs today. He smiled and replied to Mother Chen, walking straight upstairs without giving Shen Yu a second glance. Mother Chen's eyes followed him until Shen Yu softly called out to her, Mom. Only then did Mother Chen snap out of it, looking gently at her newly found biological son. What is it, little Yu? Shen Yu bit his lip but finally asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. He was afraid that if he missed this chance, he wouldn't have another opportunity to ask. Besides, he had just returned, so maybe asking now was better. Mom, now that I'm home. Will Little Fan, brother, continue to live with us? Grandpa and Grandma Li must be very anxious for him to go back, right? After all, he's their biological grandson. He hadn't expected that Mother Chen, who was always gentle and kind, would react as if he had touched a raw nerve. What are you talking about? Little Fan is also my son. Where do you want me to send him? I'll assume you've just come back and don't understand things yet. Don't say such things again. In a place Mother Chen couldn't see, Shen Yu clenched his fists, trying to look obedient. But his lowered eyes were filled with hatred. Mom, I didn't mean anything else. Lil Fan is my brother, of course I don't want to drive him away. I'm just worried that Grandpa and Grandma Li are old, and have no one to take care of them. Chen Jian had come downstairs at some point. So worried. Why don't you go back and take care of them yourself? Trying to kick my brother out. What are you thinking? Mother Chen was also annoyed and didn't interrupt Chen Jian. You brat, you're in our house now. You better behave, don't cause trouble, and don't bully little Fan, or else get out. Shen Yu felt a wave of humiliation. He had never thought he would be treated like this in his own home. He thought that although this family cared about the cuckoo who had occupied the nest, he was, after all, their biological son, their blood-related brother. Sister, how could you say that? I'm your real brother. Where would you have me go? Mother Chen rubbed her temples. Alright, daughter, that's enough. Go call your brother down for dinner. Shen Jian shot Shen Yu a deep glare before turning and heading straight upstairs. Mother Chen sighed, her tone much softer than before. Little Yu, I know you've suffered outside all these years. From now on, your father and I will treat you well. But little Fan is also the son we raised for 16 years. Moreover, your adoptive parents have both passed away. Where would you want little Fan to go? He's not going anywhere. His life in this house will be no different than before you came back. What you have, he will also have. I hope you can get along with each other. When your father and I are old, this family will still need the three of you to rely on each other. Do you understand? Little Yu, don't say such things again. It hurts me to hear them. Your father and your sister feel the same way. Can you listen to Mom, little Yu? Shen Yu hadn't expected his brief words to provoke such a strong reaction from them. He was now in a difficult position. Even if he didn't agree, there was no other way. It seemed he would have to plan for the long term. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I just got back, so I'm still a bit clueless. Shen Yu's good attitude in admitting his mistake appeased Mother Chen's anger. She gently wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and patted Shen Yu's shoulder. Alright, your brother and sister are about to come down for dinner. Come to the dining room with me. Shen Yu nodded obediently. In a corner Mother Chen couldn't see, he shot her a fierce glare. The mother and son had just sat down when Chen Fan and his sister came downstairs. Before dinner, Father Chen had received a phone call and gone out for a social engagement, so there were only 4 of them at the Chen family's dinner tonight. Shen Jian maintained her disdainful attitude towards Chen Yu. Shen Yu, on the other hand, sat there with a wronged and sad expression. Only Chen Fan seemed oblivious, eating and drinking as he should. At the dinner table, Shen Yu tried to start trouble several times but held back. Tonight's situation really wasn't suitable for him to cause a scene. He decided that for the time being, he would bully this seemingly gentle brother when no one else was around, making him leave the Chen family on his own accord. Little brother, I heard that you girl is also planning to go into the business department. Doesn't that make me her direct senior? She promised me I could still bully her for 2 years when I'm a 3rd year, haha. Chen Fan frowned and looked at Chen Jian very seriously. Sister, you can't bully Sister Yu. She's pitiful. Chen Jian was extremely confused. She's pitiful. Where is she pitiful? Her family is richer than ours, little brother. You haven't been fooled by her, have you? Did she pretend to be pitiful in front of you? He shook his head. I heard from Sister Ruian that Sister Yu wanted to study medicine, but her grandfather refused, so she's preparing to apply for the business department. I won't get to see Sister Yu in a doctor's uniform anymore. Mother Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, that Yu girl has a good figure. She would definitely look beautiful in a white coat. But it makes sense. This generation of the Chu family has no junior more outstanding than her. The succession is practically a done deal. How could old Mr. Chu let her go and study medicine? Chen Jung teased from the side, Mom, I'm still the most sensible, right? Without you or Dad forcing me, I obediently went into the business department. Shouldn't you increase my allowance a bit, Mom? Shen Yu suddenly spoke up, asking Chen Jian, Sister, is the Sister Yu you're talking about one of the 2 who came to our house today? Shen Yu thought both girls today were very beautiful, but he preferred the one who looked cold and noble. He wondered if he would have a chance to get to know her. Chen Jung still ignored him. Shen Yu then looked at Chen Fan. Brother. Shen Fan glanced up, looking at Chen Yu with a faint expression. Yes, that's right. Chen Yu looked at him pitifully. Brother, can you take me with you next time? I'm so bored by myself. Seeing you all go out to play today made me so envious. I don't have any friends. Chen Fan agreed surprisingly easily. Sure, little brother. Come with us next time. Shen Yu hadn't expected him to agree to introduce those 2 high-quality beauties to him. In that case, he would start by stealing his girlfriend first. Shen Yu imagined the scene of the 2 beautiful girls from today standing on his left and right, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The atmosphere in the dining room became strange with his laughter. Only then did he realize he had made a sound and quickly tried to cover it up. I was just happy thinking I'm about to have friends. Thank you, brother. Chen Jiang sneered. Mother Chen shook her head discreetly. The entire meal ended in the strange atmosphere. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Monday. Today was Chen Yu's first day at Jinshan No. 1 High School. He was placed in class 112, right next to Chen Fan's class. Even with the Chen family status, they couldn't get someone into class 1. Every student in class 1 had gotten in based on their own abilities. Class 2, on the other hand, was mostly filled with children from wealthy families, with less stringent academic requirements. On Monday morning, the Chen family's driver took Chen Fan and Shen Yu to school. The fact that the Chen family had taken back their biological son was no secret in Jinshan. So many people stared at him along the way, but most of the looks were of curiosity or sympathy. This was also thanks to his usual good image. The moment he stepped into class 111, most of his classmates swarmed him. Little Fan, are you okay? I heard about your family from my dad. Don't be too sad. Yeah, if. I was worried about you all weekend. Is that kid easy to live with? Is he bullying you? Chen Fan, if you're being bullied, you have to tell us. All of class 1 is your strong backup. Haha, little Chen Fan, if your family doesn't want you anymore, come to my house. My grandpa would be ecstatic. He looked at these classmates he spent his days with, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. It was this sincere affection that made him even more certain that pretending to be his current self was the right choice. He didn't have so many good friends in his past life. He reassured his excited classmates, thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. While the students were crowded at the door, the head teacher of class 1 pushed the door open. What are you all doing? Aren't you going to study? Hearing the head teacher's voice, the students at the door scattered. The head teacher called his name. Chen Fan, don't go back to your seat just yet. Come with me for a moment. The classmate sitting next to him took his school bag and waved at him. He followed the head teacher out with a calm mind. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, the whole class started discussing animatedly again. Do you guys know which class his family's kid is in? I heard someone say they saw someone getting out of the same car as Chen Fan at the school gate today. I know, I think he's in class 2, right next to us. I wonder if he bullies little Fan at home. The head teacher was a middle-aged woman who had been a head teacher for nearly 20 years. The students in class 1 all liked to call her Sister Zheng. Sister Zheng took him to the office, patted his shoulder, and told him to sit down. Chen Fan, I heard about your family situation. I don't know how much this has affected you, but I just hope it doesn't affect your studies. Next semester is your final year, and your grades have always been at the top of the school, which has always been my pride. I hope you can keep it up. If you can't be a rich second generation, then let's be a rich first generation, right? He was amused by Sister Zheng's words. Sister Zheng, don't worry. I know my limits. Studies come first, I won't fall behind. He patted his chest, assuring the head teacher. Sister Zheng nodded with satisfaction. She didn't understand the feuds of wealthy families. She only knew that studying was the hard truth. Only by improving one's own strength could one live well in the future. Throughout the morning, every subject teacher paid close attention to his state. Seeing him behave as usual, they were relieved. At lunchtime, he met Shu Yu and Liu Ruian coming downstairs to find him. Before the three of them could even get settled, Shen Yu walked over with his food tray. After understanding the composition of Class 2's students, he was floating on air. In his view, getting into Class 2, full of rich people, was the best. He thought this must be Father Chen paving the way for his future, expanding his network of contacts. As expected of a biological son. Otherwise, why wouldn't his father let a piece of trash like Chen Fan into Class 2? For him. He didn't know when he would realize that the truly powerful and wealthy were all in Class 1. The ones in Class 2 were mostly useless rich kids who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry. It could be said that the people in that class could only be rich, but could never be like Chen Jian or Chu Yuyu, who would inherit their family businesses in the future. Shen Yu looked at the two people sitting opposite Chen Fan. Weren't they the two beauties who came to his house on Saturday to find him? Hello, sisters, are you here for lunch too? Shen Yu greeted Chu Yuyu and Liu Ruian. Liu Ruian replied while eating, we're in the cafeteria, not for lunch, so what, to use the restroom. Yu lightly tapped Liu Ruian on the head. Eat properly. What nonsense are you spouting? Liu Ruian jiggled, completely ignoring Chen Yu sitting opposite them, and started chatting with Chen Fan. Shen Yu wasn't discouraged and interjected again. Sister Yuyu, Sister Ruian, can I have your WeChat? I'm new to this school, and not very familiar with it. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Shu Yu remained as cold as ever. Liu Ruian, who was usually talkative, was very angry that this kid had interrupted her conversation with Chen Fan. Hey kid, I don't just add strangers on WeChat. If you have any questions, you can ask your teachers or classmates. We're not even in the same class. It's useless to ask me. Shen Yu still didn't give up. Then, Can I join you for lunch tomorrow? I'm new and don't know any classmates, so I have no one to eat with. We don't know you either. Shen Yu gave Shen Yu a cold glance. He was almost done eating, so he put down his chopsticks and stood up. You are ugly, he said faintly to Shen Yu, then took his tray and left. Shen Yu immediately followed behind him. Liu Ruian saw them get up and leave, so she quickly finished the last bite of her food and followed. Shen Yu watched the three of them walk away, angrily throwing his chopsticks down. Teenagers at this age love to gossip, especially about the popular figures in school. As soon as the three of them left, everyone couldn't wait to start discussing what had just happened. That's the kid the Chen family took back, right? He's got some nerve. Daring to ask for Chu Yu's wecat. Tell me about it. And he's so thick-skinned. Chu Yu and Liu Ruian both rejected him like that, and he still dared to talk to them. He doesn't seem like an easy person to get along with. I'm a little worried for Chen Fan. Me too. I really like Chen Fan. If I could be like him, handsome, smart, and with a good personality, my mom would be so happy. Shen Yu heard the whispers in the cafeteria, angrily broke the disposable chopsticks in his hand and couldn't eat much more before leaving with his tray. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Chen Fan, you piece of trash, sooner or later I'll make you get out of the Chen family, make you get out of one high school. He didn't know what Shen Yu was thinking. And even if he did, he didn't care about Shen Yu right now. Shu Yu's college entrance exams were next month. Although she wasn't stressed, he was a little worried for her. Sister Yu, I heard many of your classmates have gone home to prepare for the exams. Why are you still at school? Usually, by the end of May, many 12th graders will either take a break from school, find tutors for extra help, or just relax. Liu Ruian, chewing gum, answered, Isn't it obvious? Your sister Yu is worried about you. She's afraid you'll be bullied by the kid at school. He smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about me. If he wants to bully me, he can do it at home too. The most important thing now was the college entrance exam. Yu looked at him deeply, raising her hand to ruffle his hair. Worried that Chu Yu would mess up his hairstyle, he quickly ran a few steps ahead, dodging her fingers. Sister Yu, I still have classes this afternoon. Messy hair doesn't look good. Chu Yu looked at the youthful and energetic back under the sun. Beautiful. Chu Yu repeated in her heart, beautiful. You look beautiful no matter what. After that day, Shu Yu also temporarily left school to go home for her final review. For some reason, Shen Yu temporarily stopped his act. During this time, they were at peace. Father and Mother Chen, seeing their two sons getting along, were no longer as worried and on guard as when Shen Yu first returned. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Chu Yu's final exam. Before the exam, Chu Yu, and Liu Ruian had made plans to celebrate for Chu Yu after she finished. So, when the last exam was not yet over, he and Liu Ruian were already outside Chu Yu's examination hall. As the final bell rang, the candidates came out of the examination hall one after another. The reporters swarmed in. Student, how was this year's college entrance exam? Was it difficult? Student, was there anything unforgettable about this year's exam? How many points do you expect to get? These reporters were all experienced, and interviewed those who looked like good students. A young reporter, new to the job, saw an extremely beautiful and noble-looking girl coming out of the school gate and immediately went towards her with his equipment, but was held back by an older reporter with him. Little Li, you can't interview that one. Go interview someone else. The young reporter, called Little Li, looked at his mentor in confusion. Why not, master? She looks like a top student, and she's so beautiful. The report would definitely be a highlight. You're new, so you don't understand. That's the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Jincheng. She hates being interviewed. Not just her, many young masters and misses from rich families don't like to be interviewed. This is all from years of experience. The young reporter looked at the girl from a distance, sighed, and felt a great sense of regret for not being able to interview her. He saw Chu Yu approaching from a distance, jumped up and waved. Sister Yu, Sister Ruian, stop playing on your phone. Sister Yu is out. He pulled Liu Ruian and ran towards Chu Yu. Sister Yu, did your family not come to pick you up? So you got picked up by me and Sister Ruian instead. How was the exam? How was it? Chu Yu smiled and ruffled his hair. How could your sister Yu's exam be bad? I told my parents I'd celebrate with you guys after the exam. Chu Yu looked much more relaxed after the exam and was even in the mood to joke around with them. Let's go. I ordered a lot of food and drinks to be delivered to the secret base. The Liu family's car had been waiting by the road for a long time. The three of them got in, and the driver drove familiarly towards Chu Yu's small villa, completely unaware that Shen Yu was in a taxi, following closely behind them. He had calculated it perfectly. Today, these people were definitely going to celebrate Chu Yu finishing her exams. So there would surely be a lot of people. With a crowd, 1, they wouldn't have the heart to kick him out. 2, he had been at the Chen families for so long, either at home or at school every day. He had never been to a gathering, never gotten to know the rich people of Jinshan. This time, even if Chu Yu and Liu Ruian ignored him, it would be fine if he got to know other people, even if they were a bit less important. The taxi followed the extended Lincoln in front. Shen Yu looked at the passing scenery, which seemed more and more familiar. Wasn't this the way to the villa area? Were they having the celebration party at home? Soon, the car in front stopped. Shen Yu also signaled the taxi to stop. He watched as Chen Fan and the two girls, each beautiful in her own way, got out of the car, laughing and teasing each other as they walked into a small villa. Shen Yu was a little suspicious. A small villa. Is this Chu Yu's or Liu Ruian's house? The land area is less than a fifth of the Chen family's villa. They're so poor. Shen Yu sneered contemptuously. He crossed Chu Yu and Liu Ruian off his list of future girlfriends and looked down on Chen Fan. The Chen family is so rich, and you don't even know how to find some rich friends to hang out with. Playing with these poor people all day, you're truly a fake. The blood of the Li family flows in you. Even after being raised in the Chen family for over a decade, you still can't make it to the big leagues. Shen Yu arrogantly walked towards the door of the small villa. The three of them had just put down their schoolbags and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when they heard the doorbell ring. Liu Ruian dashed out like lightning. It must be the food delivery, we have to eat our fill today. She opened the door with great excitement, but her face fell when she saw the person in front of her. Why are you here? Shen Yu peeked inside, but his view was blocked by the entrance hall, so he couldn't see the situation inside. Hello, Sister Ruian. I came to congratulate Sister Yu on finishing her exams. Liu Ruian's frown deepened. Who let you come? How do you know this place? Don't be fooled by her usual sunny and energetic demeanor. This secret base was their private secret. Liu Ruian now felt like a lioness whose territory had been invaded by a strange creature, her anger reaching its limit. Shen Yu saw the usually enthusiastic girl's atmosphere suddenly turn cold. His eyes darted around, and he said directly to Liu Ruian, Brother Chen Fan sent me the address. He told me to come. Did I come to the wrong place? Hearing this, Liu Ruian's anger was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. Although she didn't know why he would tell this annoying guy about their secret base, whatever little Fan did must have a reason. Liu Ruian reluctantly stepped aside. Then come in. Shen Yu smirked, about to step into the villa, feeling a little smug. This Chen Fan guy is quite useful. His friends will be mine sooner or later. Before he could even put one foot into the villa, Chen Fan came out from inside. Sister Ruian, what's taking you so long to get the food? He saw Chen Yu walking in. He hadn't paid much attention to him recently, and was shocked to see him at their secret base. Why are you here? How do you know this place? He suddenly had trouble controlling his emotions. The disguise he had maintained for so long was starting to crack. His attitude was like a steel needle stabbing straight at him. Get out. Stay away from here. Chu Yu heard the commotion and came over, gently pulling the angry Chen Fan behind her. I don't think any of us invited you. Could you please leave? Chu Yu's clear and cold voice carried an irresistible indifference. Liu Ruian suddenly reacted. You lied to me. You told me Little Fan sent you the address. How could Little Fan possibly send you the address here? She unceremoniously grabbed Chen Yu's arm, pushed him out, and then carefully went to Chen Fan's side, stroking his head. Little Fan, don't be angry. I didn't mean to let him in. I thought it was the food delivery, and besides, he said you gave him the address. I was angry too, wondering why you would give our secret base's address to someone else. This small villa of Chu Yu's was the most precious secret base for the three of them. Chu Yu was outstanding, the undisputed heir of her generation of the Chu family. Her family placed immense pressure on her, and only in this secret base could she relax and do what she wanted. Liu Ruian came from a family of calligraphers and painters, but she was not talented and didn't like sitting at a desk writing and drawing. Although her younger brother was set to inherit the family business, she sometimes needed to escape the disappointed gazes of her grandfather and father. And as for him, it went without saying. His heart was filled with too many secrets that he couldn't share with anyone. The fact of his rebirth alone was something he could never tell anyone. Moreover, he was naturally willful. Although he had been disguising himself in a way that Father and Mother Chen liked in this life, he also needed a place to vent. In this small villa, besides the common living room, they each had their own floor: Chu Yu's laboratory, Liu Ruian's martial arts training room. Therefore, this secret base was extremely important to the three of them. Over the years, besides the most trusted driver from their families, no outsider had ever set foot here. Shen Yu was locked out. He turned and left resentfully, while Chen Fan, inside, for some reason, couldn't help but burst into tears. In this life, after Chen Yu returned to the Chen family, although he was confident about many things and felt he had the upper hand, deep down, he always felt insecure. This insecurity was hard to erase. It came from the fear of death, from the inheritance of bloodline. No matter how well the Chens treated him, it couldn't change the fact that he was not their biological son. So at the Chen family home, He always felt like he was living on someone else's charity. And this secret base was the only place he felt truly belonged to him. The fact that Shen Yu had found this place made him feel even more adrift in this world. The other two were in a panic. Little fan, don't cry. Oh, you're breaking my heart. Sister Ruyan was wrong. I won't be so careless about letting people in again. Forgive me this time, please don't cry anymore. If you cry again, I'll... Shu Yu's face darkened. He couldn't stop his tears but looked at Shu Yu curiously. This made Shu Yu look straight into his tear-filled eyes. What is it? He asked curiously. Should I kick Shen Yu out of the Chen family for you? As expected of childhood friends who grew up together. Shu Yu knew exactly what he was worried about. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt with both hands. It must be said that at this moment, he was truly a little tempted, but reason ultimately won over desire. Sister Yu. No. It's okay. I was just a little overwhelmed for a moment. It'll be fine after a while. Shu Yu leaned back on the sofa, gently closing her eyes, only to find that whether her eyes were open or closed, her mind was filled with the image of him crying. Shu Yu felt very frustrated. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. Thinking it was Shen Yu coming back, Shu Yu went to open the door with a gloomy face. The delivery guy saw the girl in front of him exuding a cold aura, and his legs trembled a bit. That is, your food is here. The delivery guy handed several full bags of food to the girl in front of him, turned around, and fled. Shu Yu brought the bags of food back into the house. By now, his emotions had stabilized. She blinked in confusion. Was I that scary? Why did the delivery guy run away after one look at me? He burst out laughing. Haha, Sister Yu, if you try a little harder, you might be able to make children stop crying. When your own kids see you angry in the future, they probably won't dare to make a sound. He was laughing, and the atmosphere around Shu Yu also softened. Making children stop crying. My future child probably won't like to cry, right? Shu Yu said as she put down the bags in her hands. Liu Ruyan, what did you buy? So many bags. Liu Ruyan's guilty feelings also eased a lot. If she hadn't let Shen Yu in, he wouldn't have cried. Her voice was a bit choked up. Well, I bought a little of all your favorite things. This bag is steak and salmon, this one is snacks, and this one is drinks. He took the bag of steak and salmon and headed to the kitchen. He too wait a bit, food will be ready soon. The two girls nodded obediently behind him. Then, he was busy in the kitchen. Shu Yu and Liu Ruyan exchanged a glance and went to the glasshouse together. Yu, it seems Shen Yu has affected little fan much more than we thought. He's been so engrossed in his studies lately, and when we met on weekends, he seemed fine. I never expected. I didn't expect it either. He doesn't need to pay that much attention to that kid. Shu Yu stared unblinkingly at his busy figure. Liu Ruyan ruffled her fluffy hair. Hey, how can you not pay attention? You don't know how nasty the rumors outside have been recently. I don't know if little fan has heard them. Shu Yu frowned, asking doubtfully, what are the people outside saying? She had been at the Chu family's old mansion for her final review before the college entrance exam. She only came out for a breath of fresh air during their weekly Saturday gatherings. Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes. You actually don't know. Well, that's right, your family definitely wouldn't bother you at this stage. Recently, there's a rumor going around that the Chen family is planning to send Chen Fan back to his old home and make him pay back the money they spent on him over the years. I don't know who started it, but it's obviously fake. Uncle Chen and Auntie Chen love little Fan so much, how could they do that? I'm telling you, this must have something to do with that Shen Yu. Shu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she gently clenched her fist. No. Leave this to me. Liu Ruyan nodded. Shu Yu had finished her college entrance exams, so there was no need to worry about anything affecting her anymore. Besides, who was more suitable to handle this matter than the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Jinshan? He saw the two of them spacing out in the glasshouse, and waved at them. Sister Yu, Sister Ruyan, get ready to eat. Shu Yu and Liu Ruyan returned to the living room one after another. He had already placed the seared steak on the table. Sister Yu, you're good with a knife, you go slice the salmon. Sister Ruyan, you go prepare the fruit juice. He skillfully assigned tasks to the two girls, while he followed Shu Yu into the kitchen. Shu Yu's lifelong dream was to become a life-saving doctor. Although this dream of hers was destined to be buried, not everyone's dream can be realized. Sometimes life is just like that, unreasonable. It never asks your name, nor does it care about your family background. It just does what it thinks is right. Sister Yu, do you have any regrets? Shu Yu's slender, fair neck didn't seem to match her personality at all. Regret what? Her voice, in its clear coldness, held a tenderness reserved only for him. Well, didn't Sister Yu want to study medicine? Now you can only study business. Won't Sister Yu regret it? Shu Yu smiled, and shook her head. Silly little Fan, there are some things we can't control. Not to mention whether I can study medicine, even if I were to willfully go and study medicine, What would happen to the Chu family? It's true that the Chu family has many other children, but it's not that I'm arrogant, but I'm afraid the Chu family would decline in their hands. A century-old business ruined by my dream. Then it would no longer be a dream, but something that would crush many people. There are some responsibilities I must bear. But Sister Yu still hopes that her little fan can do whatever he wants. He pouted. I want to see Sister Yu in a white coat. Yu finally showed her truest smile of the day. Little fan likes uniforms. It's okay, I'll wear one for you to see in the future. What's taking you two so long to slice the salmon? The steak is going to get cold. Liu Ruian noisily burst in. Yu placed the sliced salmon on a plate, turned around, and handed it to Liu Ruian. It's done. Let's go. Liu Ruian looked at the plate in her hand. Yu, you're so lazy. Can't you bring it out yourself? The three of them began to. The lively meal seemed to make everyone forget the small detail of Shen Yu's earlier appearance. At that moment, Shen Yu was returning to the Chen family home, fuming. Mother Chen was in the living room arranging flowers, humming a little tune as she were. Shen Yu glanced around before walking over to her side. Mom, he greeted her gently. Over the past month, he believed his relationship with Mother Chen had progressed significantly. Except for the time he had tried to get Chen Fan thrown out, she had always been gentle and kind to him. She fulfilled all his requests, buying him many new clothes and expensive watches. He thought to himself that this was how it should be between a real mother and son. That piece of trash, Shen Fan, would sooner or later lose Mother Chen's favor. Seeing her well-behaved son, Mother Chen couldn't help but smile. Shen Yu had been very good recently, no longer causing conflicts with Chen Fan. This made her very happy. What is it, Yu? Where did you go today? On my way home just now, I saw something. Mother Chen looked at Shen Yu curiously. Saw what? Share it with me. Mom, I saw a brother with two women, the two girls who often come to our house. The three of them went into a villa, talking and laughing. I even saw one of the girls with her arm around his shoulder. Shen Yu watched Mother Chen's expression. He saw her face darken with anger, and she even snapped the flower stem in her hand. He decided to press his advantage. Mom, isn't Chen Fan's behavior a bit inappropriate? It will seriously damage our family's reputation. He's so young and already bringing women home. Shen Yu grew more animated as he spoke, already imagining the scene of Mother Chen kicking Chen Fan out for disgracing the family name. Therefore, he completely missed the increasingly ugly look on his mother's face. Shen Yu, what are you talking about? He is your brother, how can you speak so ill of him? Shen Yu looked at Mother Chen, both shocked and confused. Shouldn't she be furious and go find Chen Fan to throw him out? Why was she scolding him instead? Mom, I'm not slandering him. I really saw him and two women go into a villa. Mother Chen was so angry she clutched her chest. Yu and Liu Ruian were two children who had grown up with Chen Fan. Their families lived nearby, and as children, the three were inseparable. To her, Yu and Liu Ruian were like her own daughters. She knew their character very well. She just couldn't believe that Shen Yu, whom she thought had finally settled down, would say such things. If outsiders heard this, what would they think? Mother Chen took a deep breath. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Go back to your room. Someone will bring your dinner up. Shen Yu, still not giving up, looked at his mother. Go upstairs. Don't make me say it again. Mother Chen's voice was firm. Shen Yu stomped his foot in anger, grabbed his bag, and went upstairs. He couldn't understand why Mother Chen was still so biased. He was clearly her biological son. Watching Shen Yu's back as he went upstairs, Mother Chen felt her strength drain away. She truly couldn't understand why the son she had given birth to could be so malicious. Since bringing him back, she and Father Chen had done everything to compensate him. They bought him whatever he wanted, and gave him a credit card with no limit, treating him with the utmost care. But why couldn't he tolerate her precious boy? She could feel Chen Fan's constant forbearance. But why was such a well-behaved boy like Chen Fan still being bullied? Did Shen Yu really want to force her to kick Chen Fan out? At dinner, Mother Chen recounted what had happened to Father Chen. He really said that. Mother Chen nodded sorrowfully. Yes. I never expected you to say such vicious things. Chen Fan is his brother. Why would he slander him like that? And Yu and Ruian, I watched those two girls grow up. Don't I know their character? What you said implies that Chen Fan is promiscuous, and with two girls at once. Old Chen, tell me, why can't you tolerate Chen Fan? We've clearly tried so hard to make it up to him. Does he really have to force me to drive my son away? Mother Chen's heart itched, and tears fell like broken pearls. Their family, from Father Chen down to Chen Fan, all four of them were kind-hearted people. She used to feel lucky that although the Chen family was wealthy, they didn't have the life or death struggles for inheritance like other prominent families. Firstly, the Chen family traditionally had few children, which meant fewer complications. Without property division, there were no inheritance disputes. Secondly, the Chen family motto was a harmonious family prospers. This had been their principle for hundreds of years since the family first rose to prominence. The Chen children were raised in such a family atmosphere. The mistresses of the Chen family were also typically women of good temperament and character from scholarly families. Therefore, Father and Mother Chen truly couldn't have imagined that Shen Yu would maliciously slander his own family. As adults, they had seen plenty of ugliness in the business world, but wasn't family supposed to be a place of complete relaxation? Who would want to engage in internal strife at home? Father Chen put down his chopsticks and turned towards the study. My dear, have you come to my study for a moment? I need to talk to him. Mother Chen nodded and went upstairs. She knocked on Shen Yu's door. You, come out for a moment. Shen Yu put a few eye drops in his eyes before slowly opening the door. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Mother Chen's heart softened a little, but she still decided to let her husband have a clear talk with him. Go to your father's study. He's waiting for you. After speaking, Mother Chen turned and left, completely missing the hateful look in Shen Yu's eyes behind her. When Shen Yu entered Father Chen's study, the room was filled with smoke. Father Chen pointed to the sofa opposite him, signaling for Shen Yu to sit. You, I heard about what happened today. Can you tell me what you were thinking? Father Chen didn't want to immediately blame the son he had just found. He wanted to hear Shen Yu's thoughts. After all, he was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Dad, what was I thinking? I want to ask what you and Mom are thinking. You two took the wrong baby right from my birth, leaving me to live a life worse than death with the Li family for 16 years. My foster parents loved to gamble. Whether he won or lost, my foster father would beat people. In those years, there wasn't a single unbruised spot on my body. There were even a few times he nearly smashed my head in with a wine bottle. Dad, for those 16 years, Shen Fan took my father, my mother, my home, and the life that was supposed to be mine. He grew up wearing designer clothes, riding in luxury cars, showered with love. And what about me? What about me, Dad? Did you and Mom ever think about me? I am your real son. That Shen Fan is the son of the Li family. Isn't it enough that he enjoyed over a decade of luxury? He should go back to that house to atone for me, to make up for the suffering I endured all those years. I just want him gone. I want him to get out of my house, away from my parents. What did I do wrong? It's not like I asked to be swapped at birth. Isn't this your fault? Isn't it his fault? Shen Yu screamed out all the words he had been holding back. Father Chen was stunned into silence by his words. Shen Yu, seeing this, pressed his advantage again. Dad, in your eyes, there's only Chen Fan. What about me? He's just a bastard child. I am the true young master of the Chen family. What you two owe me, you must repay. What Chen Fan took from me, he must return. Father Chen slowly came to his senses. He seemed to understand why this child had become this way. It was resentment, injustice, greed, and a twisted personality. Son, let me ask you a question. Father Chen took off his glasses and looked at Shen Yu gently. If your foster parents hadn't died in an accident, how would you have treated them after returning to the Chen family? Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. Dad, what kind of question is that? Since I've returned to the Chen family, everything should just go back to its proper course. Send Chen Fan back to the Li family, and his foster parents can have him take care of them in their old age. If that doesn't work, then in consideration of them raising me for 16 years, I could give them a sum of money to send them away. What else could they want? To continue being my parents. Then where would that leave you two? Am I right, Dad? Father Chen rubbed the bridge of his nose and slowly closed his eyes, lost in thought. Shen Yu waited for a long time until he felt a little restless and couldn't help but speak up. Dad, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Shouldn't things return to their rightful place? Should we just let a mistake continue? Father Chen waved his hand, cutting Shen Yu off. How exactly did your foster parents die? Shen Yu suddenly froze, and where Father Chen couldn't see, he clenched his fists. It was an accident. All right, you can go out. If you need anything, just tell your mother. Shen Yu left the study. On the way back to his room, he saw Mother Chen and Chen Fan in the main living room. Chen Fan was gently nestled against Mother Chen, whispering something. The gentle smile on Mother Chen's face was dazzlingly bright. After Shen Yu left, Father Chen called a trusted subordinate and asked him to investigate the deaths of the Li couple to see if there was anything suspicious. Father Chen had a nagging feeling that their accidental deaths might not be so simple. If they really did die in a common accident, that would be for the best. If not, Father Chen had never felt so troubled. To him, these matters were far more difficult than the deceptions and struggles of the business world. At the end of June, Shu Yu's college entrance exam scores were announced. As expected, she had won the title of top scorer in Jinshin. Due to her family's background, Shu Yu also became the most mysterious top scorer in history. Apart from those who knew her, no one knew what Jinshin's top scorer, Shu Yu, looked like. Previous top scorers had graced the front pages of all major newspapers in Jinshin, but not this year. Even when Chen Jian was the top scorer, it had been a huge event for a long time. The young lady of the Chu family in Jincheng had probably become the most mysterious figure of her generation among the top elite families. As for why the Chu family kept her so hidden, it traced back to her maternal grandfather. The children of wealthy families could show their faces, but the third generation descendants of high-ranking political families could not be so casual. Besides, Shu Yu herself was a low-key person. In this respect, Li Ruian was her complete opposite. She loved the spotlight, the stage, and the feeling of being admired by thousands. When Shu Yu enrolled, she didn't let her family take her. Instead, she brought Chen Fan and Li Ruian with her to Jincheng University. Chen Jian was already waiting at the school gate, watching as that damned girl Chu Yu appeared with her precious baby brother and another damned girl. Baby brother, my precious baby brother, are you tired? Why did you come all the way to Jincheng University in this heat? Did you miss me? Sis, Chen Fan, Shu Yu, and Li Ruian all greeted Chen Jiang. I'm not tired. Have you been waiting long? Let's hurry inside. Chen Fan smiled sweetly at Chen Jiang. The other departments at Jincheng University started a week earlier than the freshmen, which was why Chen Jian hadn't come to school with the three of them. She glanced at the two damned girls standing next to her brother, finding them more and more displeasing. She pouted, let's go. I'll take you to register. You're late. Registration for today ends in 2 hours. Shu Yu was always very gentle with Chen Fan's family. As a child, she had spent more time at the Chen residence than her own. She was very familiar with Chen Jiang. Sister Chen Jian, Fan couldn't wake up this morning, and it was too hot at noon. I was worried he couldn't take it, so we had to come at this time to register. I hope you understand. Only then did Chen Jian nod. That's more like it. You do have some conscience. Alright. The four of them strolled through the Jincheng University campus, the lush green trees providing some coolness in the hot summer. Unseen by them, many students were staring. Whoa, the two girls with Senior Chen are so beautiful, even more beautiful than Senior Chen herself. Yeah, and they're two different types of beauties. The one on the left is cool and noble, you can tell she's from a rich family. The one on the right has the sharp features I like. Her looks could beat any idol in the entertainment industry. Oh my god, I prefer the young man between them. What do? I think I'm turning gay. How can he be so cute? I want to protect him. I wonder what their relationship is. It feels like that boy has chemistry with both girls. I'm so curious. The surrounding students whispered about the group of four. Except for Chen Fan, who was looking around curiously, the gazes of the other three were all fixed on him. Sis, your business school is so big and beautiful. Chen Fan suddenly wished time would pass faster. He also wanted to enter a university campus soon. Chen Jian ruffled her brother's hair. So, do you want to join the business school? Then I can protect you. Chen Fan stepped back to avoid her hand. Sis, don't mess up my hair. Besides, even if I get into the business school next year, you'll be a senior. Seniors have internships, right? Where would you find the time to protect me? And anyway, I want a major in literature. Hearing her brother, Shen Jian laughed heartily. Oh, the literature department. That's good. The literature department has a lot of girls, so there won't be any random, messy girls hanging around my precious baby brother. That puts my mind at ease. Li Ruian, who was intently watching Chen Fan, suddenly blinked. Where are these random, messy girls? Chen Jian pointed at the other two. Aren't you two the random, messy girls? She saw them surrounding her brother. As a woman, she could clearly see that the way these two looked at her brother was not the look of ordinary friends. She had watched these two girls grow up. Both their family background and character were top-notch. In all these years, she hadn't met any girls more outstanding than them. It was just that her brother was still young and seemed clueless. She didn't know if his future wife would be chosen from one of these two, but that was a matter for the future. Right now, her brother was still young, 2 years away from being an adult. If these two damned girls dared to do anything before her brother came of age, she would definitely break their legs. Just kidding, Chen Fan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Right, you two are the random, messy girls. Stay away from me. Haha. The four of them laughed and joked as they headed to the business school's registration area. Chen Jian, familiar with the place, led Shu Yu to a table. The male student sitting behind the table stood up when he saw Chen Jiang. President. Chen Jian was the president of the business school's student union. She nodded at the male student. Help my sister with her registration. She won't be staying in the dorms, so you don't need to assign her a room. The male student's eyes were fixed on the person Chen Jian called her sister. He knew Chen Jian was the young lady of the Chen family in Jincheng, so Chen Jian's sister must be at least from the Chen family circle, another wealthy young lady. He watched as the girl signed her name on the registration form, Shu Yu. Shu Yu. This girl was this year's top scorer in Jincheng. He never expected Shu Yu to be so beautiful. He had thought she must be unattractive, which was why she didn't dare to accept interviews. He took out his phone, intending to sneak a picture of Shu Yu to send to his roommates, but he was caught by a young man with them. Hey, mister, Are you trying to take a sneak picture? Chen Fan asked directly, without any politeness. That's not allowed. Caught in the act, the male student was a bit flustered. Chen Fan nodded gently. It's not allowed. If you've already taken it, could you please delete it? Chen Jiang frowned. Just do your job properly. Since when did you learn to take sneak photos? This person was a member of her student union. She didn't expect him to be so ignorant and do something like this, embarrassing her in front of her brother. The male student was so scared his face turned pale. Chen Jian usually seemed easygoing and friendly, but she was terrifying when angry. He still vividly remembered how she had looked when a student union member made a mistake before. I am sorry, President. I didn't mean to. The male student tried to explain. Liu Ruyan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's alright, it's alright. Mister, this friend of mine is camera shy and especially dislikes having her picture taken. How about this, you can take a picture of me instead. I love having my picture taken. Ha ha. The male student looked gratefully at the girl who had spoken up for him. Xu Yu's registration was quickly completed. She held her documents and left with Chen Jiang. Before leaving, Shen Jian shot a cold glare at the male student. It wasn't until the four of them were far away that the student breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat running down his back. After some thought, he still picked up his phone and sent a message to his dorm's group chat. Guys, I just registered Xu Yu. Senior Chen brought her. Xu Yu is this year's Jinshin top scorer. So, is she pretty? Extremely pretty. The kind of noble young lady who's obviously been raised in a very, very rich family. She has this strangers, stay away vibe. Haha, really? Did you get a photo? Let us see, don't even mention it. I was about to sneak a picture for you guys but was stopped by a kid with them. That kid was fierce. What a jerk. It's not like he was taking a picture of him. Why did he have to interfere? So no see. The male student turned off his screen and sat quietly, waiting to register the next person, but he couldn't forget the cool, noble girl from before and felt a slight resentment towards the nosy young man. Xu Yu didn't live in the dorms. The Lanting Villa area, closest to Jinshin University, was a project developed by the Chu family. Naturally, they had reserved the largest and best located unit for her. After finishing the registration, the four of them went to what would be Chu Yu's home for the next few years. Sister Chen Jian, there's also a unit in Lanting that belongs to Chen Fan. You can come and stay. Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? A unit for me? What do you mean? Xu Yu pointed to the adjacent house, which looked similar in size. That one is reserved for you. Before Chen Fan could reply, Shen Jiang jumped up. No way, the environment here is not bad. Our family can buy one ourselves. After all, Shen Fan is coming to Jinshin University next year. You damned girl, are you trying to use money to win over my brother? Our Chen family might not be as rich as your Chu family, but we're not short of money for a villa like this. Hearing this, Xu Yu rarely showed embarrassment, a faint blush appearing on her fair face. Sister Chen Jian, I'm not. She wanted to say she wasn't trying to use money to win him over, she just wanted to give him a gift. Besides, he could use it next year. Chen Fan pulled back his husky like sister. Says, don't bully Sister Yu. You know she didn't mean it like that. Then he turned to the flustered Xu Yu. Sister Yu, I appreciate your kind gesture. But this villa is really too valuable. I really like this place. How about this? Tonight I'll ask my dad to transfer the money for the villa to you, okay? Chen Fan, no need for money, Xu Yu said, looking up. Liu Ruyan, who had been touring the villa, came over and slung an arm around Xu Yu's neck. Yu, where's mine? Where's mine? Don't play favorites, you give one to Chen Fan but not to me. Xu Yu knew Liu Ruyan was giving her an out, otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. You have one too. I didn't know which one you'd like. This development has just opened and hasn't officially gone on sale yet. You can pick one and I'll transfer the title to you. She then looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, see, I'm giving Ruyan one too, so can you please not refuse me? Liu Ruyan smiled beside her. She definitely wouldn't accept the house, but staying over at Xu Yu's place for a few days was fine. Chen Fan didn't want to dwell on the matter. A villa wasn't something outrageously precious, but he really couldn't just accept something from Xu Yu for free, no matter how good their relationship was. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. Chen Jiang saw that her brother had a plan in mind and didn't say more. I wouldn't want to stay here anyway. As the great president of the student union, I have too much to do at school. I have to live in the dorms. Chen Jiang declined Xu Yu's offer to stay. Xu Yu secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness Sister Chen Jiang didn't want to move in. The house she had decorated for Chen Fan wasn't ready for anyone else to stay in yet, not even his sister. That evening at home, Chen Fan went to Father Chen's side and gently took his arm. Dad, do you know how much a villa at Lanting costs? Father Chen looked at him curiously. Does Chen Fan want to buy one? We could. It's close to Jinshin University. I heard from your mother that you want to apply to Jinshin University, right? It would be convenient to live there then. Mother Chen also nodded. Lanting is a nice place. It's rare to find such a good villa complex in the city. Shen Yu, who was engrossed in his phone, suddenly interjected. Brother is planning to buy a villa. Are you planning to move out? He thought that if a villa could get Chen Fan to leave, he could accept it. It would be best if he was that sensible. Chen Fan ignored him. No, Dad. Sister Yu gave me one. I feel it's not right to accept such a valuable gift from her, so I wanted you to transfer the money to her. Shen Yu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, she gave you a villa. What's your relationship that she can give you something so valuable? He was shocked that the other three completely ignored him. Father Chen put down his newspaper. That Yu girl is too kind. It's not right to accept such a valuable gift right now. Alright, leave this to me. But Shu Yu is really capable, even becoming the top scorer. The top scorer. That mysterious Jinshin top scorer, the young lady of the Chu family, Shu Yu, was the girl with his brother. Shen Yu suddenly realized he might have misunderstood something. He thought the two friends of Chen Fan were from poor families, especially since they were in such a small villa last time. He never expected one of them to be Chu Yu. Over the past few months, influenced by his classmates, he had gained a deep understanding of the major families in Jinshin. He naturally knew what the Chu family did and had heard of Chu Yu. He just never connected the dots until now. So the girl next to Chen Fan was Chu Yu. The Chu family surpassed the Chen family in both wealth and influence. He couldn't tolerate Chen Fan clinging to the Chu family's coattails. Chen Fan deserved to go back to the poor life of the Li family. Shen Yu lowered his head to play with his phone, hiding the look in his eyes. Ever since his talk with Father Chen, he felt that his parents had become a bit distant, yet they gave him more spending money, which confused him. He didn't want to understand it either. This feeling of luxury and indulgence was just too wonderful. His classmates all knew he was the true young master of the Chen family and constantly flattered him, always surrounding him when they went out. This kind of life was truly amazing. And so, Shu Yu began her university life. Chen Fan also plunged into the intense studies of his senior year of high school. He didn't ask Father Chen if he had given the villa money to Chu Yu, but he trusted that his father would not take advantage of her. During his senior year, he studied hard every day. Occasionally, when Chu Yu had no classes, she would come back to Jinshin No. 1 high school to have lunch with him and Liu Ruian. Their weekly Saturday gatherings were sometimes cancelled due to his studies, leading Liu Ruian to laugh in frustration. Chen Fan, why are you working so hard? Is your Chen family aiming for 2 top scorers? Chu Yu chimed in from the side. Chen Fan has been at the top of his grade for years. Getting the top scorer title should be as easy as flipping his hand. Liu Ruian sprawled on the sofa, exasperated. This is so annoying. You two are so good at studying. It's like I'm the only dumb one. Our top scorers as common as cabbage. Why are there so many around me? Haha, Sister Ruian. Everyone has their specialty. Look, you can sing and dance. We don't know how to do that. We can only study. In his senior year, Liu Ruian finally found her calling. She prepared to apply to the Jinshin Film Academy. When she told her grandfather and parents about this, they were so angry they almost beat her to death. I heard my grandfather's exact words were, "You useless thing, are you trying to send me to an early grave? If it weren't for your brother, our Liu family's legacy would have ended with you, acting, singing, dancing. A daughter of the Liu family has to go out and show her face. What will my old friends think of me? I don't expect you to become a great calligrapher or painter, but at the very least, you should do things that a scholarly family should do." Liu Ruian knelt in her grandfather's study for 3 days before getting her family's approval. Of course she would never admit that she knelt. This was told to Chen Fan by her extremely talented younger brother, Liu Ruian. Liu Ruian said with some regret, "It's a pity I can't go to the same university as you guys. Luckily, the Film Academy isn't far from Jinshin University, otherwise." Chu Yu greatly admired Liu Ruian. She had the courage to pursue her dreams, and her family, despite their initial disapproval, ultimately chose to support her. As for herself, she could only drift further and further away from her ideals. With only a few days left before his and Liu Ruian's college entrance exams, Chen Fan had already requested a leave of absence from his readers, asking to stop updating for a few days. His readers would never have guessed that the author they followed was a cute high school boy. Shen Yu, who used to be able to maintain a top position at No. 3 high school, had let his grades plummet after transferring to No. 1 high school, spending all his time with his new friends. Before the exam, Father Chen asked him about his university aspirations. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Dad, with our family's resources, can't you get me into Jinshin University?" Father Chen was a bit speechless. Over the past year, although Chen Yu no longer targeted Chen Fan as much, he had become too self-indulgent. What could they do? He and his wife owed this child. They couldn't make up for the emotional debt, so they could only compensate with material things. Then which major do you want to get into? We can get you into Jinshin University, but not just any department. Think carefully and let me know in advance so I can make arrangements. Shen Yu nodded dismissively and sauntered upstairs. Hey, what difference does a major make? Does this old man really expect me to study hard in university? I'm just waiting to inherit the family fortune. In the end, Shen Yu chose the jewelry design major at Jinshin University, a program mostly filled with children from wealthy families. Shen Fan chose the literature major he had long decided on, preparing to delve deep into his beloved field of writing. The college entrance exam arrived quietly with the hot summer breeze. Unsurprisingly, Chen Fan brought home the Chen family's second provincial top scorer title, making father and mother Chen so happy they boasted to their friends and relatives for days. In early July, both Chen Fan and Shen Yu received their admission notices from Jinshin University. But for the Chen family, a more important event was their coming-of-age ceremony in half a month, their 18th birthday. Last year, not long after Chen Yu was brought back, they had their 17th birthday. Due to the college entrance exams, the Chen family didn't hold a large celebration. Shen Yu had thrown a tantrum about it at the time. He had originally planned to use the opportunity to introduce himself to the major and minor families of Jinshin, this legitimate young master, and hopefully humiliate Chen Fan in some way. But the Chen family had just had a simple family dinner to celebrate their birthdays. The 18th coming-of-age ceremony for the young masters of the Chen family was organized to be incredibly grand. Invitations had been sent out long ago. Chen Fan and Chen Yu also invited their respective classmates. Major luxury fashion brands sent their design teams to their home to help the two young masters select their formal wear. Chen Fan chose a Channel haute couture suit that suited him best. Chen Yu initially wanted to choose the same but felt Channel wasn't prestigious enough for him, so he opted for the more high-end brand, Hermes. The night before the ceremony, Shen Yu made a phone call. Hello, old man. Did you see the message I sent you earlier? Remember to come tomorrow. If you get it done, I'll give you $1 million. If not... He sat on the rocking chair on his balcony, looking at the starry sky, feeling that everything was beautiful. If only that other person didn't exist. The old man on the other end of the line seemed to be making a very difficult decision. On the day of his birthday, Shen Fan was woken up early by Mother Chen. Shen Fan, hurry and get up. Sister Yu and Sister Ruiyan are waiting for you downstairs. You can go out and play first, just be back before the party starts. Shen Fan rubbed his sleepy, sparkling eyes. Mom, why do they always come looking for me so early in the morning? Sob, I want to sleep in. Mother Chen looked at her son's drowsy appearance, her heart melting. My sweet baby, hurry and get up. Don't keep your good friends waiting downstairs for too long. Mother Chen turned to leave, thoughtfully closing the door for him. Shen Fan had no choice but to sit up, sighing softly. After the college entrance exam, he had completely relaxed, using this time to make up for lost updates for his readers. Last night, he had stayed up until 2 or 3 am before sleeping. Yu, Liu Ruiyan, just you wait. When you want to sleep in, I'll come and wake you up too. Eve, so annoying. His formal suit had arrived the previous night, along with several of Channel's latest seasonal collections. He chose a light blue suit, selecting matching shoes and accessories from the same brand. Then, he picked up a white Gabrielle bag, checked himself in the mirror, and went downstairs looking handsome. Yu and Liu Ruiyan were sitting on the sofa in the Chen family's living room. They saw him hopping down the stairs like a little white rabbit. His constitution was special, he never seemed to tan no matter how much sun he got. His cool-toned fair skin, paired with the light blue suit, made him look both youthful and handsome. Yu unconsciously licked her lips, feeling her gulp was a bit loud. Shen Fan, happy 18th birthday, Yu's voice was as clear and cool as ever. Fan, congratulations on becoming an adult, you're a big boy now, said Liu Ruiyan, who was the same age as him but had a birthday in March. Shen Fan responded sweetly, thank you, Sister Yu. Thank you, Sister Rin. This big boy will definitely be more mature from now on and won't bully you two anymore. Haha, bully us all you want. We're used to being bullied. Let's go see the coming-of-age gift Sister Yu and I prepared for you. Curiously, Shen Fan followed the two of them out of the Chen family's main gate, only to see a platinum-colored convertible supercar parked at the entrance. Its smooth lines and handsome color scheme made it look like a supercar descended from heaven. Liu Ruiyan, as if showing off, bounced to the side of the car and, from somewhere, produced an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Now that Chen Fan is an adult, he can get his driver's license. I'm giving you a car first. Your first car in life is a gift from me, see if you like it. It perfectly matches your ethereal fairy boy vibe. When you drive it out, you'll surely mesmerize thousands of girls. Although Chen Fan was a boy, he wasn't particularly interested in cars. But a car with such high aesthetic appeal was impossible for anyone to refuse, right? Whoa, Sister Ruiyan, this is too valuable. Besides, I don't even know when I'll get my license. He really liked it and felt a bit reluctant to refuse. Liu Ruian waved her hand. It's for my little brother Chen Fan's coming-of-age ceremony. Besides, look here. She pointed to a series of letters on the car door. It's engraved with your name. If you don't accept it, where else am I supposed to find a second Chen Fan? Come on Fan, if you don't mind, let me take you for a spin. The suggestion tempted Chen Fan. But this ethereal convertible supercar only had 2 seats, and there were 3 of them. Hey, Shu Yu saw his glance and immediately understood. She quickly took the gift box from his hand, opened it in a flash, revealing the car key inside. Then, Shu Yu swiftly got into the driver's seat. She raised an eyebrow at Liu Ruian and then looked at Chen Fan gently. Chen Fan, Ruian just got her license, her driving skills aren't great yet. Let me take you for a ride. Chen Fan grinned and slipped into the passenger seat. With a vroom, Shu Yu sped away with him, leaving Liu Ruian jumping up and down on the spot. Shu Yu, you're too much. You just took my Chen Fan away like that. I'm so mad. Liu Ruian stumped her feet until even the car's exhaust smoke was out of sight. Then she turned back into the Chen villa and complained to Mother Chen for a while. Auntie, Yu is being so mean. She kidnapped Chen Fan. Let's go get them back. Mother Chen looked tenderly at the vibrant girl before her. Alright. I'll call them later and tell them to come back soon. Shu Yu drove very steadily. Once out of the villa complex, she headed straight west. 5 kilometers west of the complex was a large jasmine garden. Every year in July was the peak blooming season for jasmine. A kilometer away from the garden, the pure fragrance of jasmine began to waft towards them. The gentle morning breeze blew past the 2 of them. In that moment, Chen Fan felt a rare sense of peace. Shu Yu steadily parked the car at the entrance of the garden. The garden wasn't open to visitors at this hour, but she led him inside with familiarity. They reached the nearest observation deck. Whoa, it's so beautiful. I love it, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. From behind, Shu Yu watched him without blinking. The sea of flowers before him was beautiful, and he was like a spirit lost among them. Shu Yu took out the gift she had prepared long ago. Chen Fan, Sister Yu's coming-of-age gift for you. Chen Fan turned around to see Shu Yu holding an exquisite velvet box, which looked like a jewelry box. Is it jewelry? Whoa, just looking at the box, I can tell it's a beautiful piece. He was very good at playing along. He took the box, gently opened it, and was stunned by the beauty before him. It was a bracelet made entirely of white and pink diamonds. The white diamonds were set around larger pink diamonds. The entire bracelet had a total of 18 pink diamonds and countless white ones. It radiated an aura of I am very expensive, I am very beautiful under the sun. Sister Yu, this is very expensive. Very, very expensive, isn't it? Having grown up in the Chen family, he had some knowledge of luxury jewelry. Although the individual pink diamonds on this bracelet weren't large, their color was exceptional. He estimated that the value of this bracelet was probably even higher than the villa at Lanting. He bit his lip, a little troubled. He couldn't casually accept such a valuable gift. But not accepting it would be a shame for such a beautiful bracelet. Seeing this, Shu Yu took the bracelet out, set the box aside, and put it on his wrist. Chen Fan, look how beautiful it is on your wrist. It can display its beauty, which is worth more than its monetary value, right? The bracelet fit his wrist perfectly, as if it were custom-made. He raised his hand and waved it towards the sun. The light from the diamond bracelet scattered around him. Sister Yu, where did you get so much money? The Chen family was very wealthy, but for him, or even his sister, to spend hundreds of millions on a bracelet at once was absolutely impossible. Although the Chu family was wealthier than the Chen family, they wouldn't give Chu Yu that much money to buy such an expensive coming-of-age gift for a boy from another family. Chu Yu stood on her toes and pinched his soft cheek. Come on, in your eyes, is your sister Yu that poor? He wrinkled his cute little nose. Sister Yu, you know that's not what I mean. Chu Yu smiled. I know. But can't Chen Fan allow me to have a little secret? Why so serious? The money for the bracelet was her pocket money from childhood, plus the money she earned from a financial company she founded in her freshman year of college. Her desire for material things was not strong, and her pocket money and New Year's money had accumulated to tens of millions. When she bought this bracelet, even though it instantly spent all the disposable pocket money she had, she didn't feel any regret. After all, spending money on him, letting him be free and comfortable, was perhaps a wish she very much wanted to fulfill. Chen Fan pouted. I'm not being serious. I'm just worried that after you bought this bracelet, you won't even have money for food. Shu Yu rarely laughed out loud. Haha, well, now that Chen Fan is an adult, do you have the ability to support me? Treat me to a meal. He nodded vigorously. Easy. After all, my monthly royalties can earn me a few thousand yuan now. Treating Sister Yu to a meal is a very simple matter. The 2 of them sat and talked for a while longer before his phone rang. Chen Fan, you are back yet? If you're any later, Ruyan will be angry. He and Shu Yu exchanged a glance. That's right, we left Sister Royan at home. She must be super mad. Haha, Sister Yu, let's hurry back. Yu nodded, and they left the garden together. When they got home, they saw Liu Ruian sitting on the sofa, angrily munching on an apple. When she saw the two of them walking together, she didn't know if she felt sour or angry. It was a strange feeling she had never experienced before. You two finally know the way back. Hell, don't you dare abandon me again. Liu Ruian took an apple from the fruit platter and threw it at them. A fruit platter flew straight towards Huvo. She caught it gracefully. Isn't that because the car you gave him only has 2 seats? Huvo casually sat down on the sofa, as Trinfam skipped over to Mother Trin's side. Mom, look at the birthday gift Sister Huvo gave me. Mother Trin took his hand to get a closer look. Oh my, Huvo, why did you give him something so valuable again? He nodded in agreement. Exactly. She even said that after buying the bracelet, she had no money for food and told me to treat her. Mother Trin tapped his wrinkled little nose. You little rascal, showing off your gains. You could treat her to meals for a lifetime and it still wouldn't be enough to buy this. He smiled sweetly, and nestled into his mother's embrace. In the living room, Huvo and Liu Nian had started talking. Huvo, what did you give Teufem? Did you just run out to give him a gift in secret? You're being too formal with me. Look, I brought my gift right to the Tran family's front door. Are we still sisters if you're sneaking around like this? A bracelet. To Liu Nian's barrage of questions, Huvo answered with just 2 words. It took Liu Nian a moment to process. A bracelet. So you did run out to give it to him secretly, but we're still sisters. Would it kill you to say a few more words? And why did you think of giving him a bracelet? Teufem doesn't usually like wearing jewelry. Look how cool the car I gave him is. His very first car was a gift from me. Aren't you jealous? Huvo ignored her, playing on her phone by herself on the sofa. Just then, Trin finally woke up. From the top of the stairs, he saw the 2 young women sitting in the living room. Oh, it's not even 10 o'clock, and these 2 beauties are already here for Trinfam. They're certainly eager. I just wonder if they'll still be clinging to him after tonight. I'm so curious. It was still early. Guests for Trinfam and Trinfam's coming of age ceremony wouldn't start arriving until at least 300 them. Huvo and Liu Nian stayed at the Tran residence for lunch. Auntie, I want to live at your house so badly. Your food is too delicious. I could eat 3 big bowls. Liu Nian flattered Mother Tran after the meal. Mother Tran was visibly pleased. Of course, come stay with Auntie Tran anytime, for as long as you like. You need to eat more and put on some weight. Look how thin you are. At this, Liu Nian feigned a little grievance. Isn't it because I'm trying to get into the film academy? You have to be a bit thinner to look good on camera. If I'd known, I would have just gone to the new Oriental Culinary School or something. Ha ha ha. Sister Nian, I think you should be a comedian. You're hilarious, Trinfam suggested from the side. Liu Nian wagged a finger. No, I'm destined to be a superstar. Besides, look at this face. What comedian has beauty like mine? Just then, Huvo's phone rang. She excused herself to the others and went into the garden to take the call. On the other end was her grandfather. They spoke briefly before hanging up. As Huvo was about to return to the living room, she heard the slightly familiar voice of a young man speaking. She hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but he mentioned Trinfam. So, she stood still and continued to listen. You 2 old folks, how much longer until you get here? The kid's name is Trinfam. Tonight, he'll be wearing a pink formal suit. Don't ask so many questions. Do you want the money or not? If you want the money, do as I say. Stop with the useless chatter, alright. You have 2 more hours. Hurry up. I'm hanging up now. The words were anything but friendly. The young man's gloomy, cruel tone signaled that his intentions toward Trinfam were malicious. Huvo thought for a moment. The familiar voice seemed to belong to Trinfam's younger brother, Trinvi. She clenched her fists and quietly exited the Tran house through a back door. Hello, it's me. Increase the security around the Tran residence tonight. No strangers are allowed in. If you see anyone suspicious, report to me immediately. Huvo called the captain of her family's security team. Her security staff were all from her maternal grandfather's side and were very reliable. After the call, Huvo returned to the living room as if nothing had happened. Trinfam was still wearing that pink suit, the pink diamond bracelet she had personally put on his left wrist. Huvo suddenly felt a wave of irritation. This was the first time she had paid any real attention to this Trinvi. From the content of his phone call, he was planning something harmful against Trinfam. Who gave him the nerve to plot against my Teufem? Trinfam seemed to notice that Huvo's mood was off. He sat down beside her, gently patting her arm and asking in a low voice, Sister Huvo, are you upset? You seem unhappy after that phone call. Huvo looked at him deeply and shook her head. I'm not upset. I'm very happy today. Before he could ask more, the top styling studio in Kimthan arrived at the house. Mother Trin quickly called him over to get ready. Teufem, you must look your best today. What boy this age doesn't like to dress up? Mom, go get my brother. I'll go first. He cast a worried glance back at Xiuvo. She gave him a reassuring look, and only then did he leave with the stylists. After he left, Liu Nian settled up to her. What's wrong with you? Xiufeng was right. You really do look a bit down. It's his birthday today. Xiuvu recounted the phone call she had overheard to Liu Nian. Like a lit firecracker, Liu Nian jumped up from her seat. What? What did you say? What is he planning to do? Xiuvu quickly pushed her back down and covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. Let's not tip him off. I've already arranged for people outside. The housemaids had already started looking over curiously. Liu Nian's brow furrowed tightly. Is that brother of his crazy? It's both of their birthdays today. If he causes trouble, it won't just embarrass Xiufeng, it will embarrass the entire Tran family. Xiuvu nodded. You can't expect everyone to be that considerate. I just didn't expect this kid the Tran family brought back would be so brainless. Liu Nian blinked blankly. I thought after we kicked him out of the villa last year, he would have stopped causing trouble. If that's the case, doesn't it prove? She paused before continuing. Doesn't it prove that he's always been bullying Xiufeng? That Xiufeng has been living in misery this whole time without ever telling us. Xiuvu waved her hand. Probably not. Xiufeng has a gentle nature, but he's not someone just anyone can bully. Besides, Uncle and Auntie Tran wouldn't let him bully Xiufeng. Today's matter must be something he's planned for a long time, wanting to deal Xiufeng a fatal blow. I just don't know what exactly he wants to do. On the phone, I heard him call the other party old folks. What old folks could possibly harm Xiufeng? Liu Nian's pretty face scrunched up in thought. Xiuvu rubbed her forehead. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. As long as I'm here, I refuse to believe anyone can harm Tran from right under my nose. At 300 BM, the guests for the Tran family's party began to arrive. The first to come were the S and Liu families. Seeing her energetic younger sister appear, Liu Nian felt a slight urge to hide. Liu Qingate saw her and gave her no chance to escape. Sister, where's brother Xiufeng? I want to go play with him. Liu Qingate was the incredibly gifted heiress of the Liu family. No one would have expected her to be such a lively and innocent little chatterbox. Liu Nian raised an eyebrow. Although her sister was mischievous and often caused trouble, no one had ever managed to bully her. Having her by turn from side might prove useful. So, she pointed upstairs. He's up there. Boys are so complicated. His styling has been going on for almost 2 hours. Go on up and play with him. He's probably bored. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Qingate shot up the stairs like a gust of wind. Brother Xiufeng, I'm here. Her shout could be heard throughout the entire villa. Mother Liu rubbed her forehead. So embarrassing. Thankfully, it's just our 3 families here right now. Otherwise, the gentle and ladylike image I've painstakingly built for Liu Qingate would be shattered. What did I do in a past life to deserve this? Why are both of my children so hyperactive? Each one is more like a husky than the last. The Liu family was, after all, a family of scholars and artists, yet the 2 children of this generation had such temperaments. Liu Nian was a lost cause, so Mother Liu could only try her best to shape Liu Qingate's image. Now, many people in Confronting believed Liu Qingate was a proper debutant. And this proper debutant of Confronting quickly found Tran from getting styled on the 2nd floor. He was just about to doze off when Liu Qingate's shout jolted him awake. Happy birthday, brother Xiufeng. Whoa, brother Xiufeng. Whoa, you're so handsome. So handsome. I love it. He looked at her helplessly. You little kid, don't run so fast on such a hot day. Liu Qingate spun around him again and again. Brother Xiufeng, you're acting like an old man again. You're only 2 years older than me. Why do you always call me a kid? He chuckled in response. Haha, today is my 18th birthday. After today, I'm not an old man anymore. I'm an adult. So of course, I can call a little rascal like you a kid. The styling session was finally coming to an end. The studio staff left one by one, leaving only 2 people to help him change into his formal wear. The suit was indeed not something he could put on by himself. It was a champagne and pink coordinated suit. The back was designed with thin, interwoven straps, and several butterfly bows were attached, making it look both elegant and slightly alluring. After getting dressed with the staff's help, he waved them away. Liu Qingate buzzed around him like a little bee, not stopping until he couldn't take it anymore, and held her back. Alright, Qingate, if you spin anymore, I'm going to get dizzy and faint. Brother Xiufeng, you're so handsome today. Liu Qingate wasn't flattering him in the least. He tapped her on the forehead with his finger. Your brother Xiufeng is handsome every day. Liu Qingate rubbed her nose. Every day handsome. Brother Xiufeng is the most handsome, but today is especially handsome. The 2 of them chatted in hushed tones for a while before a maid from the Tran family came to knock on the door. Young master, madam asks you to prepare to come downstairs. The guests have nearly all arrived. Your 18th birthday party is about to begin. Chunfam took one last look in the mirror, checking his makeup and clothes. He then led Liu Qingguide out. Mother Trun was already waiting for him at the top of the stairs, with Trunv standing beside her in an orange suit. Chunfam looked him up and down. Trunv had gotten fairer this year, but his complexion was still much darker than his. A sallow, dark complexion in orange, he really didn't know what he was thinking. When they were ordering the suits, Mother Trun had suggested a deep blue for Trunvi, but he refused. She didn't insist. Knowing that he would be descending the stairs with Mother Trun next, Liu Qingguide bid her farewell and took another route downstairs. Mother Trun smiled as she sent her off, then offered her arm for Trunfam to take, leading her two sons downstairs. The guests attending the coming of age ceremony for the young masters of the Tran family were, with the exception of a few of Trunfam's classmates from ordinary backgrounds, all wealthy and influential figures in Confronting, and even the whole country. The Tran family was an old money powerhouse. In recent years, Tran Zheng's success had been like a shot of adrenaline for the long-established prestigious family. After the Tran family took in the real young master last year, everyone paid close attention to them for a while, wanting to see if any drama would unfold. In the end, they waited a long time and saw no reaction from the Tran family. It was as if they had simply added another person to the household, with nothing else changing. Many people secretly guessed that the Tran family kept the former Trunfam around to save face. Therefore, the turnout for today's coming of age ceremony was exceptionally large. It could be said that some people were genuinely there to watch the drama unfold and see how the Tran family would ultimately treat the son with no blood relation. People gathered in the grand hall, greeting acquaintances and catching up. Suddenly, they heard whispers from those around them. Mrs. Tran is bringing her sons down. The one on the left must be Trunvi, right? The biological son they found last year. Yes, the one in the orange suit. Trunfam is the one on Mrs. Tran's right. I feel a bit disappointed. This Trunv looks so provincial. How could he not? He lived in a poor family for over a decade, after all. But he's been back with the Tran family for a year. Why hasn't he improved? Who knows? The main thing is that this Trunfam is just too handsome, like a prince. With a jade like him as a comparison, it's a pity he's no longer the Tran family's biological son. At this, the person next to him suddenly brightened up. If he's not the Tran family's biological son, then does that mean I could propose a marriage alliance with Trunfam? That's right. My family isn't as powerful as the Tran family anyway. Before, it was out of reach, but now, wouldn't it be Trunfam marrying up to me? Once I marry him, I can do whatever I want. This thought wasn't unique to him. Many families in the hall had the same idea. Previously, their family status was weaker than the Tran families, so they couldn't propose to Trunfam. But now, marrying a fake young master of the Tran family seemed like a win-win. They could receive the Tran family's support and also get a handsome man like Trunfam. He was truly beautiful. His beauty was a contradiction, like a green pine tree growing under the bright sun. Those who knew him knew he had an excellent temperament, perfect for taking home as a husband. With a personality like his, even if they were unfaithful in the future, he probably wouldn't get angry, right? Most importantly, he was so handsome. The suit he wore today looked as if it were custom-made for him. It showed off his excellent figure, and his tall, straight posture was deeply etched in everyone's minds. The diamond bracelet on his wrist sparkled even more dazzlingly under the lights. That bracelet on his slender, fair hand was captivating. Xiu Vu stood with her family at the very front. She looked up at him as he slowly descended the stairs, feeling as though a prince had descended from heaven and walked straight into her heart. Father Trun looked at his wife and sons, nodding with satisfaction. This was his family, the relatives who made him proud. He gestured for Mother Tran and Trunvi to stand by his side. Tran Jime, who had been waiting nearby, also quietly stood close to Trunfam. Father Trun clapped his hands, and the guests fell silent, waiting for the authoritative head of the Tran family to give his opening speech. Dear relatives, friends, and partners. I, Tran Chin Van, welcome you to the 18th birthday celebration of my sons, Trunfam and Trunvi. Tran Chin Van patted Trunvi's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you have not met my younger son, correct? This is my youngest son, Tranvi. He was in poor health before and was recuperating abroad, only returning to the country last year. You would say hello to your uncles and aunts. This was the narrative the Tran family had prepared in advance. Although those present basically knew about the switch at birth incident, it couldn't be spoken of publicly. Therefore, Father Trun only told everyone that Trun had been recuperating abroad and returned last year, making no mention of Trunfam's situation. Although this was for the Tran family's reputation, it was mostly for Trunfam's sake. Father and Mother Trun deeply understood the importance these prestigious families placed on blood inheritance. They might not be able to change others' private thoughts, but at least on the surface, they would not allow him to be gossiped about. Trunv stood before his father, proudly greeting everyone, completely unconcerned with the wording of the introduction. Anyway, after today, your face will be completely lost. Hello, uncles and aunts. I am the son of the Tran family, Trunvi. I hope for your guidance in the future. Chunvi showed no shyness. He smiled and nodded at those present, then stepped back behind his father, only to hear his father's voice become excited and proud. Of course, besides the major event of my son's coming of age, I have another announcement to make. Ahaha, my son, Trunfam, achieved the outstanding rank of top scholar of Fimthang in this year's college entrance exams. Haha, our Tran family now has 2 top scholars. This sounded familiar to everyone. When Tran John became the top scholar years ago, Tran Shin Van had boasted just like this at his coming of age ceremony. Hearing it again today, people felt a mix of resignation and admiration. As Father Tran's voice fell, the handsome young man smiled at the crowd below, once again capturing the hearts of countless young women. The coming of age ceremony was divided into 2 parts. The first was after Father Tran's opening speech, where everyone would disperse to enjoy themselves and have afternoon tea. The second was before dinner, where guests would present their coming of age gifts and watch the main characters cut the cake. After dinner, they could leave at their leisure. So, after Father Tran's speech concluded, everyone scattered to find their own entertainment. The Tran residence was vast, and accommodating so many people for entertainment was absolutely not a problem. In the sweltering weather, the middle-aged people, whose stamina couldn't match the youth, stayed in the banquet hall to chat with acquaintances. A girl with pink hair found her parents sitting and talking in the hall. This girl was the second daughter of the Truong group, a construction conglomerate in Kimthan. Although the Truong family's financial power was far less than the Tran family's, they were still a well-known family in Kimthan. This second Miss Truong was one of those who had been scheming with her friends in a corner about proposing to Trinfam. Fearing her friends would beat her to it, she couldn't wait any longer, and went to find her parents. Second Miss Truong was the youngest daughter, doted on by President Truong and his wife. Dad, Mom, I want to marry Trinfam. Go to the Tran family and propose for me. Mrs. Truong covered her mouth in shock, whispering to her daughter, Darling, don't you know? Trinfam isn't the Tran family's biological son. President Truong, however, said thoughtfully, Our eldest daughter already married for the family's sake. It's fine for our youngest to marry someone she likes. Besides, that Trinfam is so handsome. President Truong winked at his daughter. Second Miss Truong slapped her thigh. Her father understood her best. Marrying such a handsome man and doing whatever she wanted with him, she would be ecstatic. Mrs. Truong was still a bit reluctant. My daughter, you deserve better. Besides his looks, what else does that Trinfam have? Moreover, he's not the real son of the Tran family, so what's the difference between marrying him and marrying a commoner? I don't approve. Hearing her mother's words, second Miss Truong became unhappy, as if a cooked duck was about to fly away. She went to her mother's side, linking her arm. Mom, I'm begging you, I only want to marry Trinfam. Please help me propose. After Trinfam comes home, I promise I'll come home to visit you every day, okay Mom? Under her daughter's relentless coaxing, Mrs. Truong softened a little. That Trinfam was handsome and a good student. Although he wasn't the real young master of the Tran family, they surely wouldn't just ignore him, right? Even a small bit of their resources would be extremely beneficial for the Truong group. Even if they gave nothing, her daughter liked him, and marrying him to have a few children to improve the family's genes wasn't a bad idea. So she nodded. Alright, but let's be clear. If you marry Trinfam, you can't go to those bars all the time anymore. You have to come home to see me often. Second Miss Truong nodded vigorously, her face flushed, her mind filled with images of getting Trinfam into bed. Mom, go talk to Mrs. Tran right now. Let's settle the engagement early. Many of my friends told me they want to marry Trinfam too. We can't be slower than them. President Truong chimed in from the side. That's right. Before, Trinfam was the sole heir of the Tran family, so many families couldn't form a marriage alliance due to their strength. This time, many people must have the same idea. Seeing her husband and daughter so determined, Mrs. Truong picked up her handbag and walked towards Mother Tran. Along the way, she felt that hastily settling her daughter's marriage like this was highly improper. Mother Tran was the hostess of today's party. Wives from various families came and went around her. At this moment, the wife of the Truong group's president approached her. She gave a faint nod. Although the Truong family had money, they were far inferior to her family. There was no need to be overly enthusiastic, just maintaining basic courtesy was enough. Mrs. Truong exchanged simple greetings with Mother Tran and then directly stated her purpose. Mrs. Tran, it's like this. I would like to propose marriage to your Trinfam on behalf of my second daughter. Look, they are both the second child. Isn't it a perfect match? Mother Tran was completely stunned by this shameless statement. Her surprised expression was misinterpreted by Mrs. Truong. Mrs. Truong thought that Mrs. Tran was just too surprised to speak. After all, someone was willing to marry a fake young master, which must be a huge problem solved for the Tran family, right? Mrs. Truong had always believed that the Tran family kept him for face, otherwise who would willingly raise a bastard from who knows where? So Mrs. Truong pressed her advantage. Mrs. Tran, I know about Trinfam's situation, but who told my second daughter to be so fond of your Trinfam? We can get engaged first, and then register the marriage when Trinfam turns 20. If you don't want Trinfam to stay in the Tran family for these 2 years, he can come directly to my house. Mrs. Truong had calculated it well, she wanted to bring him home early for her daughter. Hearing this, Mother Tran suddenly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She shot up, completely disregarding her status as the matriarch of the family, and loudly berated Mrs. Truong. What are you talking about? Who is your second daughter? You want to take my son to your house, and register the marriage at 20. What do you take my Tran family's son for? Mrs. Truong pouted. I'm not talking about marrying your Tran. Madam, you don't need to be so agitated. I'm helping you solve the big problem of Trinfam. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Mother Tran was so angry she clutched her chest. Just then, Tran Zheng appeared from nowhere, supporting his mother with one hand and patting her back to help her breathe. You are the wife of President Truong of the Truong Group, correct? Today is my younger brother's coming-of-age ceremony. Isn't it a bit unsightly for you to cause such a scene? Tran Zheng's gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Mrs. Truong, making her feel uncomfortable all over. By now, the surrounding guests had gathered around. President Truong, leading his pink-haired second daughter, also came up behind Mrs. Truong. Miss Tran, you may have misunderstood. My wife has no ill intentions. It's just that my precious daughter has admired Trinfam for a long time and begged us to propose. My wife just now. Xiu Vu and Liu Nian had appeared at some point. Liu Nian let out a disdainful cold laugh. This precious daughter of yours, do you have some misunderstanding about her? Partying, drinking, drugs, is there anything your daughter hasn't dabbled in? Not even 20 and she's already been with dozens of boys, right? And she wants to marry Trinfam. President Truong was furious and pointed at Liu Nian. Even if his daughter wasn't perfect, she certainly wasn't as bad as she described. Unexpectedly, the pink-haired girl jumped out first. Liu Nian, what nonsense are you spouting? Besides, with my family's power, marrying a bastard from who knows where, isn't that giving him face? If he weren't handsome, would I even want him? Xiu Vu threw a punch, directly knocking the pink-haired girl to the ground. The girl, like a defeathered rooster, shrieked, Xiu Vu, let me go. Mrs. Truong also rushed forward to pull Xiu Vu away, but hesitated to strike, conscious of her status. Oh my, miss, what is this? Please let my daughter go. Xiu Vu's eyes caught a glimpse of Trinfam entering from the garden. He stopped her fist and planted a foot on second Miss Truong's stomach. Bastard. Believe it or not, I can make you a bastard too. Trinfam had just finished entertaining his classmates and skipped into the banquet hall, seeing a circle of guests. He curiously squeezed in. Hey, Sister Xiu Vu, what are you all doing? Why are you fighting at my birthday party? That's not good. Xiu Vu walked over to him, took his wrist, and led him out of the banquet hall. Liu Nian followed behind them. By now, Mother Tran had regained her composure. She rubbed her temples and said to the Truong family, I'm truly sorry, President Truong. It seems the Tran family cannot host the three of you today. Please, see yourselves out. Mrs. Truong helped the still and the floor second Miss Truong up, not feeling at all that she or her daughter had said anything wrong. Instead, her heart was filled with hatred. Fine, we'll go. The Truong family will remember what happened today. We kindly tried to help you solve a problem, but I didn't expect this is how you treat your guests. I just hope that in the future, when Trinfam can't find a wife, you don't come crawling to my Truong family. Tran John chuckled. Auntie, the Tran family doesn't need you to worry. A son of my Tran family, unable to find a wife. Why don't you take your daughter for a health checkup first? After all, with dozens of boys a year, her health should be thoroughly checked. Mrs. Truong pointed at Tran John but was pulled back by President Truong. We've been a bother today. We'll take our leave now. The three members of the Truong family left the Tran residence. Scandals among the wealthy were common, those who remained had seen such scenes before. With the Tran family's power on display, pretending nothing had happened was the wisest choice. The crowd quickly dispersed, each going about their business. But in unseen corners, people were still discussing what had just happened. In a corner of the Tran residence, Trinfam, Xiu Vu, and Liu Nian were gathered. Sister Xiu Vu, why did you get into a fight with someone? Are you hurt? He checked Xiu Vu's hand and was relieved to find only slightly red knuckles. Xiu Vu pursed her lips, not saying a word, still looking a bit angry. Liu Nian explained from the side, you saw the second daughter of the Truong construction, right? The pink-haired one. He nodded. Then seemed large, but the social circle was very small. People within the circle almost all knew each other. He had a rather deep impression of the pink-haired girl Liu Nian mentioned, mainly because every time he saw her, she was with a different boy, sometimes several at once. Her mother came to tell Auntie Tran that she wanted to marry you. She also said. Before Liu Nian could finish, Xiu Vu waved her hand. She didn't want him to hear those insulting words. He asked a few more questions, but neither of them spoke, so he had to say angrily, she wants to marry me. That pink-haired girl. I don't like her. Mom didn't agree, right? How could she? How could Auntie Tran just let you marry anyone? You're the precious young master of the entire family. In my opinion, in this world, probably only I could propose marriage and if Auntie Tran agree, right? Wahaha. Liu Nian was lost in her fantasy when Xiuvu slapped her on the head. Hey, Xiuvu, what did you hit me for? Fine you too. Chunfeng pretended not to hear Liu Nian's words, secretly blushing where they couldn't see. Chunfeng had been chatting with his social circle all this time. It wasn't until the 3 members of the Truong family left that he learned what had happened in the banquet hall, deeply regretting that he had missed the excitement. His best friend from school settled up to him and whispered, Tiuve, why haven't your parents kicked Chunfeng out yet? I've disliked him for a long time. What right does he have to stay in the Tran family? Chunfeng thought the same, but he maintained a gentle and refined image on the outside, so he certainly couldn't agree with his friend. He could only say faintly, don't talk about my brother like that. He has lived in the Tran family for 18 years, after all. My parents are very sentimental. And he's the top scholar of Himthan, bringing great honor to our family. My parents are kind and good-hearted people, how could they kick him out? His friend nodded upon hearing this. That's true. Your family is so good, a simple family environment, unlike mine. My dad has who knows how many illegitimate children outside. The class that Trinv attended at Himthan, no. One high school was filled with students from prestigious families, but most were idlers who were unlikely to inherit the entire family fortune. Trinv initially thought that Father Trin had placed him in the class to expand his network. Later, after getting to know his classmates, he was angry about this for a long time. He had gone to Father Trin, wanting to be transferred to the same class as Trinfam. After all, besides a few students from ordinary families with excellent academic records, the rest in that class were the extremely outstanding next generation heirs of Trinfam's prestigious families. At that time, Father Trin had calmly refused him. No family can pull strings to get into that class at Imthan, no. One high school. This was a common agreement among all our prestigious families many years ago. If you want to get into that class, earn your way in. After that, Trinv was troubled for a while, but he later came to terms with it. So what if you're in that class? In the end, won't the Tran family still be inherited by me and Tran Jiang? He lowered his head to look at his watch, and then bid a gentle farewell to a girl beside him. I'm going to make a phone call for a bit. You can entertain yourself first. With that, he went back to his room, closed the door tightly, and called that number again. Hello, you 2 old folks, where are you? If you don't get here, you can forget about that 1 million. You can just go die in a pile of trash. Where are you? The person on the other end timidly replied, we're here, almost there. This villa is built on top of a mountain. We're not in good health, so climbing is slow. Alright, I don't want to hear your excuses. Get here now. With that, Trinv hung up. Trinfam, I hope you like the gift I've prepared for you. At this moment, Xiuvu also received a call from her security captain. Miss, we found 2 suspicious old people on the mountainside. Please come and see. Okay, I'll be right there. Xiuvu hung up. Sister Huvo, where are you going? We're about to cut the cake. I don't want you to be missing then. Xiuvu pinched his cheek. I'll be right back. Can you stay with Nian for a bit? He had no choice but to nod. Watching her leave, Liu Nian immediately guessed what she was up to. Looks like that younger brother of his is really up to no good. A member of this family's security team was already waiting at the entrance of the Tran residence. Seeing Xiuvu come out, he opened the car door for her. Miss, the captain has detained the individuals. It's an old man and an old woman, dressed in rags. Do these 2 have some grudge against you, miss? Xiuvu gave him a cool glance. Just drive the car properly. Don't talk so much. From the top of the mountain where the Tran residence was located, it was about a 10-minute drive to the mountainside where the 2 were being held. On the way, Xiuvu flipped through the file the security captain had sent her. The file was about the 2 old people. Their names were Laikan Kwok and Vuong Thai Fun, the biological parents of Trinv's adoptive parents, which made them his biological paternal grandparents. Xiuvu's eyes narrowed as she began to think. If her guess was correct, these 2 must be the people from Trinv's phone call. As for why they were here, it seemed all too obvious. After getting out of the car, she went to the small house where the old couple was being held. The security captain was already waiting at the door. He handed her a black face mask. Xiuvu raised an eyebrow in confusion, but the captain insisted on putting the mask in her hand. So, she took the mask and entered the house. As soon as she stepped inside, she understood the mask's purpose. The house was filled with the overpowering stench of garbage. Sitting on chairs were an old man and an old woman, dressed in extremely ragged clothes, looking to be over 70 years old. Xiuvu put on the mask and sat down about 45 meters away from them. The security captain stood silently behind her. Li Kaianquak, Vuong Thai Fun. She directly called out their names. The old couple was startled that the person opposite them knew their names, and they trembled in their chairs. Do you know where this is? Xiuvu asked calmly. The old woman spoke first. I know, isn't this the village district? Are we not allowed to pick up trash in the village district? Xiuvu's lips curled into a smile. Picking up trash. Did Trinv call you here to pick up trash? How much money can you make from that? The old couple opposite her seemed not to know how to answer this girl, so they simply remained silent. Xiuvu glanced at her watch, not having much patience. Speak. What did Trinv ask you to do? I don't have much time to waste with you. If you don't talk, you can stay in this room and not come out. If you cooperate, whatever he promised you, I'll match it. The old couple glanced at each other, and the old man spoke first. Miss, can you really match it? You're not lying to us, are you? Xiuvu tapped her fingers impatiently. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. I guess Trinv probably asked you to cause a scene at the birthday party, right? I can just lock you up here until the party is over. If you don't complete Trinv's task, you probably won't get what he promised you, right? As for what that is, I guess it's money. But he's only been in the Tran family for a year, he can't have saved much money to give you. Xiuvu rarely spoke so much at once, but she was getting anxious. Trinfam was about to start cutting the cake, and she didn't want to miss it. Hearing Xiuvu's words, the old couple looked at each other, feeling that compared to that punk Trinv, the girl opposite them seemed richer and more reliable. So they were about to open their mouths and tell her everything. Just then, Xiuvu stopped them. She opened her phone's camera, handed it to the security captain behind her, and told him to record everything. Miss, can we not film? I'm worried that after filming, Trinv will come looking for trouble with us. Xiuvu's patience was wearing thin. You are not in a position to bargain with me. I can solve the problem just by locking you up here. You want to take my money without giving anything in return. Is there such a good deal in the world? Under the camera's lens, the old couple seemed to have accepted their fate and recounted what Trinv had asked them to do. When Trinv left our house, he took all the money in the house, including the compensation money from his parents' car accident. He even threatened us not to go to the Tran family to find him, or he would make our lives a living hell. So for the past year, we haven't dared to go home, just living outside and picking up trash. A few days ago, he suddenly sent us a message. The man from the couple took out his phone and found the message, shakily placing it in front of Xiuvu. She frowned at the message, which read, Old folks, how have you been? Short on cash. 600 on the 19th, come to the Tran family residence. As for what to do, I'll call and let you know later. Xiuvu signaled for the security captain to take a picture of the message on the phone, then looked up and told the old couple to continue. Not long after, Lei Han, no, he should be called Trinv now, called me. He used a number I'd never seen before. He told me and my old wife to dress a bit ragged and smelly today, and he would find a way to get us into the Tran family's house. Once inside, he told us to directly grab onto the boy named Trinfam. That Trinfam is our Lai family's child. He even sent me a picture of Trinfam. The old man opened his photo album, and inside was a picture of Trinfam, looking exceptionally handsome. Xiuvu was momentarily stunned. Hey, this is our Lai family's boy. Handsome, right? Isn't he handsome? He looks like a kind child too. No wonder Trinv is so vicious. Our Lai family has no one that malicious. Trinv also said that after grabbing him, we should cry loudly and tell Trinfam to come home with us. That we are his last remaining relatives. He told us to say, don't let Trinfam continue to cut at the wealth that doesn't belong to him. People should live the life they were born into. If Trinfam cried and screamed, he told my old wife here to cover his mouth. Xiuvu looked down at the old woman's hands. They were clearly hands that had done hard labor for years, with dirt or garbage residue still under the fingernails. She frowned, imagining those hands covering Trinfam's delicate face. Just the thought was unbearable. If they really did cover his face, would he cry? Xiuvu waved her hand, signaling the old man to continue. Trinv also told us to say that Trinfam must go back to the Lai family with us today. The Tran family took one of our children, so they must give one back. Although Trinv is hateful, I think he has a point with this. Although my short-lived son and daughter-in-law are gone, our Lai family can't be left without an heir, right? It's not a bad thing for Trinfam to come back to our house, is it? Then we'll take the 1 million Trinf gives us, find a small city, and buy a house. Trinfam can obediently serve the two of us. When we die, the remaining money will all be his. Isn't that good? Xiuvu thought to herself. 1 million wasn't even enough to buy a few of his outfits. This move by Trinv was truly vicious. If this old couple really did as he said, not only would the Tran family and he lose all face, but his future would undoubtedly be deeply harmed by this couple. Thankfully, she had discovered this in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. She couldn't tolerate these two touching him, let alone him being taken away. Xiuvu said faintly, the 1 million Trinv promised you. The old couple nodded. That's right, I've never seen so much money in my life. That's 1 million. I'll give you 5 million, Xiuvu said. What? 5 million. The old couple was stunned speechless. Suvu nodded. 5 million, but I have conditions. If you can't meet them, you won't get a single cent. The old couple excitedly stood up, trying to get closer to Suvu, but were blocked by the mountain, like security guard beside her. Tell us, that's 5 million. We'll agree to any condition. Suvu glanced at her watch again. Leave him then, the farther the better. Never appear in front of Trimpham again, and never tell anyone that you know him. We can do that, the old couple said in unison. We can, we'll pack our things right now and leave Himthan, go to Namthan, and never come back to Himthan again. Compared to the biological grandson they had never met, 5 million was a bit more important to them. Never mind being told not to appear in front of him, they would have done anything she asked. Suvu got their bank account numbers and, with a few taps on her phone, transferred the 5 million. Then she stood up, ready to leave the stinking little house. The money is transferred. If you don't keep your promise, not only will I take it back at any time, but I will also make you too. The old couple hurriedly expressed their determination. We won't, we're leaving right now. Thank you, young miss, thank you. Suyu had considered another way. She wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine, to have this old couple use Shen Yu's own schemes against him. But today was, after all, his once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony. Besides, with his soft-hearted nature, if he saw the old couple, he might actually go with them. She absolutely could not let him go, nor could she allow such people to leave any stain on him. Today, all the prestigious and influential families of Jin City were present. The appearance of this old couple, even if they were looking for Shen Yu, would not look good and would inevitably lead people to make unwanted connections. Letting them take the money and disappear from his life forever was probably the best solution. As for Shen Yu, although she missed this opportunity, there would be countless chances to deal with him in the future. After leaving, Suyu got in her car and returned to her small villa. She had spent 10 or 20 minutes with the old couple and had inevitably picked up some of their scent. She needed to quickly change her clothes and take a shower. At the Chen family home, Shen Yu called the old couple several times, but they didn't answer. It was almost time to cut the cake, and it would be a shame to miss such a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, the old couple, seeing the continuous calls, simply blocked Shen Yu's number. Damn it, we have money now, we don't have to be threatened by that brat Shen Yu anymore. 1,000 yuan a month. What can that even do? We could make more by picking up trash. Shen Yu paced anxiously in a secluded spot, cursing the two old fools. Why aren't they answering the phone? Don't they want to live anymore? He looked worriedly towards the door, but instead of the old couple he was waiting for, he saw Suyu hurrying in. The girl was 1.75 meters tall, not burly but slender and graceful. Her delicate, clear face held perfect features, and she exuded an air of nobility, a kind of charisma that made her seem unattainable. Her hair was slightly damp as if she had just showered. This added a touch of youthful liveliness to her usual cold demeanor. Shen Yu's heart stirred. He had always known the two girls by his cousin's side were beautiful, but he had never felt this way before. The way Suyu walked in through the door felt as if she was walking straight into his heart. Suyu is mine, was Shen Yu's only thought at that moment. He stared at her, unblinking, the entire way. When their eyes met, he was startled. The girl's gaze was incredibly cold, as if it had plunged him into an ice cellar. He came back to his senses and wanted to look again, but Suyu had already averted her gaze and walked straight to Chen Fan's side. Sister Yu, you were gone for so long. Did you go home to shower and change? I'm the main character today, or are you trying to steal my spotlight? Chen Fan pouted his tender lips, teasing Suyu. Before Suyu could say anything, a servant from the Chen family arrived. Young master, the master and madam are calling for you. It's almost time to cut the cake. Chen Fan playfully tugged at his pants and glanced at Suyu. Sister Yu, you be good now. Don't steal my thunder. Suyu nodded obediently, and watched him leave. After he was gone, Li Ruyan patted her shoulder. Is it all taken care of? Yes. So, what was it all about? Tell me. Li Ruyan had great faith in Suyu's efficiency. Let's talk after this is over. Little Fan is the main character today, Suyu said, not wanting to discuss the matter further today. However, after buying the pink diamond bracelet for him and now giving that old couple 5 million, it seemed she would really have to rely on Chen Fan for support. The 5 members of the Chen family appeared on the party stage. The family staff wheeled out 2 enormous cakes, one for Chen Fan and one for Shen Yu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two cut their respective birthday cakes and received birthday wishes from the guests. Just when everyone thought the coming-of-age ceremony for the Chen family's young masters was over, Father Chen clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Chen, thank you all once again for attending the 18th birthday celebration of my sons. Chen Fan and Shen Yu are both children my wife and I love dearly. Therefore, today, I will be giving Chen Fan and Shen Yu each 5 of the Chen group's shares as their coming-of-age gift. Before Father Chen could finish his sentence, a wave of shock went through the room. though the etiquette of high society prevented anyone from crying out loud. Don't be fooled by just 5. This 5 was enough for a person to live a life of luxury. Moreover, this was just a coming-of-age gift, separate from the division of assets after Father Chen's passing. Given the Chen family's current growth trajectory, the weight of this gift would only become more astonishing over time. The younger, less informed guests began to whisper amongst themselves. The Chen family is too much. Giving it to Shen Yu is one thing, but why give shares to the son who isn't even their own? Exactly, a direct gift of 5 of the shares. I wish I was the one switched at birth with the Chen family. I wouldn't have to do anything for the rest of my life. Haha, you don't have to do anything anyway. Don't you still have your older brother? Even if my brother is a great earner, he could never give me as much as 5 of the Chen family's shares. It's so unfair. A son switched at birth gets to receive so much money. I think it might be because of what happened with the Zhang family earlier. They wanted their second young lady to marry Chen Fan, but their words were harsh and looked down on him. So that's it. It seems Xiao Chen is backing Chen Fan up. I used to want my mom to help me get engaged to Chen Fan too. I didn't expect that even though he's not their biological son, he's so doted on. Chen Zhenjian cleared his throat. Today, all of you who have come to my home to attend my son's birthday party have, more or less, some connection with the Chen family. I don't want to speak too harshly, but I hope some people will stop having ideas about my son. My Chen Zhenjian's son will always be our Chen family's little prince. Father Chen's words were vague, but everyone understood. Even though he didn't name names, after today's events, it was clear to everyone. The Chen family did not care that Chen Fan was not their biological son. In fact, it could be said they cared even more for the fake young master they had raised for 18 years. One of Chen Yu's hands was behind his back, his nails broken from clenching his fist too tightly. He was filled with hatred. He hated this father who didn't consider him at all, hated that mother who was looking at Chen Fan with such tenderness, hated that old couple from the Li family, and hated Chen Fan for stealing everything from him, for usurping his life. He wanted Chen Fan to wish he were dead. He wanted to steal his parents, his sister, his childhood sweetheart, steal everything from him. At that moment, Chen Fan was also stunned. In his previous life, he had only heard that Father Chen's will divided the assets among the 3 of them. There had never been any mention of giving them shares beforehand. It seemed his rebirth had indeed set many unknown changes in motion. He tilted his head to look at Chen Jiang standing beside him. In his mind, he had never thought of taking the Chen family's assets. All of this should belong to Chen Jiang in the future. Chen Jiang saw her brother looking over and instantly understood the anxiety in his eyes. She patted his shoulder and continued after Chen Zhenjian's speech. Uncles and aunts, thank you for attending my little brother's coming-of-age ceremony. What happened earlier, I hope will not happen a second time. Chen Fan is my, Chen Jiang's, brother. For the rest of my life, I will protect him and dote on him. Our Chen family's little prince is not someone just any cat or dog can bully. Let's not even talk about how little Fan is still young and not thinking about marriage. Even when he is of age, I hope my future sister-in-law will be a woman who can respect him and love him. The Chen family, and I, Chen Jian, will forever be his backing. If Chen Zhenjian's words had shocked everyone, then Chen Jian's words added even more pressure. Chen Jian was the sole future successor of the Chen group. Although Chen Zhenjian was still in his prime, Chen Jiang's influence was undeniable. For her to stand so firmly behind Chen Fan was a huge slap in the face to the real young master of the Chen family. However, Shen Jiang had always been a free, spirited, and unconventional person. Getting her to care about others' feelings was a difficult task. In her eyes, there were only the things she cared about, the Chen family, Father Chen, Mother Chen, and Chen Fan. The events of the coming-of-age ceremony spread through Jin City like the wind. Everyone knew of the Chen family's affection for Chen Fan, gradually extinguishing any improper thoughts some might have had. After the party, the guests left one by one. Shen Yu went upstairs without a word to anyone. Only Father Chen, Mother Chen, Chen Jian, and Chen Fan remained in the banquet hall. Chen Fan stepped forward and linked arms with Father Chen. Dad, you don't need to give me the shares. You can just leave them all for sister. I don't need them. Dad. Father Chen smiled warmly. Silly child, your sister has her own share. What's yours is yours. This is something every child of the Chen family receives. But Dad. I'm not you and Mom's biological son. Chen Fan lowered his head, his delicate feet shuffling restlessly on the floor. Chen Jian was a little displeased. She put down the wine glass in her hand. Don't say that again. Shen Yu has been back for over a year. Of Mom, Dad, or I treated you any differently. How are you not a son of the Chen family? If you aren't, who is? For the rest of your life, don't you dare try to draw a line between yourself and the Chen family, you little white-eyed wolf. Was it all for nothing that I bravely stood up for you today? Chen Fan was so moved by Chen Jiang's words that his eyes turned red. Sister, little Fan didn't mean it that way. I know Mom, Dad, and you are all doing what's best for me. It's just Chen Jian raised her head. Just what? Are you afraid of that damn brat? I think he's been quite well behaved recently. As long as you're obedient, there's nothing to be afraid of. If he bullies you, I'll beat him up for you. Mother Chen gently pushed Chen Jian's hand. You naughty girl, what are you saying? The words you said in front of so many people today already hurt little Yu deeply. If he heard what you're saying now, it would be even worse. Be good and go upstairs to apologize to little Yu later. Mother Chen wasn't biased towards Chen Yu, but Chen Jiang's actions had truly made him lose face. After all, they were family and had to live under the same roof. It wasn't good to damage the harmony. But Chen Jian had always been a very opinionated person since she was young. Mom, he has been a bit more behaved recently, but have you forgotten all the things he's done since he came back? Have you just overlooked his malice towards Little Fan? Don't just say Little Fan is your son with your words but be biased in your actions. Mother Chen was stunned by Chen Jiang's barrage of questions. She clearly didn't mean that, she just didn't want the children in the family to target each other. She loved Chen Fan more than anyone. He was, after all, the son she had raised. Little Jian, how can you talk to your mother like that? Father Chen interrupted her. We all know you're doing this for Little Fan's good. While you may not accept Chen Yu as your brother, don't trample on the Chen family's dignity in front of outsiders. What happened today, I hope is the first and last time. Can you do that? In high society, face was sometimes the most important thing. The Chen family was already a family that cared little for face, but many things were deeply ingrained and could never be discarded. Chen Jiang sneered and, before leaving, patted Chen Fan's head. I know, Dad, you're so long-winded. I'm going back to school. The three family members watched Chen Jian leave. Mother Chen hugged Chen Fan. My treasure, happy 18th birthday. Mom and Dad will love you forever. Back in his room, Shen Yu tried calling the old Li couple many more times but couldn't get through. He angrily smashed his phone. You old fools, I'll beat you to death tomorrow. But what he didn't expect was that when he went to the old Li couple's residence, he found the place empty. The old Li couple had truly kept their promise to Su Yu, never appearing before Chen Fan again for the rest of their lives. The golden month of September marked the start of the school year. Under Chen Jiang's strong insistence, Father and Mother Chen did not take Chen Fan to Jin City University. Instead, Chen Jiang picked him up from home, with Su Yu accompanying them for the entire journey. Liu Ruian's school had started a week earlier, and she was already in closed-off military training, thus missing the milestone of sending Chen Fan off to college. Chen Jian was now a fourth-year student, and her coursework was not demanding at all. Most of her classmates had already started their internships, and she too had begun her busy work at the Chen group. In recent years, Father Chen had started to gradually hand over power. Chen Jian's authority within the Chen group was growing, which meant her responsibilities were also becoming heavier. Su Yu was already a star student at Jin City University, known for being elusive. Apart from her required classes, she was rarely seen on campus. The financial company she had founded was doing extremely well this year. In her free time, besides being with Chen Fan, she was busy at her company. The two famous figures of Jin City University, Shen Jiang and Su Yu, both appeared on campus on the freshman registration day. This caused a huge stir among the students. Hey, did you know? I just saw Chen Jiang and Su Yu. They're so beautiful. What? Didn't senior Chen Jian go to her family's company for an internship? Why is she back at school at this time? And Su Yu too. If I weren't in the same class as her, I doubt I'd ever see her in my life. I heard they're here with someone for registration, seems to be senior Chen's younger brother. I'm so jealous of that guy, having such a beautiful sister. Haha, then you're out of the loop. I've already seen that guy. He's absolutely stunning. Like a little elf. I've never seen anyone with such fair skin. Looks like the Chen family has good genes. Otherwise, how could senior Chen Jian and her brother both be so outstanding? I heard her brother is this year's top scorer. But I'm curious why senior Su Yu is here too. Probably just accompanying senior Chen Jiang. After all, I think it was senior Chen who took her for registration back then. Besides, it's normal for these rich kids to know each other, right? Chen Fan today truly looked like a little elf. He wore a moss green suit from Guxi, a pair of black leather shoes, and his hair was tied up to shield him from the sun, complemented by the latest ear sunglasses. He stood between Su Yu and Chen Jian, the bangs on his forehead swaying with his steps. The moss green color already accentuated fair skin, and his skin was naturally cool-toned white. His small face, hidden behind the large sunglasses, looked even more adorable. The suit was a slim-fit design, making his waist look like it could be encircled by a single hand. The appearance of such a top-tier handsome man on the Jin City University campus caused a sensation. Sister Yu, Mom and Dad are a bit upset. They wanted to take me to school too. The Chen family had been arguing for days over who would take Chen Fan to college. In the end, Shen Jian was victorious. Having won this opportunity, Shen Jian was ecstatic but said, "It's so hot, Why would you torture mom and dad by making them come out? Just let me and you endure this suffering. Chen Fan angrily hit Chen Jun lightly with the small bag in his hand. You're so annoying. So taking me to school is suffering. Then you should leave. Having sister Yu is enough for me. Chen Jun gently caught the bag he swung at her. What do you mean having sister Yu is enough? Su Yu, I'm warning you. My brother just turned 18 2 months ago. If you dare seduce my brother, I'll... Su Yu let out a soft laugh. Okay. She loved him deeply, but to her, he deserved to experience more of life's wonders. Therefore, she wouldn't tie him to her side so soon. And she believed that no matter how much he saw, he would eventually choose her. Because she believed that no one in this world could love him more than she did. Moreover, she knew there were many outstanding people in the world, but she didn't believe anyone could surpass her in certain aspects. The scenery on Su Yu's future path was certainly beautiful. She didn't want to lock him in a glass cage to look out. In her heart, he should be like an elf, flitting among all things beautiful. He would be hers. Someday in the future. Hearing Su Yu's words, Chen Fan glanced at her curiously. Sister Yu, okay to what? Why did my sister say that? When did you learn to seduce people? Su Yu lowered her eyes and chuckled silently, not answering his question. It was truly unfair to her. Everyone knew that she, Su Yu, had a cold personality, and disliked people getting close. It was always others seducing her, never the other way around. Besides, she only wanted to seduce him. The literature department was located in a rather remote area of Jin City University. The three of them quickly arrived at the freshman registration area. In previous years, Chen Fan had accompanied Chen Jian, Su Yu, and Li Ruian to their university registrations. This year, it was finally his turn. He confidently walked up to the desk with his documents. He gently placed his ID card down. The senior student helping with registration picked it up and looked. Chen Fan, you're that year's Jin City top scorer. Chen Fan, whoa, junior, I finally get to meet you. You look even more handsome than in the news reports. When he became the top scorer, major newspapers in Jin City had all reported on this handsome and academically brilliant young man. For a long time, he became the other people's child and a new candidate for son-in-law in many old, prestigious families. Although he wasn't the Chen family's biological son, their attitude towards him made them have to consider him. Moreover, he himself was so outstanding, an excellent choice to improve the family's next generation's genes. Chen Fan smiled at the astonished senior. Hello, senior. I'm Chen Fan. Could you please help me with the registration? After speaking, he even gave her a playful wink. The senior was mesmerized by him and quickly nodded. Okay, junior, don't rush. I'll get it done for you right away. The three of them stood at the registration desk, waiting for the procedures to be completed. When it came to assigning dormitories, the senior, knowing full well he wouldn't be staying in one, still politely asked, Junior, are you staying in the dorm? If not, you just need to fill out this application for campus housing. Unexpectedly, he nodded. Yes, EM. Could you please assign me a bed near the window? Chen Jian and Su Yu had not expected him to want to stay in the dorm. Su Yu frowned. Little Fan, didn't we agree that you would move into Lanting Pavilion when you started university? Why are you staying in the dorm? Su Yu had never stayed in a dorm since starting university. She couldn't stand living in such a small, stuffy room, let alone with other people. The villa belonging to him had been renovated in the first half of the year, completely according to his preferences. He could move in with just his suitcase. This time Chen Jian strongly agreed with Su Yu. That's right, little brother. The dorms have 4 people to a room. It's very inconvenient, and you're not tough like me. Listen to me, move into Lanting Pavilion. He remained firm, shaking his head. Lanting Pavilion is great in 1,000 ways, but it doesn't have roommates, does it? I don't want my university life to have any regrets. Su Yu wanted to say more but was gently tugged by his arm. Sister Yu, I want to stay in the dorm. I want to meet more friends, okay? I know what you and sister mean. If I don't get along with my roommates or can't handle dorm life, I'll move to Lanting Pavilion immediately, okay? Please, you too, I want to stay in the dorm. Don't always treat me like a little prince, okay? The senior handling the registration stared at the three of them, feeling her blood sugar spike. It was too sweet, the new junior was too adorable. In the end, Chen Fan won the argument about staying in the dorm. Chen Jian told him and Su Yu to wait a moment while she went back to the car to get his luggage. You little rascal, no wonder you wouldn't let me send your luggage directly to Lanting Pavilion. You insisted on keeping it in my car. Turns out you were planning to stay in the dorm all along. Chen Jian gently pinched her brother's cute nose but still had to pull the suitcase and lead him towards the male dormitories. The literature department had very few male students, so the number of male dorms was several times less than the female dorms. He was in room 303 of Building 3, the freshman dormitory area for this year's literature department. During these few days of registration, The strictly managed male dorms of Jin City University rarely allowed female entry. Thus, Su Yu and Chen Jian managed to slip into building 3 of the male dorms. The closer they got to the dorm, the tighter Su Yu's frown became. "Little fan, you can't live here. Come back with me." Chen Jian, however, had accepted this reality and knew that her brother, despite his gentle appearance, was incredibly stubborn. Once he made up his mind, 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. So she opened her mouth to mock the girl who had improper intentions towards her brother. "Young Miss Su, you're so high and mighty. You've never even stayed in a dorm. A small place like this probably can't accommodate a great butta like you." The revered Su Yu was rarely embarrassed. Facing the sister of the boy she liked, she really couldn't treat her like she treated others. "Sister Chen Jian, that's not what I mean. I'm just worried little Fan won't be used to it." Chen Fan raised his hands and covered both their mouths. All right, you two stop talking. We're almost at my dorm. Save some energy to help me move my luggage. This is everyone's." She wanted to say that she could carry 10 of his suitcases with one hand. Su Yu said nothing. She felt his hand on her lips, those slender, strong hands with a faint fragrance. She wished this moment could last a little longer, to be a little closer to him. But he quickly removed his hand, and continued leading them towards room 303. When they reached the door, the dorm room was open, and inside, a male student was busy organizing his luggage. Chen Fan saw him, and cheerfully greeted him. "Hey, my name is Chen Fan, Class 1 of the Film and Television Screenwriting major in the Literature Department. What about you?" When he was choosing his university preferences, the Literature Department was his only choice, but when selecting a major, he hesitated for a long time. He didn't choose the somewhat boring Chinese literature major but opted for the more interesting film and television screenwriting major. This major was not only beneficial for his development in writing but could also potentially lead to a career as a screenwriter in the future. The student organizing his luggage stopped, looked at the radiant teenager before him and the 2 beautiful ladies beside him, and nervously fidgeted with the corner of his shirt. "My name is Meng Xiang. I'm a student in the classical literature major." Classical literature. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. This major was even more dry than Chinese literature. He hadn't expected his roommate to be studying this. He nodded at the student, and began to notice his attire and luggage, especially that shirt that looked like it had been washed so many times it was slightly faded. He understood in his heart that his first roommate's family condition was likely not very good. Chen Jian and Su Yu brought the luggage to his bed. Chen Jian had been at the university for 3 years, and the environment in the female dorms was a bit worse than the male dorms, so she had no particular feelings about the bed. But Su Yu felt a pang of heartache. The thought of him having to live on such a small bed made her feel uncomfortable all over. This was noticed by Chen Fan, who had just finished inspecting the balcony and bathroom. "Sister Yu, what's wrong? You look a bit unhappy. Are you not feeling well?" He casually touched Su Yu's forehead. She didn't have a fever. "Then why do you look so glum? The air conditioning in the dorm room must be at 20 degrees, right? Ha." Su Yu grabbed his wrist and tried to persuade him once more. "Little Fan, come back to Lanting Pavilion with me. Look at this bed." Chen Jian, who was diligently helping him organize his luggage, pouted at this. "All right now, you little brat. My brother hasn't even said anything, and you're already trying to control him. What are you to him?" Chen Fan quickly interrupted their potentially escalating conversation. Okay, this matter is not up for discussion. I'm not a princess, and the P. Su Yu, you have to listen." Chen Jian burst out laughing. "Little brother, the 2 of you now look like a master training a disobedient large dog." Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were out, Chen Jian received sharp glares from both her brother and the girl from the Su family. She silently made a zipping motion across her lips and continued to diligently organize the luggage for him. The student named Meng Xiang next to them had a very low presence, quietly arranging his own things. At this moment, the crisp sound of leather shoes gradually approached, stopping at the door of room 303. Chen Fan looked over curiously. It was a tall, handsome male student. His well-defined lips immediately drew attention to his deep and three-dimensional face. The student wore a simple black outfit, which accentuated his imposing figure. This handsome guy pulled his suitcase and stood at the door, his fine eyebrows raised as he looked at the 4 people in the room. "This is room 303, right? Why are there 2 women in a male dorm?" Chen Fan thought this must be another one of his roommates. Worried about a misunderstanding, he quickly explained, "Hey, my name is Chen Fan, your roommate. These 2 are my older sisters, here to help me with my luggage." The student heard this and walked in. His spot was the bed opposite Chen Fan's. He glanced at Su Yu, who was standing aside like an air conditioning ornament, then at Chen Jian, who was like a doting mother helping to organize luggage, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh, older sisters, huh? Your sisters are both very beautiful. Fei shui bili wei rentian good things shouldn't be given to outsiders. See if you're missing an older brother. Chen Fan was taken aback by this new roommate's straightforwardness. He blinked at him, and before he could say anything, the new roommate laughed again. Alright, just kidding. My name is Luo Yuking, class 1 of the film and television screenwriting major. What about you, little brother? He was much taller than the student before, and Chen Fan's fair skin and slender figure did make him look a bit younger. Chen Fan was very interested in his new roommate. Hey, my name is Chen Fan, same as you, film and television screenwriting major, class 1. What a coincidence. He didn't forget his shy, introverted roommate, and introduced him to Luo Yuking. Yuking, this is Meng Sheng. He's in the classical literature major, the first one to arrive in our room. Just as he and Luo Yuking were enthusiastically greeting each other, a surprised female voice suddenly sounded by their ears. Sister Yu, why are you here? A male student in a light yellow suit rushed in, heading straight for Su Yu. Chen Fan looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but frown. This student looked a bit familiar. A friend of Sister Yu's. Just as the student was about to crash into Su Yu, she slightly leaned into Chen Jian, causing him to crash directly into the back of Chen Jian, who had her back to everyone. Ouch, who bumped into me? Chen Jian turned around angrily. Who is it that just finished arranging the wardrobe for my precious brother? Who almost sent me flying into the wardrobe? As Chen Jian turned around, the student in the light yellow suit became even more surprised. Sister Chen Jian, why are you here too? Chen Jian frowned. Who is this? Why does he look a bit familiar? She looked at Su Yu and then at Chen Fan. Before either of them could say anything, the student started to introduce himself. Sister Yu, Sister Chen Jian, I'm Mu King. My older sister is Mu King. The three of them then realized. So he was from the Mu family, no wonder he looked familiar. They must have seen him often at parties before, but Chen Jian and Su Yu had no fondness for these rich young masters, and Chen Fan disliked appearing in such places even more, so they didn't recognize him at first. Chen Jian gave him a polite nod. The son of the Mu family. You also got into Jin City University. This is my younger brother, Chen Fan. You'll be roommates from now on, so please look out for each other. Mu King finally noticed the other people in the room. The student standing next to Su Yu was none other than the fake young master of the Chen family, Chen Fan. The Mu family's financial power was slightly less than the Chen family's, and their internal relationships were even more chaotic. The head of the Mu family, Mu Hanqi, was a womanizer and had countless illegitimate children over the years. In this generation of the Mu family, only Mu King and Mu King were the biological children of Madame Mu. After Madame Mu died of illness, the head of the Mu family brought all his illegitimate children into the Mu household. Although the biological mothers of these children were all sent away with a large sum of money, Mu King still couldn't accept having so many bastards in his home. Similarly, after he learned that Chen Fan was not the biological son of the Chen family but still shamelessly stayed there, his dislike for Chen Fan reached its peak. That's right, he had always disliked Chen Fan. Since childhood, Chen Fan was the other people's child in his parents' mouths. Because he and Chen Fan were the same age, he was compared to Chen Fan in everything. Look how good Chen Fan is at studying. Now look at you, you useless thing. This was from Yu King's father. Chen Fan has such a good temperament, so gentle and considerate. Madam Chen would always boast to his mother at gatherings. This was from Yu King's mother when she was still alive. Dad, I want to marry Chen Fan. I like him a lot. Besides, if we have a marriage alliance with the Chen family, our family's development will be better. Please help me. This was from Mu King, the sister Mu King cherished the most. It was one thing for his family to think Chen Fan was great, but even the young miss of the Su family, Su Yu, whom he had liked since childhood, was always hovering around Chen Fan. He had tried to get close to Su Yu several times, only to be pushed away by her every time, always with a look of "Who are you? What do you want? Stay away from me." He had always thought Su Yu's personality was just that cold and noble. Until one time, he saw Su Yu quietly following behind Chen Fan. The look in her eyes as she watched him was so gentle, so fervent. Mu King hated Chen Fan for occupying the cuckoo's nest, hated Chen Fan for taking Su Yu, hated the Chen Fan from his parents' and sisters' mouths. But at this moment, with Su Yu and Chen Jian both in the dorm room, as the young master of the Mu family, he could naturally control his emotions well. So he enthusiastically approached Chen Fan and greeted him. "Little Fan, I didn't expect us to be roommates. It's such a coincidence. In the coming years, I will definitely take good care of you. Yes, Mu King, will definitely take good care of you. But right now, getting close to Su Yu was more important. Sister Yu, I didn't expect you to come and see little Fan off. My sister was just talking about you with me yesterday." Su Yu coldly asked Mu King, "What did she say about me?" This was just something Mu King said casually, not expecting Su Yu to ask him so seriously. But Su Yu paying attention to him was already a good sign. He glanced at Su Yu and casually made something up. She said she thinks you're great and wants to invite you over to our house to play. Chen Jian heard this and sneered. Yu, since when did you become so close with that girl Mu Kenny? How come I didn't know? Su Yu looked at Chen Jiang seriously. I don't know either. Ha. Luo Yuking, who was watching the show from the side, burst out laughing, earning him a glare from Mu King. Chen Jian finally finished organizing her brother's bed. She looked with satisfaction at the neat wardrobe, desk, and bed, then patted Chen Fan's head. Little ancestor, go ahead and inspect it. How are you going to thank me? Chen Fan looked around and pouted. Sister, then I'll do your laundry for you when I come home on the weekend. Chen Jian quickly waved her hands. No, who would dare let you do housework? Yu and I are leaving now. If you need anything, give me a call. After speaking, she pulled the reluctant Su Yu and left his dormitory. The two tall women left the male dormitory, making the whole room seem much brighter. After Su Yu left, Mu King also retracted his smile, returned to his spot, and began to organize his things. Chen Fan went out to the balcony, looking at the two who had just left the dormitory building, and the endless stream of people below, and started to daze off. In his previous life, he had died not long after the college entrance exams and never got to experience university life, which was why he had insisted on staying in the dorm in this life. He was already mentally prepared for the drama of a male dormitory. It would be great if he met compatible roommates, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't. He could clearly feel the hostility beneath Mu King's enthusiastic facade. As for the other two, he had just met them, and everything was still an unknown. But none of this mattered much to him now. His university, his future, he was determined to grasp them firmly in this life. At least he had already lived longer than in his previous life, right? Live well. He stayed on the balcony for a long time, basking in the late summer sun, feeling warm from the inside out. When he returned to the dorm room, Mu King was gone. Only the silent Meng Xian and Luo Yuking, who was playing on his phone on his chair, were left. Does the prince have to sunbathe every day? Luo Yuking teased when he saw him enter the room. Chen Fan didn't understand what he meant and looked at him doubtfully. My dear, you were on the balcony for over half an hour. I thought you didn't need to eat, that you could just sunbathe to get full. Haha, no, I just felt the weather today was really nice, so I stayed out a little longer, Chen Fan explained. Luo Yuking put down his phone, his bony fingers tapping a rhythmic beat on the table. That's good. So you're not a prince who only needs to absorb sunlight. Otherwise, who would enjoy good food with me? It's getting late. Let's go, my two little brothers. I'm treating you to a meal. He pointed at Chen Fan and Meng Xiang and leisurely walked out of the dorm. Chen Fan followed closely behind but saw Meng Xiang still dazed in his spot. Tianshan, stop spacing out. Let's go eat. Meng Xiang fidgeted with the corner of his shirt again and said in a low voice, you guys go ahead. I'll just have some instant noodles. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and pulled Meng Xiang's arm. Let's go. Today is the first day we met. Do me and Yuking a favor and have a meal with us. Luo Yuking took the two of them to a Japanese restaurant near Jin City University. After skillfully ordering, he passed the menu to Chen Fan. Chen Fan also ordered what he wanted, and then passed the menu to Meng Xiang. Meng Xiang looked at the menu in front of him. He couldn't afford anything on it. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, and chose the cheapest item. I'll have this. Chen Fan tilted his head to see what his roommate ordered, frowning slightly. He then ordered several more dishes from the waiter. Zhang, don't be so polite with Yuking. He's treating us today. Luo Yuking, sitting opposite, also nodded. That's right. Look at me, I'm older than you guys. As the oldest brother in this room, why should a little brother be so polite when his big brother is treating him to a meal? Although Meng Xiang was introverted and had low self-esteem, he was a young man who could distinguish between goodwill and malice. He gripped the water glass in front of him and said in a small voice to the two, I've never been to a place like this before. It looks so luxurious. It's okay. I haven't been here many times either. I'll go with you, Chen Fan added in support. He had indeed never been to a Japanese restaurant of this caliber. It wasn't within his usual range of activities. Friendships between boys form quickly. Over just one meal, the three of them had gotten a general understanding of each other, and Chen Fan had learned a lot. For example, Meng Xiang had gotten into the university on a full scholarship and had even completed middle and high school with the help of a charity fund. His academic performance was excellent, and although not as good as Chen Fan's, he still ranked in the top 10 in the province. Meng Xiang's parents had passed away when he was very young, and he was raised by his grandfather alone. His family was very poor, so he worked very hard. He wanted to change his future through education. Compared to Meng Xiang's simplicity, Luo Yuking's family background seemed much more complicated. He said he had never met his father since birth, but his mother had found him many other fathers. These difficult matters were spoken of so lightly by Luo Yuking. Chen Fan felt that things were not as simple as he made them out to be, But since they had only just met, he understood the principle of not getting too deep too quickly. So he also briefly described his family situation. Besides my parents, my family has an older sister and a younger brother. You met my sister earlier, the one who was always helping me organize my luggage. She also studies at our university but is a fourth-year student now, interning outside and rarely comes back to school. My younger brother is also at our university but is in the jewelry design major at the art school. Luo Yuking couldn't help but exclaim, your family's genes are too good. All three of you got into Jin City University. Is this the legendary family of scholars? Chen Fan thought to himself, a family of scholars. That guy Shen Yu barely studied in his senior year and only managed to get over 300 points on the college entrance exam by relying on his previous knowledge base. If it weren't for the Chen family having a direct admission spot to the art school, it's uncertain if his score would have even gotten him into a university. He gently shook his head. I'm not the biological son of my family, so if it's a family of scholars, I guess I'm not part of it, huh? Ha ha. After he said this, the other two looked at him in surprise. Luo Yuking comforted him, it's okay. Whether you're a biological son or not, at least you have a complete family. Meng Xiang also nodded. That's right. Look at me, I only live with my grandfather. If I had a complete family, I would definitely be very happy. His roommate's words touched Chen Fan deeply. He never thought his kind of family was something others yearned for. Before he could say anything, Luo Yuking's face lit up with gossip, and he eagerly asked, then what about the other one? The other beauty in the dorm today, is she also your sister? She's really beautiful, but she always gives me the feeling that you can look but can't touch. Her family background must be very good, right? She looks like the type of cold, noble young lady raised by a very wealthy family, who can just wave her hand and say, the weather has turned cold, let the one family go bankrupt. Haha. Yuking, are you a domineering CEO? Have you been reading too many novels? The weather has turned cold, let the one family go bankrupt. You still remember that meme from a few years ago? She's not my sister. Well, she's like a sister to me. She's 1 year older than me, my childhood friend. He imagined Su Yu in a business suit, sitting in a chair. The boss waved his hand at his assistant and said, it's getting cold, so let the one family go bankrupt. Unable to hold back his ladder, Chen Fan immediately picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chu Yu. Sister Yu, in the future, will you ever say, it's getting cold, so let the one family go bankrupt? Chu Yu replied quickly. What does it's getting cold, so let the one family go bankrupt mean? Ahaha, Sister Yu, are you that out of the loop? You don't even know this. He teased. At that moment, Xu Yu still hadn't left Chen Jian. Curiously, she asked Chen Jian, Sister Chen Jian, Xiao Fan told me it's getting cold, so let the one family go bankrupt. What does that mean? Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. Oh, for goodness sake. That kid has been reading too many novels. Don't pay any attention to him. However, Xu Yu always took what he said to heart. So, she curiously opened Baidu to search for it, and then replied to his message with a deadpan expression. Why? At that moment, Chen Fan was happily chatting with his roommate. He only saw Xu Yu's reply a few minutes later. Why? What? He didn't quite understand Xu Yu's meaning. Why is she asking why I asked if she would say that in the future? Xu Yu was a little curious about this boy's train of thought. Seeing her message, he put down his chopsticks and typed furiously. My roommate just said you look like the kind of person who would wave their hand and say that, so I imagine you doing it, and it turned out to be really funny. Haha, Xu Yu was amused by him. What are you and my little brother talking about? Why do I have to be this girl's driver, while she's happily chatting with my brother? Chen Jian felt very indignant. Xu Yu turned off her phone screen, sitting in the passenger seat with a smile, saying nothing. Chen Jian glanced at her. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Xiao Fan is still young. If he wants to date, he has to wait until after he graduates from university. If I find out you tried to sneak him home behind my back these next few years, I'll break your legs. As an outsider, Shen Jian was well aware of the feelings Chu Yu and Liu Ruian had for her precious younger brother. Objectively speaking, both were outstanding candidates for daughters-in-law among the great families of Jincheng. Both their personal and family conditions were top tier. Her brother wouldn't lose out with either of them in the future, not to mention having the Chen family as his backing. Marrying either would mean a lifetime of happiness. But she just didn't want this little fox to snatch her brother away so soon. He was still young, and she wanted to raise him for a few more years. She was even willing to raise him for a lifetime. Chu Yu nodded obediently, tilting her head to look at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. No one knew what she was thinking. After the three from dorm room 303 finished their meal and returned, Yu King was nowhere to be found. She didn't even participate in the military training. Coincidentally, Shen Yu had also used illness as an excuse to skip it. Before the training began, Mother Chen had asked Chen Fan about it. After some thought, he decided he didn't want to miss any university experience. The military training for Jinshan University, like the film academies, was a closed-off program. Students were taken to a training base in the suburbs of Jinshan for 3 full weeks. Under Chu Yu's eager gaze, he slung his backpack on and boarded the bus arranged by the school. The instructors at the training base were very professional, and the management was strict. All students could only use their phones on Sunday afternoons. The rest of the time, they had to be turned in. As they arrived on a Sunday afternoon, they had half a day to rest before the official training began the next day. While still on the way, he received a call from Liu Ruyan, who had just gotten her phone back. Yao Fan, how much longer until you arrive? Sob, I miss you so much. I'm already waiting for you where the bus is parked. Let me tell you, this training base is no fun at all. The smell on the bus was making him a bit carsick. He answered Liu Ruyan in a daze. Sister Ruyan, I feel a little sick right now. Can you complain to me after I get there? After saying that, he hung up. Liu Ruyan on the other end was frantic. He had vaguely said he felt sick, but she didn't know what was wrong. She paced around the bus parking lot like a headless fly for an hour before the buses from Jinshan University finally started to arrive. Liu Ruyan had to ask several buses before finding the one for the literature department where he was. When she ran over, she saw him stepping weakly off the bus. Liu Ruyan rushed forward and took him from Luo Yuking's arm. Startled, Luo Yuking took 2 steps forward, intending to pull him back. Where did this pervert come from? Let him go. At that moment, Liu Ruyan was wearing a military uniform with the cap pulled down, obscuring her face. One could only tell she was a tall, slender girl. Shen Fan leaned into Liu Ruyan's arms and waved weakly. Yuking, it's okay, she's my sister. Luo Yuking looked at Liu Ruyan suspiciously. It's not like I haven't met your sister before. Liu Ruyan ignored the woman who had just called her a pervert and helped Chen Fan to the shade of a nearby tree, looking at him with concern. What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Do you feel really sick? Should I take you to the hospital? I told you not to participate in the military training. Why did you still come? He clutched his churning stomach. Sister Ruyan, I'm fine. I just get carsick. I've never been on a bus before. I wanted to come to the training myself. Liu Ruyan placed a hand on his stomach, gently rubbing it for him. Let me take you to the infirmary. He shook his head. The teacher said we can't run around after arriving. I'm just carsick. I'll be fine after a little rest. With that, he leaned gently against Liu Ruyan and closed his eyes to rest. It was the first time in his 18 years that he had ridden a bus. The crowded vehicle, combined with the summer heat, made the smell unbearable. The road to the training base also included a winding mountain path, which inevitably made him sick. Soon, the other students gathered in the parking lot as instructed by their teacher. Liu Ruyan took his backpack, telling him to come back and find her later, and watched him get into line. When Chen Fan stood next to Luo Yuking, she asked curiously, Xiao Fan, just how many amazing sisters do you have? This is the 3rd one I've met. He whispered, she's like Sister Yu, we grew up together. Ah, Liu Ruyan. She's from the film academy, so she came to the training a week before his. The film academy. Is this Sister Ruyan of yours very beautiful? She can't be prettier than your sister Yu, can she? Luo Yuking looked at him in surprise. He rubbed his temples. They're 2 different types. Didn't you see her face just now? Half her face was hidden under her cap, only showing her chin. Who could see anything? As the two were chatting, the teacher in charge of Jinshan University's military training finally began to speak. Hello, students of Jinshan University. I am the head of the Arts and Sports Department, and you can call me Teacher Wang. I will be in charge of your military training. If you have any problems, you can come to me at any time. The training will last for 3 weeks, from 800 m to 1200 m and 200 m to 600 m daily. The rest of the time is yours, but you cannot leave the training base, and phones are only allowed on Sunday afternoons to report to your families. Any other use of your phone will be recorded as a disciplinary infraction. Tonight at 700 m, there will be a welcoming ceremony for you in the central auditorium. After dismissal, you will first collect your uniforms, which you must wear tonight. You should already know your dorm assignments, so you can go rest first. Dismissed. With Teacher One's command, the students scattered with their luggage, ready to get their uniforms and take a quick nap. Liu Ruyan stood under the tree, playing with her phone while wearing his small blue backpack. Her elegant posture made the male students passing by whisper among themselves. Look, that girl under the tree, the one with the blue backpack. With my years of experience spotting beauties, she's definitely a stunner. Her head is down and she's wearing a cap. How can you be so sure? Maybe she just has a nice figure. A figure like that is rare. She must be a beauty. If you don't believe me, go talk to her and see what she really looks like under that cap. No way, that's too embarrassing. You go. Fine, I'll go. I have to prove to you that my experience is never wrong. Encouraged by his roommate, the male student walked towards Liu Ruyan. But before he could reach her, he saw another student approach her. The boy had neat short hair and wore a white tracksuit, looking exceptionally handsome. She immediately linked arms with him, and they walked towards him, smiling and talking. As they got closer, he finally saw the woman's face under the cap. It was a face that rivaled any popular starlet in the entertainment industry. Liu Ruian had known since she was young that she was extraordinarily beautiful. As a child, her uncles regarded her as a fairy descended to the mortal world, and her grandmother and mother loved to paint her. From elementary school to high school, Liu Ruian was always the schoolbelle and was often stopped on the street by talent scouts. Unlike Chu Yu's cold and noble beauty, Liu Ruian's beauty was the kind that instantly captivated people. Every feature on her face was perfectly proportioned, and combined, they multiplied her charm. Her crescent, moon eyes were perfectly placed, enhancing her lively and lovely allure. Her personality was also vibrant and enthusiastic, making her extremely popular since childhood. If Chu Yu was a flower on a high mountain, then Liu Ruian was the fairy everyone dreamed of. Chen Fan had once lamented that it would be a shame if Liu Ruian's beauty didn't grace the entertainment industry. It would be a loss to the world not to see such a figure. What he didn't expect was that Liu Ruian suddenly decided to apply to the film academy in her senior year, which made him happy for a long time. But what he expected even less was that her decision to step onto this stage was largely because of him. If Xiao Fan wants to see me on the big screen, then I must fulfill his wish. That was Liu Ruian's thought back then, simple and resolute. The male student who had passed Chen Fan and Liu Ruian quickly returned to his roommate, dramatically describing her beauty. See, I told you, I've judged countless beauties and I'm never wrong. Is she a student from our school? We have someone with that kind of looks. His roommate thought for a moment, and shook his head. Probably not. All our students are here. Look, she's wearing a military uniform, so she must be from another school. Then she must be from the film academy. It would be a waste for someone with her looks not to become a star. Liu Ruian didn't hear their conversation, and even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. Right now, her eyes were only on the boy who still looked a bit weak. Xiao Fan, why don't you let you pick you up and take you home? Military training is quite tough. See, haven't I gotten a bit tanner? We have to train outdoors for 8 hours every day. Chen Fan curiously glanced at Liu Ruian. She clearly hadn't tanned at all, and was as fair as he was. He joked, "Tsk, my sister Ruian has gotten much darker. It makes your teeth look even whiter. You could be a model for Darlie Toothpaste." Liu Ruian affectionately pinched his nose. He hadn't chosen to leave, which made her a little happy. After all, a world with just the two of them, without Chiyu, was a rare treat. Tonight, there's a welcoming ceremony for the new students. We had one last week too, and many students perform. He asked curiously, what did Sister Ruian perform? Liu Ruian tilted her chin proudly. Your sister here conquered them with a single song. The film academy was full of hidden talents, almost everyone had a specialty, and 7,080 of them were more multi-talented than their peers. That Liu Ruian could win everyone over with just one song, he found hard to believe. Sister Ruian is bragging again. There must be many talented people at your school. Liu Ruian recalled the scene from that day and couldn't help but feel a bit proud. The film academy students loved to perform, and the stage was never empty during the free expression segment. She had been lazily sitting on her chair, eating snacks and complaining in their group chat of 3, when her classmates unexpectedly pushed her onto the stage. Liu Ruian, aren't you going to perform something? Yeah, come on, you're the face of our acting class. Even if you can't sing or dance, just go up and tell a joke for everyone. Haha, that's right, Ruian. With your looks, how can you not show your face? It's such a good opportunity. What if some school hunk or department hunk notices you? Then your university life will be set. Liu Ruian scoffed. School hunk, department hunk. No matter how handsome they are, they can't compare to my Xiao Fan. Since the first day of school, she had received a lot of attention, as her beauty was undeniable. So she would show her classmates that Liu Ruian was not just a pretty face. Encouraged by everyone, she walked onto the stage. The stage at the training base was a bit rudimentary, but the moment Liu Ruian stood on it, she felt like she was the light. She chose a song from over 10 years ago, Dream Chaser's Heart. As the intro played, the students were still whispering. Whoa, is that Liu Ruian from the acting class? She chose such an old song. If she's not a great singer, choosing an old song is safer. Even if she can't sing, I'll still cheer for her. She's so beautiful. I declare her the belle of this year's class. As the intro ended, Liu Ruian began to sing. Where is the world filled with fresh flowers? If it truly exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on its highest peak, not caring if it's a cliff. Her voice was clear and soulful, carrying a power that seemed to pierce the listeners' hearts. The moment Liu Ruian stepped on stage, many had been prepared for her to be a terrible singer or just average, but they never expected her to sing so beautifully. After the initial shock, the students couldn't help but sing along with her. The sight of the entire hall singing together was truly exhilarating, especially for Liu Ruyan on stage, who could see everyone. By the end of the song, she seemed to have tears in her eyes. She had embarked on this path for him, as if she were born for it. She would walk this path to the end, reach the pinnacle, and keep running with the pride of a youthful heart. The brilliance of life, how can you see it without persevering to the end? It's better to burn brightly than to live a mediocre life, not compromising on the good things in your heart until you grow old. Liu Ruyan's performance was recorded and posted on Weibo, even briefly making it to the top 50 trending topics. She was called a fairy sister by many netizens. Seeing that he didn't believe in her skills, she took out her phone, found the video a classmate had recorded, and showed it to him. He watched the entire video intently, then jumped up and down like an excited rabbit. Whoa, Sister Ruyan, I've known you for over 10 years, and this is the first time I feel you're this beautiful. In both his past and present lives, he had never been a fan of any celebrity. With his family's resources, he could meet any star he wanted. This video was the first time he truly understood what a star, what an idol, was. Liu Ruyan was incredibly proud. Of course. Who do you think your sister is? A future superstar, he nodded repeatedly. Sister Ruyan, you will definitely become a huge star. So many people will love you. Liu Ruyan looked at him deeply. If possible, she hoped that among those many people who loved her, there would be a small part from him. Just a little bit of his love would be enough. She would give him everything she could. Both she and Shen Yu had liked him since they were very young. But neither had ever confessed. No matter who he chose, the other would surely be hurt. Ever since Shen Yu returned, witnessing the warmth and protection Shen Yu showed Chen Fan, she realized their feelings had already blossomed, even if unstated. If she confessed to Chen Fan now, she would surely be rejected and might even lose the friendship between the three of them. So, she decided to silently wish them well. She was still young and would find someone who loved and cherished her. Besides, she had a bright future and career ahead of her. This balance is good for now, Liu Ruyan thought. With Liu Ruyan's guidance, he successfully got his uniform and supplies for the next 3 weeks, and she walked him back to the male dormitory. During the training, men and women were not allowed to mingle, so their next meeting would be the following Sunday. She bent down slightly, bringing her eyes level with his. He nodded obediently. I know, Sister Ruyan. I'll take good care of myself. After Liu Ruyan left, he slept in his dorm until sunset. It was Luo Yuking who woke him up. He changed into his new uniform and went with Luo Yuking to the central auditorium. The hall was decorated with banners that read, Welcome Jinshan University freshmen to military training. The tables were laden with a colorful and abundant feast. Luo Yuking mysteriously told him, You have to eat your fill tonight. I heard from a senior that this is the best meal you'll get during the entire training. For the next 3 weeks, we're going to be eating bitter meals. He chuckled, Isn't eating bitter meals a bit of an exaggeration? What era are we in? While Luo Yuking's words were a bit dramatic, the food during military training was indeed not very good. The welcoming ceremony began. On stage was a middle-aged man in a camouflage uniform. He had a square face, tanned skin, and a very righteous demeanor. When he spoke, he didn't even need a microphone. His voice could be heard by everyone in the hall. Hello, students. I am the chief instructor of this training base. For the next 3 weeks, my instructors and I will lead you. Our base hosts students from major universities in Jinshan for freshman military training every year. Our professionalism is beyond question, so the coming days may be very tough. I hope each of you can persevere to the end. Perhaps these 3 weeks of training will bring you many rewards, but always remember that life and health come first. After the chief instructor's speech, met with thunderous applause, the lively welcoming ceremony began. The base's instructors first performed a medley of military songs, firing up the students' spirits. Then came the free performance segment Liu Ruyan had mentioned. Jinshan University also had an art school, and though not as professional as the film academy, the students who got in were not ordinary. Of course, this excluded the wealthy Shins who were directly admitted. Like a child at a school festival, he sat among the crowd, happily eating and drinking while commenting on the performances with his friends. Luo Yuking urged him to go on stage, but he politely declined. What a joke. Even though I've been reborn, and I'm a rich young master, I don't seem to have any presentable talents. Am I supposed to go on stage and perform the feat of writing 8,000 words of a novel in one go? Seeing that he had no intention of performing, Luo Yuking went to sign up herself. Soon, it was her turn. She performed a stunningly beautiful classical dance. Even in the baggy military uniform, she perfectly showcased her charm and graceful beauty. He excitedly stood up and applauded for her. So beautiful, Yuking, you're an amazing dancer. Hearing his voice, Luo Yuking gracefully jumped off the stage towards him and returned to her seat. Yuking, you're so talented. Why didn't you go to a dance academy? He had seen many dancers, and Luo Yuking's foundation was incredibly solid. Meng Xian also chimed in, equally impressed. Luo Yuking's cheerful expression turned a little sad. My mother doesn't like me being in the entertainment industry. I had no choice. He understood. Though he didn't know why her mother disliked it, he could see that Luo Yuking was a very filial son, willing to give up something he was both good at and loved for his mother's sake. He patted Luo Yuking's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay. Our film and television screenwriting major is very strong, you know. It's the ace major of Jinshin University's literature department. In the future, you can write a script about dancing and star in it yourself. Wouldn't that be perfect? His words made the melancholic Luo Yuking laugh. The welcoming ceremony gradually came to an end. Luo Yuking's reputation as a handsome guy quickly spread, and some even secretly called him the hunk of the literature department. When Luo Yuking found out, he just laughed. Isn't that just because Xiao Fan is keeping a low profile? Otherwise, with his looks, who would even notice me? The 3 weeks of military training passed quickly. Li Ruian visited him every Sunday, and his roommates got to meet this stunningly beautiful sister of his. On the day the training ended, it was Chu Yu who drove to pick him up. She hadn't seen him in 3 weeks. That girl Li Ruian had especially boasted to her for a long time last week about how she had spent time alone with him after her training ended. All in all, they had been alone for less than 3 afternoons, but Chu Yu was still very jealous. When he walked out of the training base, Chu Yu was already waiting obediently at the gate. She came forward, took his backpack, and then opened the passenger door for him. Little did they know, a small storm was brewing behind them. After the training, there was a 3-day break. Since he was a local student in Jinshin, he, like many others, chose to go home. When Chu Yu dropped him off at the Chen family home, neither Father Chen nor Mother Chen was there. As he entered, he saw Shen Yu sitting on the sofa in a silk tank top and shorts, eating fruit. Brother, you back from training. Sister Yu brought you back. During the last birthday party, Shen Yu had decided he had to win Chu Yu over. Shen Fan exchanged a few pleasantries with Shen Yu, then turned to Chu Yu beside him. Sister Yu, thank you for bringing me home. Drive safely on your way back. Chu Yu nodded, watched him go upstairs, and just as she was about to leave, a slightly damp, masculine hand grabbed her wrist. It was Shen Yu. He put on a handsome look and said to Chu Yu, Sister Yu, it's so hot. My brother didn't even ask you to stay and rest for a bit. That's so impolite. Sister Yu, rest for a bit before you go. The maid just cut some fruit. Let's eat together. What kind of fruit do you like, Sister Yu? Chu Yu tried to pull her hand back, but the harder she pulled, the tighter Shen Yu gripped. Her brows furrowed deeply as she coldly looked at him. Let go. Her voice was like ice, cold enough to chill the summer air. How could Shen Yu miss such a good opportunity? This was the first time in a long while he had found Chu Yu alone. He'd be at a great loss if he didn't leave an impression. So he held on even tighter, trying to pull her towards him. Sister Yu, don't be like that. My brother and I are both sons of the Chen family. You can't favor one over the other. Why do you only pay attention to my brother and not me? Having intended to be polite for Shen Yu's sake, Chu Yu finally lost her patience. She strode away, forcefully flinging his hand off. As if thrown by her force, Shen Yu fell straight to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Sister Yu, you hurt me, Shen Yu moaned from the floor. As if remembering something, she stopped, turned her head, and glanced at him. The boy on the ground had one side of his tank top slipping off, vaguely revealing half his chest, and his shorts had ridden up to the top of his thighs, with patterned underwear peeking out. Seeing Chu Yu turn back, Shen Yu began to act dramatically on the floor, striking various bizarre poses. Sister Yu, come help me up. Chu Yu said coldly, don't call me Sister Yu. You're not worthy. With that, she turned and strode out, ignoring Shen Yu's calls from behind. The moment Shen Yu fell, Shen Fan had appeared on the stairs. He watched Shen Yu's entire performance with a smile. It wasn't until Chu Yu left that he leisurely walked down. Oh, what's this? A monkey show. He stood in front of Shen Yu, looking down at him still on the floor. When it was just the two of them, Shen Fan could never hide his true personality. Even if Shen Yu told others he wasn't that gentle, no one would believe him. Shen Yu looked up at him, and even against the light, he could see the contempt in Shen Fan's eyes. Worry about yourself first. Don't let your disguise get ripped off one day, and get kicked out of the Chen family in disgrace. When that happens, Xu Yu will be mine. Shen Fan gave him a smiling glance, picked up his glass of water, and headed upstairs. Disguise. Shen Yu still understands me too little. After his rebirth, he had indeed been disguising himself to appear less arrogant and willful. But after over a dozen years, some changes had become ingrained. He quite liked his current self, gentle and considerate most of the time. Only when others provoked him would he show the pride from his previous life. As for him and Shen Yu, he thought he would never treat Shen Yu well. After all, who could calmly face the person who had hired a murderer to kill them? Just as he was about to disappear around the bend of the stairs, he paused and glanced back at Shen Yu. Shen Yu, I advise you to manage your body first, then go to the gym and work on your chest muscles. And it would be best if you learned how to dress properly. Otherwise, how will you seduce anyone in the future? Shen Yu, who thought he had undergone a transformation this past year and was now, if not a great beauty, at least a handsome and elegant young master, was infuriated by his insults. He screamed at him, "Yes, you're handsome. So what if you're handsome? My parents could only give birth to a son who looks like me. I'm their real son." Father Chen and Mother Chen had just walked in the door and heard Shen Yu's whore shout. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Your brother just got back from military training. What are you throwing a tantrum for?" Mother Chen then noticed the tank top and shorts Shen Yu was wearing. "Go upstairs and change into something else. Don't wear clothes like that in the living room anymore." The Chen family had dozens of servants, many of whom were female. Shen Yu walking around so scantily clad was truly indecent. Mother Chen came from a scholarly family and had somewhat traditional views. She really couldn't accept such attire, even in their own home, which was full of outsiders. Shen Yu wanted to explain. "Mom, brother insulted me first. He called me ugly." Father Chen didn't even look at his son and went straight to the study. Mother Chen sighed. "Xiao Yu, do you see the gardener outside? The butler at the door? The maids walking around? Even though you're in your own home, such attire is really not suitable for the living room. Don't you think I'm right?" Shen Yu pouted. Of course he knew. He didn't want the servants to see him dressed like this either. He had only dressed this way because he heard that Jinshan University's military training ended today and knew Chu Yu would surely pick Chen Fan up. He never expected Chu Yu to be so unromantic and not even give him a second glance. When Chen Fan got back to his room, he heard his phone ringing non-stop. He put down his water glass and saw it was a call from Luo Yuking. Luo Yuking's voice was urgent. "Xiao Fan, check the school forum. Some bastard is bad-mouthing you behind your back. I've been trying to explain for ages, but no one believes me. Don't let me find out who posted it." He raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Someone posted on the Jinshan University forum saying you're a three-timing scum, and they even posted pictures of you with your 3 sisters. Go take a look." Hanging up, he opened the Jinshan University school forum. The post Luo Yuking mentioned was pinned at the top, with a big, red hot next to it. The title read, "So this is this year's top scholar, a 3-timer. My eyes have been opened." He curiously clicked on it, and found many candid photos, mostly of him and Liu Ruian at the military training base, interspersed with 2 photos of Chen Jian patting his head. The last one was of Chu Yu opening the car door for him. Although her face wasn't clearly visible, his figure, and the luxury car's logo were. The comment section below was even more chaotic. "Hey, that head, batting picture. Isn't that senior sister Chen Jiang? I advise you to delete this post. Senior sister Chen Jiang is not someone to be messed with. Oh my god, can anyone tell me which department and class the girl in the military uniform is from? She's so beautiful, I'm offering a high price for her contact information. Please, I want to pursue her. That car is a custom Maserati model. There are only 10 in the world. I can't believe I'm seeing one here. Can you guys upstairs focus on the main point? The up didn't ask you to appraise beauties and luxury cars. Isn't the point that this guide is a 3-timer? I heard he's this year's Jinshan top scholar. What's the use of being smart and handsome? He's already so promiscuous as a freshman. His character doesn't match his talent. A freshman is probably only 18 or 19, right? He already has 3 women by his side. Are there more that we can't see? The person upstairs, what you said disgusts me. I think I'm in the same class as him. He doesn't have some disease, does he? What if he infects me? Don't you guys know his name is Chen Fan? Chen Jiang. Chen Fan. They're obviously siblings. So what? That just proves he's a 2-timer. Are the other 2 also his sisters? He had been back from the training base for less than 2 hours, and in that short time, the thread had already grown to 1,000 replies. It was clear someone was fanning the flames from behind the scenes. Many replies trying to explain for him were quickly deleted by the original poster. He chuckled, unfazed. He didn't know who the other party was, but it probably wasn't someone who knew him well. Because anyone who knew him would know that this kind of public opinion had absolutely no effect on him. It probably wasn't Chen Yu either, because the post was made while Chen Yu was in the living room trying to seduce Chu Yu. So who could it be? He started to recall if he had offended anyone. In this life, he had projected an extremely good temperament, so logically, very few people should dislike him. After thinking for a moment, he forwarded the post to the 3 female leads. Except for Chen Jian, he sent a separate message to the other 2, the boats I'm 2-timing with, come see the photo someone took of us. The 3 of them received his WeChat message at the same time and clicked on the link he sent. Who posted this? Are they crazy? Causing trouble for my brother on Chen Jiang's territory at Jinshan University. This was Chen Jiang. Whoa, who took these pictures? They made me look so pretty. We look so good together. This was Liu Ruian. This was Chu Yu. The first call that came in was from Chen Jiang. As soon as he answered, he heard her angry yet worried voice. Little brother, don't worry. If you feel sad, don't look at the forum. Someone dares to bully my brother on my turf before I've even left Jinshin University. I will absolutely find the person who posted this before tonight. If it can't, I'll take your last name. He burst out laughing. Sister, your name is Chen Jian. My name is Chen Fan. You already have the same last name as me. I'm really fine. We just need to clear things up. You know this stuff doesn't affect me. As soon as Chen Jian's call ended, Shu Yu called. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He politely declined. Sister Yu, my sister said she'll handle it. No need to trouble you. Shu Yu was looking at the photos on her phone, while talking. Why did the photographer take so many pictures of him and Li Ruian? Obviously, he and I look better together. Was it that brother of yours? Shu Yu asked. She couldn't think of anyone else he might have a grudge with besides Chen Yu. Probably not. The post was made right when you and I got home, right, Sister Yu? The last 4 words he said had a slightly strange intonation. Shu Yu on the other end of the line immediately knew he had been there at that moment. Only I get to call you Sister Yu. Okay. That's more like it. Sister Yu, I have to go now. Sister Ruian's call keeps trying to get through. She's getting anxious. Let her be anxious, Shu Yu thought silently, but she didn't stop him from hanging up. Let that girl Liu Ruian stir things up a bit. Alright, leave the rest to me. She thought for a moment and called Chen Jian. Sister Chen Jian, Xiao Fan sent you the post too, right? I think it was probably posted by one of Xiao Fan's classmates. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many photos from the training base. Plus, the photo of him and me was taken at the base entrance. Chen Jian, with a cigarette between her lips, replied with a muffled voice on the other end. Yeah, I'm tracing the IP now. The person used mobile data to post, but the IP has been moving towards Jinshin University. I believe I'll catch this person soon. How interesting. Daring to bully a descendant of my Chen family in Jinshin, at Jinshin University. I'd like to see who gave them the guts. Xiao Fan is timid. I wonder if this scared him. After hanging up, Shu Yu went straight back to Jinshin University. Her residence, Lanting Shu, was very close, only a 10-minute walk away. She went directly to Chen Jian's dormitory. If Chen Jian was going to catch someone, she must be at the university now. Coincidentally, as she arrived downstairs, she saw Chen Jian striding out. Seeing Shu Yu, she raised an eyebrow. You got here fast. Let's go. The IP stopped at Dormitory Building 3. Dormitory Building 3. Isn't Xiao Fan also in Dormitory 3? Shu Yu was slightly surprised. Chen Jian nodded. The last IP location was room 304 of Dormitory 3, right next to Xiao Fan's room. I don't know why kids these days don't focus on their studies, and instead get into these crooked things. The two quickly arrived downstairs at Dormitory 3. One of Chen Jian's junior schoolmates was already waiting there. Seeing Chen Jian, he waved enthusiastically. Senior sister, I've been watching for a while. Only one person from room 304 has returned to the dorm today, and he hasn't come out since he went in. Chen Jian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Find an excuse to bring him down for me. The junior accepted the task and went into the dormitory building, giving Chen Jian a thumbs up before heading upstairs. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, he brought someone down. It was a rather timid-looking male student, wearing a pair of thick, black-framed glasses and a black and white plaid shirt. As soon as he stepped out of the building, he saw the two stunningly beautiful women standing under the tree. They were the girls from the photos he had secretly taken. The male student was so scared he turned to run back into the dormitory, thinking, how did this happen? How did they find me so quickly? That person clearly said there would be no danger in posting the photos. Chen Jian's junior grabbed the student's arm. Don't run, you did something wrong and you dare to run. Chen Jian also strode forward and pulled the student out of the dormitory building. By now, many students who had finished military training were returning to their dorms, and seeing this scene, they stopped to watch. Isn't that senior sister Chen Jiang? The person next to her. Her figure looks a lot like the female lead in the luxury car photo. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Even more beautiful than senior sister Chen Jiang. But what are they doing? The student they're holding, isn't that Li Xiaoxin from the Chinese literature department? Could it be that Li Xiaoxin posted that thread? No way. I thought Li Xiaoxin seemed like a very honest person. I don't know. Let's watch. Such big drama right at the start of the semester. I love watching drama the most. Chen Jian looked coldly at the student in front of her. Li Xiaoxin, right? Why did you post that kind of thread on the forum? Did my brother offend you? Li Xiaoxin stubbornly denied it. What post? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go, or I'll call security. Chen Jian took out her phone and showed the evidence to Li Xiaoxin. This is your phone model, right? You're in room 304, right? Why didn't you hide your IP address properly before doing something bad? Li Xiaoxin panicked. He had never thought they would find him through his IP address. If he had known, he wouldn't have used his own phone to post. But he still argued, I don't know anything about an IP address. You tracked my IP address. Can I call the police? Jin Jian laughed. Fine, call the police. I wanted to call the police too, to arrest you for defamation. Need me to help you call? Let me remind you, getting into Jinshan University isn't easy. If you don't want to waste more than 10 years of hard study, then keep being stubborn. Li Xiaoxin grew more and more flustered. When that person asked him to take candid photos and post them on the forum, they clearly said it was inconvenient for them to do it themselves and promised him there would be no danger. If it weren't for the 20,000 yuan, he wouldn't have posted it. But that person had also warned him not to reveal their identity, or he would face the consequences. He thought for a moment and came up with what he thought was a brilliant reason. I just don't like the look of Chen Fan. Besides, he's so intimate with so many women like you. Isn't that morally corrupt? This statement made Chen Jian laugh out of anger. Intimate. We're very intimate. Do you know who I am? How would Li Xiaoxin know who she was? He was only responsible for taking the pictures and posting. Besides, after posting it, he didn't even click on the post to look at it. Go on, Chen Jian, you tell me what kind of relationship Chen Fan and I have. Is there a problem with me being intimate with my own biological brother? What? Biological brother? Why didn't that person tell him? Li Xiaoxin bit his lip. Even if she was his sister, what about the other two girls? Surely they weren't also his sisters. He was either 3-timing or 2-timing, chainless either way. Shen Jian flicked the lighter in her hand, the steady click, click, click making Li Xiaoxin even more anxious. Sister Chen Jian, don't say any more. I'm going to sue him, Su Yu said, standing under the shade of a tree, too lazy to even look at the self-proclaimed clever male student in front of her. She was last year's top scorer and had refused all media interviews. The media in Jin City knew the price of crossing that line. They could secretly photograph anyone, but never the eldest daughter of the Su family. Hearing that he was about to be sued, Li Xiaoxin finally panicked. On what grounds are you suing me? You should be suing Chen Fan, that 2-timing cheater. Su Yu let out a soft laugh, thinking to herself that if Chen Fan were willing to be her boat, she would be more than happy to be boarded. Let's go, Sister Chen Jian. Chen Jian glanced around at the crowd of onlookers. I don't believe none of you have close friends. The photos the student posted on the forum are just normal interactions between my brother and his childhood friend. We all got into Jin University. I don't think I need to elaborate on our ICE, right? Don't let yourselves be led by the nose by a few photos right after school starts. Did they kiss in the pictures? Did they do anything else? Has 3 weeks of military training turned your brains to mush? What Chen Jiang said was indeed right. Many of the mindless gossipers were really just bored from the 3 weeks of military training. When they suddenly saw such an explosive post, they jumped in without thinking. Upon careful reflection, aside from the 2 photos of Chen Jiang ruffling his hair, the others were just normal, everyday interactions, the kind they had with many of their own friends. The crowd dispersed. Su Yu and Chen Jian left Building 3, leaving Li Xiaoxin standing there dumbfounded. That girl wants to sue me. On what grounds? On what grounds? I can't be sued. I worked so hard to get into Jin University. Li Xiaoxin called the person who put him up to it, but strangely, the calls wouldn't go through. He sent a text message to the number instead. Mu Kange, the people in the photos today said they're going to sue me. I can't get sued. You have to help me solve this, or I'll tell everyone you told me to take the photos and make the post. Don't play dead. You also need to transfer the money you promised me. I can't take the fall for you. I can't leave Jin University. It was indeed Mu Kange who had instructed Li Xiaoxin to do this. He had even provided the 2 photos of Chen Jian ruffling Chen Fan's hair. He just hadn't expected Li Xiaoxin to be so foolish as to be exposed by Chen Jian so quickly and then threatened by Su Yu. So useless. The idea had come to him that day in the dormitory, and he had specifically warned Li Xiaoxin 1,000 times not to capture Su Yu's face directly. He knew Su Yu disliked being photographed. He had even checked the photos Li Xiaoxin posted, which only showed Su Yu's back. Mu King glanced irritably at the text message. Based on his analysis, Su Yu's threat to Su was probably just to scare Li Xiaoxin. In that case, he didn't need to panic. Li Xiaoxin never received a reply from Mu Kange. Instead, on the day everyone returned to campus, he received a lawyer's letter from the Su family. Terrified, he made several calls to Mu Kange, who still didn't answer. He then took the letter to the dormitory next door, room 303, where Chen Fan lived. Chen Fan had just returned to the dorm not long ago. The post from a few days ago had had no effect on him whatsoever. The public opinion he had faced when Shen Yu was first brought back to the Chen family was far worse than this childish drama. All 4 residents of room 303 were present. Yes, Mu Kange had also returned. He was momentarily startled when he saw Li Xiaoxin walk in. The 2 had only ever communicated via text. Li Xiaoxin had never seen him in person, but he knew what Li Xiaoxin looked like. Li Xiaoxin walked straight to Chen Fan, slammed the lawyer's letter on his desk, and then collapsed to the floor with a wail. Chen Fan, I deleted the post, okay. Can you please not let your girlfriend sue me? Li Xiaoshan still misunderstood Su Yu as being Chen Fan's girlfriend. Chen Fan casually picked up the letter and flipped through it. It had to be said, the Su family's lawyers had written a rather thick letter, more than enough to intimidate a freshman. His long, slender fingers tapped gently on the desk. Don't make a scene in our dorm. If you want us to withdraw the letter, that's fine. I just have one question for you, and you have to answer truthfully. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, Li Xiaoshan nodded frantically. Ask away, ask away. I'll answer anything. A slight smile touched Chen Fan's lips. You and I have no grievances, we don't even know each other. So, someone must have instructed you to secretly take photos and post slander about me, right? Think carefully before you answer. Children who lie don't get candy. Li Xiaoshan seemed to have made up his mind. He couldn't tarnish his hard work for 20,000 yuan. If he were sued, he would surely be expelled from Jin University, right? So, Li Xiaoshan confessed everything. During military training, I received a text message. I don't know who sent it. The person just told me to secretly photograph you, and that beautiful girl. Then, after you left the area, to photograph you with another beautiful girl. That person also told me not to capture the second beautiful girl's face. The photos of you and Sister Jian were also sent to me by this person. They said they would give me 20,000 yuan after it was done and assured me that it would have absolutely no impact on me. I couldn't resist the temptation of 20,000 yuan, so I helped them. Please forgive me, I beg you. I can't leave Jin University. I worked so hard to get in. Hearing this, Chen Fan already had an idea. Someone who knew both him and Su Yu, and also knew that Su Yu couldn't be photographed from the front. The list of such people was very short. He smiled. Alright, you understand. He gestured. Write down the phone number of the person who texted you, and then you can go. Li Xiaoshan scrambled up from the floor, grabbed a pen, and quickly wrote down the number. Here it is, this is the number. I've told you everything I can, and the post is deleted. Please make sure your friend doesn't sue me. Chen Fan gave a slight wave of his hand. As if granted amnesty, Li Xiaoshan turned and fled. Watching his retreating back, Chen Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Mu Kingj, who was sitting on his chair, furiously tapping at his phone, his hands trembling slightly. How could I have forgotten about a character like Mu Kingj? He held a grudge against him, knew Su Yu disliked being photographed, knew his schedule, and was in the same class as Li Xiaoshan. It seemed catching the culprit was all too easy. Chen Fan had no concrete proof and didn't want a direct confrontation with Mu Kingj. Besides, in this life, he wasn't the type to get into direct arguments. So he sent the phone number Li Xiaoshan had written down, along with his suspicions, to Su Yu. Sister Yu, do you think this might be one of your admirers? If so, you'll have to compensate me. I've been quite upset these past few days. Su Yu was a little surprised when she received the WeChat message. Mu Kingj. She had to think for a moment to recall who he was. The young master of the Mu family, the biological brother of her acquaintance Mu King, and Chen Fan's roommate. He was the one behind all this. She quickly had someone investigate the phone number. Although it wasn't registered under Mu King's name, her search revealed the associated WeChat account, and after some digging, she confirmed the number did indeed belong to Mu Kingj. She then forwarded all the evidence and the message history between Mu King's SIM card and Li Xiaoshan to Mu King. Mu King, control your brother. If you don't want to, I don't mind doing it for you. Mu King was at a banquet, chatting with others, when she received Su Yu's message. She carefully examined each picture, maintained her composure, and quietly excused herself from the table. Pardon me, everyone, I need to make a phone call. I'll be right back. She stood up, signaled her assistant to entertain the Seos at the table, found a quiet corner, and called her troublesome younger brother. Mu Kingj answered his sister's call. Her voice didn't sound particularly angry, just a bit cold. Mu Kingj, have you caused trouble for me again? Aren't the messes those illegitimate children make outside enough? Can you just give me one less thing to worry about? Mu Kingj was a bit startled, unsure of what his sister was talking about. Could it be about the Chen Fan incident? No, how would my sister know about that? I don't care about the childish fights you boys get into. But why did you have to mess with Chen Fan? Go and apologize to him now. Mu King shot up from his chair, which crashed to the floor with a loud bang. What did you say? Are you crazy? Why should I apologize to him? Mu King took off her gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed her temples. Su Yu sent me a message. She said if I don't teach you a lesson, she will. Stop making trouble and just go apologize to Chen Fan. Mu King, for some reason, suddenly replied, that's even better. Tell her to come teach me a lesson herself. I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to get close to her. Sister, don't you like that Chen Fan? I'm helping you by distracting the person by his side. Mu King seemed to be losing her patience. I'm telling you for the last time, apologize to Chen Fan. My feelings for him are my business. I don't need you meddling. Besides, if you do this, our family could face serious trouble, Maybe even bankruptcy. Is that really what you want? You and Su Yu are impossible. She could never like you. Why is it impossible? How is our Mu family any worse than the Su family? If she doesn't like me, we can have a marriage alliance. I don't believe Dad wouldn't want our families to be connected, Mu King shouted hoarsely. Chen Fan, overhearing the mention of the Su family, became curious and started texting Su Yu. Sister Yu, what's going on? Mu King is in the dorm saying your family wants a marriage alliance with the Mu family. Su Yu sent back a series of question marks. In a marriage alliance with the Mu family. Am I crazy, or is he? On the other end of the line, Mu King must have said something else to Mu King. He deflated like a popped balloon, unwillingly walked over to Chen Fan, put his phone on speaker, and stiffly said, Chen Fan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had someone secretly photograph you, nor should I have encouraged them to post that kind of thing. Can you forgive me? Hearing this, Luo Yuding and Meng Xiang were stunned. Luo Yuding, in particular, stood up and walked over. So you were the one behind Li Shaoshan. Why would you do that? Mu King pouted and ignored Luo Yuding, as a gentle female voice came through the phone. Little fan, this is Mu King. Do you remember me? King is my younger brother, he was being immature, and did something foolish. Can you forgive him? I'd like to treat you to a meal as an apology. Shen Fan knew Mu King. She was the heir to the Mu family's current generation, and in his memory, an exceptionally outstanding woman. He had met her a few times. She was tall and slender with a beautiful face, always wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that gave her an intellectual air. So, despite not having much contact with her in either his past or present life, his impression of her was quite good. However, he still felt he had no reason to go out for a meal with Mu King's sister. He politely declined Mu King's offer. Sister King, although I don't know why King holds such animosity towards me, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I just hope he won't do this kind of thing again in the future. If I've done something wrong, he can tell me directly, and I'll correct it. We have to be roommates for several more years, and I don't want to live in an environment where someone is always holding a grudge against me. Don't you agree? Mu King responded quickly. King told me Shen Yu instigated him to do it to cause a misunderstanding between you and Yu. That way, King would have a chance to get close to Yu. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you and Yu can forgive our family. Mu King snatched his phone, returned to his desk with a resentful look, grabbed his bag, and slammed the door on his way out. The three remaining in the room looked at each other, bewildered by the loud slam. Luo Yuding placed a hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and patted it gently. I can't believe it was him. This Li Shaoshan is too sinister, digging such a big pit for you right at the start of the semester. I wonder if his sister can really control him. If not, you'll have to be on guard against him causing trouble in the future. Chen Fan thought to himself, if there's one person in this world who can control Mu King, it's definitely Mu King. Growing up in the Mu family environment, a brainless person like Mu King had survived this well entirely thanks to his sister's help. He might have a crush on Su Yu, but he would never offend his sister for her. Meng Xian, who seemed to have been frightened, finally managed to compose himself. Hey, why would he do something like that? It's not easy to get into Jin University. What if he got expelled over this? Chen Fan crossed his legs. Don't worry, he won't be expelled. It was laughable. Although the Mu family's power couldn't compare to the Chen family's, they were still a top-tier family in Jin City. Unless another prominent family intentionally targeted them, how could the young master of the Mu family be expelled? What about your brother? Would he be expelled? I'll report this to Sister Yu and see how she handles it. Sister Yu, the lawyer's letter can be withdrawn. Mu King just apologized to me. He also said he did it all because Chen Yu instigated him. Yu replied, I know. I'll talk to Chen Yu and see how he deals with it. He smiled to myself. This was a great opportunity to change my fate from my previous life. Winter break arrived. Chen Fan didn't have much luggage to pack. Grabbing his small bag, he said goodbye to Luo Yuding and Meng Xian and went downstairs. Yuding, Zhengzhen, see you next year. Happy New Year and have a great break. Today, he was wearing a white casual suit with a black turtleneck sweater underneath and a pair of black and white sneakers. Although winters in Jin City weren't extremely cold, the lowest temperature was still near freezing, so he wore an ice blue long coat over his outfit, looking both handsome and distinguished. When he got downstairs, Su Yu and Liu Ruian had already been waiting for a long time. Unlike the cold-defying Liu Ruian, Su Yu was dressed very warmly today. A long black coat enveloped her, and a gray scarf was wrapped around her neck. Chen Fan skipped over to them. Sister Yu, Sister Ruian, have you been waiting long? Let's go to the new coffee shop at the school gate for a coffee to warm up before heading home. Su Yu nodded gently. She had been very busy lately. The last time she saw him was half a month ago. Anything is fine. Let's go, I'm freezing to death, Liu Ruian exclaimed. She had always prioritized style over warmth. In the December weather of Jin City, she was still wearing a thin coat. Oh, Sister Ruian, this isn't like you. Didn't you say you were a fire goddess who never feels the cold? This fire goddess nickname was one Li Ruian had given herself when the three of them were playing make-believe as children. He remembered when they were very young, in similar weather, Li Ruian would wear a small padded jacket handmade by Grandma Liu and complain about being hot. She would then take off all the clothes under the jacket, wearing only the unbuttoned jacket, and run around the yard. When caught by Mother Chen, she would shout, "Ante Chen, I'm not cold, the fire goddess is never afraid of the cold, behold, my fire goddess aura." Strangely enough, for all these years, Li Ruian had never once caught a cold because of the weather. The three went to the new coffee shop at the school gate. The shop had a peculiar name, Water Curtain Cave. The decor inside resembled a water curtain cave, with each seating area separately enclosed, offering great privacy. Thus, since its opening, it had become a favorite spot for many young couples at Jin University. Chen Fan casually chose a seat, and ordered a sea salt cream cheese latte for himself, then ordered coffees for the other two according to their tastes. He then sat on the sofa, and browsed Weibo. Li Ruian curiously peeked at his phone screen, snatched it, and after a few taps, found a trending topic from a few days ago. Casting for Dream, Casing Youth has been finalized. The second female lead goes to a student from the film academy. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, not understanding her actions. Li Ruian eagerly pointed at herself. The second female lead, I am that student from the film academy. Chen Fan's eyes widened. You're only a freshman and you already have a movie role. He scrolled through the comments under the trending topic, his frown deepening as he read. Most of the comments were insults directed at Li Ruian. Who is this nobody? What do you mean Li Ruian stole my idol's role? Who the hell is she? Exactly, Dream Casing Youth is a major production. I heard it's scheduled for a National Day release next year. All the actors are well known. Where did this Li Ruian come from? There must be something shady going on. I demand a thorough investigation. If they don't investigate, I'll report them. We can't let some unknown student steal my idol's role. The more he read, the angrier he got. He saw Li Ruian's name constantly appearing alongside another person's name, and the comments under the topic were controlled by that star's fans. He slammed his phone down on the table in anger. Why are you still so happy? Sister Ruian, so many people are cursing you out. What right do they have to do that? Li Ruian waved her hand dismissively. That actress's fans have been eyeing this role for a long time, always thinking it was theirs. When I got it instead, it's only natural they'd be angry. Chen Fan grew even more displeased. So you're just going to let them curse you like that? I'm going to curse them back for you. Li Ruian laughed heartily. Let them curse. Although I'm in the film academy, I'm only a freshman with no reputation. The more viciously they curse, the more attention I get. When the movie is released, the benefits for me will be even greater. What kind of movie is this? Is it really that good? Otherwise, why would her fans be so angry? Chen Fan asked curiously. Li Ruian moved from the opposite seat to sit next to him and whispered mysteriously, just listen to the name, Dream Casing Youth, and it's being released on National Day next year. Could it be a bad movie? It's a huge project. The director is also an internationally acclaimed award winner. They're not wrong, you know. Except for me, the cast is basically all established actors. In the entire crew, I am really the only newcomer. It's not just her fans who are angry. When the director chose me, many other actresses competing for the role were furious. Chen Fan looked at Liu Ruian in a daze. Then why did they choose you? Are you that special? Liu Ruian feigned displeasure and snorted. Your sister is special in every way, especially this face of mine that can charm thousands of young men. Suyuyo, watching Liu Ruian's antics from across the table, gently set down her coffee cup. It's because of Grandma Liu. She got an audition opportunity, and she happened to seize it. Chen Fan understood now. He hadn't expected Grandma Liu, who had been so against Liu Ruian studying acting, to be the one to actively help her. Liu Ruian slapped the table indignantly. What do you mean, because of my grandma? The director came to my house to visit my grandma, happened to see me, felt my image was perfect for the second female lead, and told me to audition. That's how I got the role. Chen Fan chuckled. How is that any different from what Sister Yu said? Just act well. When I write a script in the future, I'll make you the female lead. Liu Ruian, who was already stunningly beautiful, was coaxed by his words and smiled so brightly that the surroundings seemed to lose their color. Then it's a deal, your scripts can only have me as the female lead. I'll definitely help you become famous everywhere. Across from them, Suyu smiled and shook her head. She had always admired Liu Ruian's personality. Her simple and cheerful demeanor was truly captivating. She just didn't know if Little Fan was captivated by her. Would Little Fan prefer Liu Ruian's personality or mine? I'm so cold and boring, he would probably prefer someone like Ruian, right? Suyu's eyes darkened in a way the other two couldn't see, and she clenched her fists. At times like this, she detested herself. The three of them had grown up together, But was she the only one who had harbored possessive thoughts about him when the others were unaware? Chen Fan and Liu Ruyan chattered endlessly. Su Yu sat quietly, drinking her coffee. After they finished their drinks and Liu Ruyan had warmed up, Chen Fan suggested they take a walk in Lanting Park. This was the same park he had fled to when Shen Yu was first brought home. It and Jin University were on opposite sides of the Lanting Villa district. Further on was his high school, Jin City No. 1 High School. Lanting Park was beautiful this season. As it was the end of the year, the temperature in Jin City was near zero, so a thin layer of ice had formed on Crescent Moon Lake. It was the kind of ice that would break with a gentle poke, but it made the lake look incredibly clear and sparkling. If the lake froze one day, and the temperature rose the next, a layer of mist would cover its surface. Today, the three of them were lucky enough to see Crescent Moon Lake shrouded in mist. They sat on the same long bench he had sat on before. Chen Fan shivered, and Su Yu moved a little closer to him. Liu Ruyan wrapped her arms around both of them, and the three leaned against each other on the bench, staring blankly at the fairy like seen before them. It had been a year and a half since he was last at Crescent Moon Lake. A lot had happened in that time, yet every event seemed strangely ordinary, so ordinary that he couldn't recall many details of things that had happened just 6 months ago. Sister Yu, Sister Ruyan, sometimes I wonder if everything I'm experiencing now is just a dream. When I wake up, everything I have now will vanish into thin air. Will I open my eyes and find that my parents are gone, and you two are gone too? Su Yi lowered her eyes slightly. No. If this is a dream, then when you wake up, I will still come find you. You just have to stay where you are and wait for me. Liu Ruyan, for some reason, remained uncharacteristically silent, simply sitting on the bench and watching the mist on the lake. The three of them sat quietly by the lake for a long time. As the sky gradually darkened, and the city lights came on, the temperature by the lake dropped several degrees. Su Yu stood up and offered a hand to help him up. Let's go home, it's getting late. Liu Ruyan suggested, we haven't been to the secret base in a long time. How about we have dinner there before going home? Su Yu looked at Chen Fan with concern. Little Fan just started his winter break. Are we going to make him cook? He should rest for a few days. Chen Fan's interest was piqued by Liu Ruyan's suggestion. Let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries first, then head to the secret base. I'll show off my skills tonight. He hadn't cooked in half a year. He genuinely enjoyed cooking, and Liu Ruyan's suggestion made his hands itch. The villa where the Chen family lived was in a very famous affluent area of Jin City. The people who lived there were either rich or noble. The supermarket here catered to the upper class, with cucumbers costing tens of yuan, grapes hundreds of yuan per kilogram, and a bag of rice thousands of yuan. There was no need to worry about ordinary people not being able to afford it. This supermarket only served the wealthy, and membership cards were issued exclusively to residents of the area. The three spent half an hour in the supermarket, and finally Chen Fan decided on the menu for the night: sweet and sour pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, broccoli with shrimp, kung pao chicken, stir-fried greens with soy sauce, and cold beef with chili oil, plus a simple seaweed and egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup for 3 people. With Su Yu helping with the prep work, it only took Chen Fan an hour to prepare the delicious and beautifully presented dinner. Before eating, Liu Ruyan took many photos of the food on the table, then selected the best ones and posted them on her WeChat Moments and Weibo. The three of them enjoyed the meal immensely. Even Su Yu, who usually had little interest in food, finished a whole bowl of rice. Liu Ruyan ate 2.5 bowls and was still going. After dinner, Liu Ruyan put all the dishes in the dishwasher, then joined Chen Fan and Su Yu on the sofa, rubbing her slightly full stomach and sighing contentedly. It's a good thing washing dishes is my job. Now that the dishwasher is doing my job for me, it looks like I can only lie on the sofa and wait to be fed from now on. Su Yu snorted. You could also choose to help little Fan chop vegetables. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened. That's your job. We're good sisters. How could I steal your job and make you unemployed? Chen Fan snuggled into the sofa, feeling sleepy, with the sound of their bickering in his ears. He pouted and mumbled, Sister Yu, Sister Ruyan, stop arguing. I want to take a nap. His voice grew quieter and quieter, the last few words barely audible, but Su Yu and Liu Ruyan instinctively fell silent. Su Yu picked up the air conditioning blanket that was always kept nearby and gently draped it over him. Ring, ring, ring. Liu Ruyan's phone rang. It was the assistant director of Dream, Casing Youth. She quickly muted her phone, gave Su Yu a nod, and went outside to take the call. As expected, the assistant director had seen her Weibo post and was once again emphasizing the role's requirement for a slender figure. Only after Liu Ruyan repeatedly assured him did he reluctantly let her off the hook. Before she could go back inside, her mother, Liu Yu, called. Now, only the sleeping Chen Fan and Su Yu, who was sitting quietly beside him, were left in the room. He must have been dreaming about something, as his fine eyebrows were slightly furrowed, his long eyelashes trembled, his pale cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and his thin lips were pressed together in a stubborn line. As if bewitched, Su Yu slowly moved closer to him, then quietly leaned down and placed a light kiss on his lips before quickly retreating to her original spot. So sweet, so soft. Su Yu's heart pounded like a drum, as if it would leap out of her chest at any moment. When Liu Ruian returned after finishing her call with her mother, she saw Su Yu sitting on the sofa, her face flushed red all the way to her neck. She worriedly touched Su Yu's forehead and whispered, "What's wrong with you? You don't have a fever, so why is your face so red?" Su Yu pressed her lips together, trying to appear calm, and shook her head. She didn't know where she had found the courage to steal a kiss from him while he was sleeping. If only it wasn't just a taste. If only I could have kissed him a little longer. Su Yu's thoughts kept replaying the moment she kissed him. Shen Fan had said he would take a short nap, and sure enough, he woke up on his own half an hour later. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked the time on his phone. It's 9:30. I have to go home. Mom and Dad know I'm on break starting today, they'll worry if I'm too late. He grabbed his coat and bag, changed his shoes at the door, and then turned to look at the other two. Sister Yu, Sister Ruian, are you coming with me? Su Yu and Li Ruian grabbed their coats, turned off the lights in the secret base, and said, "We'll walk you home." When he arrived, Mother Chen and Father Chen were watching tea in the living room. Seeing him enter, Mother Chen rushed to greet him. "My precious son, why are you just getting back? I thought you'd be home for dinner tonight and even had the kitchen make your favorite dishes." Shen Fan touched his nose and said coaxingly, "Mom, I'm sorry. I went out to eat with Sister Yu and Sister Ruian. I forgot to tell you." Father Chen snorted lightly. "My little prince is all grown up now, doesn't even want to come home anymore. He'll be moving into someone else's house soon." Shen Fan sat down next to his father, and leaned gently on his shoulder. "Dad, what are you talking about? Your son will always be your, and Mom's little prince. I won't be moving into anyone else's house." Father Chen poked his forehead, smiling nonstop. "None of you three kids ever come home. It's just me and your mom left in this house. And you say you're not moving into someone else's house." Mother Chen defended her daughter. "Are you going to keep talking? Ever since Chen Jun officially joined the Chen group, how much work and how many social events have you assigned her? And you still blame my daughter for not coming home?" Exposed on the spot, Father Chen couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. "Well, Shen Yu doesn't come home either, so I'm not wrong, am I?" Mother Chen's previously cheerful mood instantly soured. Shen Fan took her hand. "Mom, what's wrong? Does Shen Yu not usually come home? Don't be sad. From now on, I'll come home every weekend. Just don't get tired of me." Mother Chen gently stroked her son's hair. For the past 6 months, Shen Yu has rarely come home. When he does, he smells of alcohol. I asked your sister to investigate what he's been up to. She said he's at bars every day, surrounded by bad influences. He only returns to his Muian apartment at 2 or 3 in the morning. He only attends 1 or 2 university classes a week. Although not attending classes won't affect his graduation, how can he live so recklessly? A while ago, he came home once and I tried to talk to him. You should have heard what he said. He said this is what you and Dad owe him. Even if he doesn't work or study for his entire life, you and Dad have to support him forever. I'm willing to support him, but seeing him degenerate like this truly breaks my heart. The Muian apartment was a high-end complex in Jin City. After Chen Fan and Chen Yu's coming of age ceremony, Father Chen had gifted each of them a floor in a commercial building in Jin City's most prosperous area. Although it couldn't compare in value or size to Lanting Villa, let alone the family mansion, it was very conveniently located. Ever since Chen Yu got the keys to the Muian apartment, he would come home to the Chen family mansion at most once a month. After his last argument with Mother Chen, he hadn't returned at all. Mother Chen had gone from being heartbroken to feeling helpless, a process that took about 3 or 4 months. In that time, she came to understand one thing: Shen Yu and Chen Fan were, after all, different. She had tried to get closer to her biological son, but she was pushed away time and time again. If her biological son didn't want her as a mother, there was no need for her to try to warm a cold stone. So what if they were related by blood? It seemed they were fated not to have a mother, unborn. Having Chen Fan was enough. He was her and Chen Zhenjun's precious son. A child raised by one's own hands is different from one brought back midway. Shen Yu had been home for nearly 2 years, but he had never tried to integrate into the Chen family. He only wanted to enjoy the luxurious life that came with being a young master of the Chen family. In that case, the Chen family would just give him the money he was entitled to. There was no need to force emotional connections. Chen Fan squeezed Mother Chen's hand and wrapped his other arm around her shoulder. "Mom, I won't let myself fall into depravity. I will definitely become your and Dad's pride in the future." The warm family moment was shattered by the sound of shoes at the door. Shen Yu was back. He was pulling a dark blue suitcase, his hair slicked back, his expression calm and emotionless, as he stepped inside. Shen Yu was already 5 feet taller than Chen Fan, and with the heels of his shoes, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, but his thin frame made him look like something was missing. Shen Yu glanced indifferently at the three of them in the living room and sneered. Sorry, did I interrupt your family time? I'll go upstairs right away. Father Chen slammed his hand on the sofa. Shen Yu, what kind of attitude is that? Fix your bad habits. You're becoming unrecognizable. Shen Yu pouted. It's not like I'm putting on a show for you. My friends all say I'm fine like this. I'm not talking anymore, I'm going upstairs. With that, he turned and dragged his suitcase upstairs without looking back. Mother Chen let out a soft sigh. Sigh, I really don't know how to get along with him anymore. I'm such a failure as a mother. What are you talking about? You're the best mother in the world, and Dad is the best father in the world. Chen Fan's sweet words warmed Father and Mother Chen's hearts. Mother Chen patted her son's shoulder. Good boy, you're the best. After a whole semester of hard work, you're finally on winter break. Be a good boy and stay home with Mom, okay? I've missed my precious son. Then she glanced at her husband. And you, tell Chen Jun to cut back on the social events. I don't want her to ruin her health with drinking at such a young age. Father Chen scoffed. Don't worry, my dear. No one dares to force my, Chen Zhenjun's, daughter to drink. If you smell alcohol on her, she must have been drinking on her own. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Jun walked in with a smile, casually fiddling with the delicate necklace around her neck. What are you saying, Dad? I heard you bad-mouthing me before I even stepped in the door. Your daughter works hard outside, only to come home and get scolded by her own father. Father Chen was extremely satisfied with Chen Jian. This daughter was completely different from her outward appearance. She could be said to be one of the top 3 most reliable people in her generation of the upper class. Chen Jian had even shown extraordinary business talent from a young age. Because of her, Father Chen had always been the object of others' envy, which was why he could confidently delegate power to her and was already looking forward to a wonderful retired life. Father Chen was happy to see his daughter, waving her over to sit next to him and patting her back. You brat, how can you talk to your father like that? Even if he scold you, you have to listen. Chen Jiang rolled her eyes, ignoring her father, and picked up a tangerine from the table, peeling it and handing it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the tangerine and smiled sweetly at Chen Jiang. Thanks Euthus. You've worked hard. Chen Jian ruffled his short, soft hair. Not hard at all. Seeing my good little brother makes all the hard work disappear. Just be good and listen, you hear? Chen Fan nodded obediently. The bit of unhappiness in Mother Chen's heart was dispelled by the warm atmosphere between the siblings. When does the group have its New Year holiday this year? Let's go on a family trip, Mother Chen suggested. The Chen group had excellent employee benefits, with a full 15 days of paid leave each year. During the holidays, except for essential positions, everyone could completely detach from work and enjoy life. This policy was implemented by Father Chen after he took office and made the Chen group much more attractive to job applicants. As usual, the holiday starts on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, and ends on the 9th of the 1st lunar month. Where do you kids want to go this year? Father Chen was also looking forward to the New Year holiday. He couldn't understand why his old friends still worked during the holidays, treating themselves so poorly. Chen Jian had no opinion on where to go. For her, being with family was good enough. Mother Chen also had no preference, sharing the same thought as Chen Jing. So, the three of them looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan blinked. Every year, he had to think about where to go. It was such a hassle. Then let's go skiing in Yu country. If Mom doesn't want to ski, we can soak in the hot springs together. The hot springs in Yu country are also great. Chen Jian, who was eating a tangerine and playing with her phone, strongly agreed with her brother's suggestion. She was a fan of all kinds of sports, and skiing was one of her favorites. Alright, then Dad will make the arrangements in advance. There will be a lot of people going to Yu country around the New Year, so we need to apply for the flight path ahead of time. I'll also have someone clean up the villa over there. Shen Jian volunteered to handle the family's arrangements. Father Chen had been entrusting this task to her since she was a teenager. Chen Fan gently reminded Chen Jian, says, don't forget Shen Yu this time. Chen Jian pouted and nodded reluctantly. Last year, Chen Jian had indeed forgotten about Chen Yu, only remembering there was another person in the house named Chen Yu the day before they were set to leave. This sudden trip had also disrupted Chen Yu's original plans, causing him to be sullen throughout the entire journey. It was only in the latter half of the trip that Chen Yu finally smiled. He was indeed not shy about spending money, swiping several million from Father Chen's card with a wave of his hand. It was getting late. Father and Mother Chen went to their room to rest first. Chen Jian approached Chen Fan and said coaxingly, little brother, can you go tell Chen Yu about the New Year trip for me? I really don't want to see his face. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. No way. It's your job, you do it yourself. I'll buy you a new electronic gadget. The latest model this season, you can pick whatever you want. Chen Jian tried to entice him. Chen Fan wiped his finger. You know I'm not interested in those things. If you really don't want to tell him yourself. How? Chen Jian asked eagerly. Quick, tell me. I don't know, he seems to have changed a lot since he first came home. I understand him less and less. Sis, how about you agree to one thing for me? If you agree, I'll go talk to Shen Yu for you, Shen Fan said, fiddling with the corner of his shirt. Shen Jiang scoffed. One thing. I'll agree to 100 things. Go on, say it. You know I'm studying literature and screenwriting now, so I'll definitely be writing my own scripts in the future. When I write a more mature script, will you invest in it for me? It won't require too much money, I promise. I'll definitely write a budget-friendly script at the beginning. Shen Fan had money. He had saved quite a bit over the past dozen years. But no matter how much money he had, it couldn't compare to the future heir of the Chen family. Besides, he only knew how to write scripts, he had no idea how to film or manage a production. Shen Jian laughed heartily after hearing him. I thought it was something serious. What are you talking about? If I don't invest in my brother's script, who will? Don't worry about saving money for me. No matter what you write, I'll help you bring it to the big screen. Shen Fan snorted, stomped his foot, and headed upstairs. What do you mean, no matter what I write? You don't believe it can write well, do you? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to find Shen Yu. He went to Shen Yu's door and knocked for a long time before he finally opened it. Shen Yu looked visibly tired. Long-term drinking and an irregular lifestyle made him look nothing like an 18 or 19-year-old. What? Shen Yu glanced at him unhappily. He had been in the middle of a game, and the constant knocking had made him lose the team fight. Shen Fan smiled at Shen Yu. Shen Yu, we're going skiing into the hot springs in Yu country next month. Remember to pack your luggage and arrange your schedule in advance. Shen Yu recalled last year's holiday, which was not a pleasant memory for him. He had been back at the Chen family's home for less than a year, but he was still a member of the family. Yet they had only remembered him the day before their departure. Fortunately, the Chen family always traveled by private jet, otherwise, buying a last-minute plane ticket would have been impossible. But spending those few million had been very satisfying. He wondered if he would get the chance again this year. Shen Yu cleared his throat. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. Let me think about it, and I'll let you know. I want to play games now, so don't bother me. Before Shen Yu could close the door, Shen Fan blocked it. The annual year-end holiday is mandatory for every member of the Chen family. There's no room for you to think about it. I'm just here to inform you. You make it sound so nice. I wonder who it was last year who only told me the day before departure. Do you people even consider me a member of the Chen family? Shen Yu sneered. With that, he slammed the door shut. In the 2 years since returning to the Chen family, he felt his mindset had unknowingly changed a lot. When he first came back, he just wanted to drive Chen Fan out of the family, even wanting him dead at one point. But recently, he had suddenly discovered that this carefree life with money to spend was also quite nice. Although he didn't know if this change was good or bad, for now, he quite enjoyed this kind of life. Father and Mother Chen couldn't control him. Shen Jian was too lazy to bother with him, only giving him a lot of money to spend as he pleased. Shen Yu knew he had no right to refuse. If he wanted Father Chen to continue giving him money, he couldn't miss out on what Father Chen considered a family bonding activity. After completing the task Shen Jian gave him, Shen Fan went downstairs and saw that she was still sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. He walked over to her side. Says, I've told little you. Don't forget to invest in my script in the future, or I won't hang out with you anymore. Shen Jian chuckled. Shen Fan, you're almost 20. Stop acting like a child. You're 2 years old, and you still won't play with your sister. Then who will you play with? Shiyu or Liu Ruian? Your sister is mean, so I'm not going to pay attention to her anymore. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Before Chen Fan could even sit down, he was provoked by Chen Jiang to the point of returning to his room. Perhaps it was because he had returned to the Chen family villa, but Shen Yu hadn't gone out since he came back last time. Although he holed up in his room playing games every day, they could at least see each other at meals. Seeing the increasingly harmonious family atmosphere, Mother Chen felt as if she had become 10 years younger. On the 23rd of the first lunar month, the Chen Corporation officially began its New Year holiday. The 5 members of the Chen family boarded the Chen Corporation's private jet and flew to Yuni country. Yuni country was very close to Jincheng, with a flight time of just over 2 hours, even closer than the trip from Jincheng to Dichuan City. After completing immigration procedures, the 5 of them got into a luxury car that had been waiting for them and proceeded to the Chen family's private villa in Yuni country. The Chen family's villa was located at the foot of Mount Yuni, the most famous mountain in the country. From the villa, one could see the sunrise over the mountain, and it also had its own private hot spring, making it incredibly comfortable. Aside from Father and Mother Chen who took the master bedroom, the other 3 chose rooms they liked. From the moment he entered the Mount Yumni area, Shen Yu had been taking all sorts of pictures, and he didn't stop once he reached the villa. After taking the photos, he busied himself with his phone, showing off this year's family trip to his group of delinquent friends. Although he didn't quite fit in with the Chen family, others didn't know that. They assumed his status in the family had long surpassed Chen Fan's. His friends saw the scenery of the Chen family's villa, and showered Shen Yu with flattery. Whoa, your family's villa is at the foot of Mount Uni. You can't buy property there even with money. That's right, little Yu, we're all so jealous of you. When are you going to bring us there to broaden our horizons? As his friends chimed in, Shen Yu felt immense satisfaction. This feeling of being praised was simply too wonderful. He tapped on the screen with his neatly manicured fingers. Next winter. My family has villas all over the world anyway. We won't go back to the same place we traveled to this year. When the time comes, I'll invite you all to my family's villa in Uni country to soak in the hot springs. A few weeks ago, in the midst of rivalry with his bad friends, he had suddenly received a video from an unknown account. In the video, an elderly couple was kneeling and recounting the entire incident of how he had framed Chen Fan. It was accompanied by a message: what goes around comes around. If you want to enjoy this life of luxury to the end, you must live quietly and harmoniously with everyone in the family. Especially, do not touch a single hair on Chen Fan's head. Understood. He was utterly panicked. If his parents found out, he would surely be kicked out of the house and return to his former life of poverty. He didn't want that. He quickly replied, yes, I'm sorry. Please don't send this video to my parents. I will behave better. Chen Fan stood in the courtyard, gazing at Mount Uni in the distance. The peak was covered in white snow, and the charm of nature was on full display. Although he wasn't good at sports, he knew how to ski and loved the feeling of freedom as he glided through the ice and snow. Everything was perfect, but there was a slight regret: his childhood friends, Shen Yu and Liu Ruian, were not by his side. He called Chen Jian over and asked her to take a picture of him with Mount Uni as the background. Just as the sun was setting, its rays shone down on the mountain top and then onto the ground. He stood there with a heroic air, almost merging with the light in the photograph. Chen Jian was very pleased with the picture she took. After sending it to her own phone, she forwarded it to father and mother Chen. Chen Fan looked at the photo on his phone. Chen Jian had indeed done a great job. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of his clothes, and his white down jacket was dyed a light gold by the sunlight. With Mount Uni in the distance, he appeared as remote and untouchable as the mountain itself. He looked like a celestial prince who had descended to the mortal world. He posted this picture on Weibo, and then put his phone away to go back to his room and unpack. The Chen family would be staying here until the end of the holiday, and his parents wouldn't restrict them to the villa. They were free to visit the city for fun. Chen Fan had been to Uni country many times. In his past life, he especially loved shopping there, visiting several times a year to spend money. But in this life, his desire for shopping had greatly diminished. He didn't want to stay cooped up in the villa, nor did he want to go skiing so soon, and he certainly didn't want to go shopping. In the end, he decided to invite Chen Jiang to the world-famous Deepening amusement park in Uni country. He knocked on Chen Jiang's door. She had just finished showering and was wearing loose sports shorts, drying her hair with a towel. Seeing it was him, she stepped aside to let him in. Sis, should we go to Deepening tomorrow? Chen Jiang shook the remaining water from her hair. Tomorrow. I have a very important online meeting tomorrow, and the day after. How about we go the day after that? Although the Chen Corporation is on holiday, many of our partner companies are still working. I can decline many meetings, but there are some important ones I can't refuse. Chen Fan pouted. Alright then. He went back to his room, opened WeChat, and complained in their 3-person group chat. Yo, Ruian, I'm so mad. I was going to ask my sister to go to Deepening with me tomorrow, but it turns out she has a meeting. Liu Ruian had already left the country that month. She was the second female lead in the film crew for Teenage Bamboo Dream, and her filming schedule was very demanding, so her reply times were erratic. But Shu Yu quickly sent him a private message. Can I go with you tomorrow? Don't be angry anymore. Chen Fan was surprised to see Chu Yu's message. Although he really wanted to go to the amusement park with her, having her travel thousands of miles to Uni country just to accompany him to Deepening for a day seemed a bit too willful. Ew, no, it's okay. My sister said she can go with me the day after tomorrow. I couldn't bear to trouble you like that. In the end, with a heavy heart, he declined Chu Yu's tempting offer. The next day, 2 things happened that completely surprised him. First, the photo he had posted at the foot of the snowy mountain on Weibo had been reposted 100,000 times. The captions on the reposts were also quite interesting. Fair-skinned celestial prince, please bless me to pass my exams. Celestial prince, wish me wealth, wish me luck in winning the lottery, okay. I'm also here to pray to the celestial prince. Celestial prince, can you bless my ex-girlfriend and me to get back together? I really love her. Whoa, I'm also joining the trend. This guy really looks like a celestial being walking down from the snowy mountain. I hope the celestial prince can bless my family with good health. Chen Fan stared at his Weibo, speechless. He had only posted 1 photo. Why was the style of the reposts and comments so baffling? The second event was even more astonishing. The previous day's exhausting journey had caused him to sleep until 1000 am the next day. After getting dressed and going downstairs, he saw Chu Yu sitting properly on the living room sofa. Opposite her were a kindly smiling Mother Chen and a cross-legged Chen Jian, who was looking at her with displeasure. For a moment, he was a little dazed. He was in the Chen family's villa in Uni country, not the one in Jinshan, right? He dreamily walked over to Chu Yu, sat down, and blinked his large eyes at her. Yu, why are you here? Across from them, Shen Jiang scoffed. Why is she here? To go to Daifuni with you, of course. Was it so hard for you to wait for me for 2 days? Did you have to call this girl all the way from our country? Chen Fan pouted at his sister. I never said I wouldn't wait for you. If you want to go later, I can go with you again. Then he looked at Chu Yu. Yu, didn't I tell you that you didn't have to come? My sister will take me after she's done with her work. Chu Yu smiled gently at him. It just so happens I have nothing to do these few days, and I wanted to visit Daifuni too. Can little Fan accompany me? Xinjiang's scoff grew louder. Is there no Daifuni in our own country? Was it necessary to trouble the great Miss Chu to apply for a flight path early in the morning to fly to Yunnan country? Such ulterior motives. Mother Chen shot Chen Jian a glare. You wretched girl, how can you talk like that? You have no manners at all. You don't have time to go out with Lil Fan, so you won't let Yu go with him either. I, for one, appreciate that Yu is so loyal to her friends. Shen Jiang stood up angrily and went upstairs without another word, still muttering under her breath, Mom, you have no idea that this little she-wolf Chu Yu wants to steal Lil Fan away. When you find out, you'll be even angrier than I am. But under Mother Chen's earnest gaze, Chu Yu left the Chen family villa with Chen Fan. The car was one Chu Yu had kept in Yumi country. In fact, wherever the Chu family had property, it was sure to be fully equipped. There was a rather treacherous mountain road from Mount Yuni to the city center. Chu Yu focused on driving while Chen Fan tilted his head and stared at her. Little Fan, can you look at me later? Otherwise, I'll really want to turn my head to look at you, Chu Yu said. He averted his gaze, but his thoughts remained on her. He had always known she was good to him, but he never expected she would travel so far to Yuni country just because he mentioned wanting to go to an amusement park for a day. He gently closed his eyes. Chu Yu's presence beside him was very strong, even the scent on her body seemed to rush into his nose. What kind of scent was it? It was like a tall cedar tree, much like the impression she gave others, mobile and cold. But he liked it very much. He had only intended to rest his eyes for a moment but unexpectedly fell asleep. When he opened them again, he could already see the castle of Daifuni. He sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the view outside. In both his past and present life, his parents had taken him to every Daifuni in the world, but this was the first time he hadn't come with them. Chu Yu parked the car steadily, helped him put on his scarf, and then led him out of the car. Woo, Daifuni, I'm here. Every boy has a prince's dream in his heart, and Daifuni made that dream a reality. It was a fairy tale-themed amusement park. The park was built with different themed areas based on major domestic and international animated films. At the entrance, an employee handed him a small crown-shaped hairpin. Chu Yu received one shaped like a knight's sword. They both clipped them onto their collars. Before setting off, Chu Yu had already arranged for Daifuni's super VIP service. The butler, having received their call, was already waiting at the entrance when they arrived at the park. We can have lunch now, Chu Yu said, glancing at her watch. After waking up, they had been in the car for a long time, and hadn't eaten anything. Which themed restaurant is better? Her Yunnan language was incredibly fluent. The butler bowed to them. Prince, Princess, you are the most honored guests of the castle. You may dine at the castle's restaurant, where you can enjoy all of Daifuni's delicacies. Chen Fan couldn't wait and nodded eagerly. He was so hungry he felt like he could eat a whole cow. The two of them followed the butler towards the largest castle. The entire meal was a joyous experience, even more fun than when his parents had brought him as a child. Even when eating a crown-shaped hamburger, Chu Yu looked elegant, as if she were a real princess. Under the butler's guidance, he played all the rides he wanted without having to wait in line. He also went on a shopping spree in the Daifuni store, buying many souvenirs. Finally, it was time for Daifuni's traditional fireworks display. The butler led them to the best viewing spot, then bowed and left. The nights in Yumi country were a bit cold. Chen Fan shivered slightly, and tightened his scar. Chu Yu nervously clenched her fists, hesitating for a moment before daring to speak. Little Fan, I am a bit cold. Can I hug you to stay warm? He didn't think much of it, he was a little cold too. So he nodded. Chu Yu gently pulled him into her arms, feeling his warmth as they watched the fireworks bloom in front of the castle. The display lasted for 20 minutes, but to Chu Yu, it felt like a fleeting moment. She didn't see the fireworks at all, her eyes were only on the boy in her arms. When the fireworks ended, Chen Fan pulled away from her embrace, skipping with joy. Yu, that was beautiful, tonight's fireworks were so beautiful. Thank you. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Chu Yu. It was already very late, and driving back to the Chen family villa would be too dangerous. Chen Fan called his mother to tell her they would be back the next morning. Then, the two of them went to Chu Yu's property in Yunei country. The house was in the bustling city center of Yunei, similar to the Muyan apartment in Jinshan. But this house was much larger than the one Father Chen had given him, occupying the entire top floor. After a full day of playing, Chen Fan finally felt tired the moment he walked in. He didn't pick a room but followed Chu Yu into a bedroom. There are clothes in the closet. You must be tired today, you can take a relaxing bath, she said, closing the door for him as she left. Curious, he looked around the bedroom. The walls were a very light blue with faint gold lines, and the large bed had a headboard shaped like little bear ears, which was very cute. He walked into the walk-in closet, which was filled with hundreds of sets of clothes in various styles. A closer look revealed they were all brands he liked. The cosmetics on the dressing table were also the ones he used most often. He casually picked up a shirt and found that it was his size. He frowned, thinking to himself, does Yu have someone she likes? Is this the room she prepared for her future boyfriend? Or does she already have a boyfriend? If they stay here, will her boyfriend be upset? He didn't know if Chu Yu's boyfriend would be upset, but he certainly was right now. A bitter and sour feeling swirled inside him. He was exhausted, and all the clothes were new with the tags still on. He tried to suppress the deep feeling in his heart, picked up a bathrobe, and went into the bathroom. While the bath was filling, he sat aside and carefully washed his face. He understood the importance of cleansing, so he would wash his face thoroughly even if he only wore sunscreen. By the time he finished washing his face, the bath was full. He connected his phone to the bathroom's Bluetooth speaker, then stepped into the tub. The soft music, comfortable water temperature, and his tired body made him fall asleep less than 5 minutes after getting in. He slept soundly, but outside, Chu Yu was growing anxious. It had been nearly an hour since she left his room. During that time, she had sent him WeChat messages, called him, and even knocked on the door, but there was no response. So she pushed open his bedroom door and heard the music from the bathroom. Her worried mood eased slightly. Maybe he can't hear me knocking because of the music. Chu Yu went to the bathroom door and knocked again. Little fan, are you done with your bath? I've prepared a late-night snack for you. Come out and eat after you're done. She knocked several times, but apart from the music, there was no other sound from the bathroom. Shen Fan was already a deep sleeper, and being so tired made him sleep even more soundly, so he didn't hear her at all. Outside the door, Chu Yu grew increasingly worried. Little fan, I am coming in. She politely announced before opening the door, even though he couldn't hear her. Click. The bathroom door opened. Shen Fan was lying quietly in the bathtub, his body covered in soap bubbles, with only his small head and a man bun visible. Through the steam, Chu Yu couldn't see his expression clearly. She quickly walked to the tub and knelt down. First, she checked his breathing. It was steady and smooth. Then, Chu Yu pushed and pinched his cheek. After soaking for over half an hour, his cheeks were very soft, and there was a small dollop of foam on the tip of his nose. Little fan, wake up and go to bed. Don't sleep in the water. Although he was fine, Chu Yu had been given a scare. The bathtub was very large. If he accidentally slipped, he would definitely choke on the water. At that moment, Chen Fan was having a beautiful dream. He dreamt that a bird was pecking at his cheek, chirping incessantly in his ear. Annoyed, he raised his hand to catch the noisy bird, completely forgetting he was in a bathtub. As he raised his arm, his shoulders and other parts of his body were exposed from the water. Although covered in foam, the sight was enough to fluster Chu Yu. Worried she might do something to hurt him, she quickly stood up, took a few steps back, and turned her back to the tub, continuing to call out to him. Little fan, don't sleep in the bathtub anymore, wake up. Her voice was a little louder this time, and Chen Fan was finally roused from his sleep. Just before waking, he seemed to see Chu Yu running out as if for her life. How did I fall asleep? I think I just dreamt of Yu. He stood up, rinsed off the soap, did a simple cleanup, and then went out to find Chu Yu. He had to ask her clearly who all these clothes were for. He searched the living room, but didn't see her. Instead, he found a large bowl of noodles on the dining table. It was golden soup beef ball noodles again. Without ceremony, he sat down and began to wolf it down. Meanwhile, Chu Yu was in her own bathroom, dousing herself with cold water. She had almost had a nosebleed. She stood under the cold water for a full 10 minutes before she could suppress the deep turmoil within her. When she came out of her room, she saw him wearing a bathrobe with his hair down, sitting obediently at the table eating noodles. The moment he saw her, Chen Fan suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He had seen Chu Yu being cold, gentle, rational, and calm, but this was the first time he had seen her like this. Perhaps it was because she had just showered, but she looked incredibly soft, and the faint scent of lemon on her made her seem like a different person. His intention to interrogate her softened, and his voice became gentle. Yu, are you getting a boyfriend soon? Is it someone I know? Chu Yu was taken aback. What do you mean, boyfriend? He put down his chopsticks in a huff. That room of mine, didn't you prepare it for your boyfriend? Don't tell me you haven't even won him over yet. You decorated a room and bought so many clothes for him before you even started pursuing him. Shen Yu suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, didn't you notice it's all in your size? The clothes, shoes, and bags are all brands you like. Still skeptical, he frowned. It's not really for me, is it? You can't hide it from me. The three of us agreed back then that whoever gets into a relationship has to tell the others. Shen Yu chuckled, thinking to herself, it would be great if, as you say, all of this was prepared for my boyfriend. But she had long ago promised the Chen family that she wouldn't do anything before he graduated from university. So she said to him very seriously, it's for you. There's no boyfriend. It's all for our little fan alone. Everything in the closet is from brands you like. I have the butler update it with the latest styles every quarter. If there are any other brands you like, just tell me, and I'll add them. No matter how little he cared for material possessions, he couldn't resist an entire walk-in closet full of things he loved. Besides, he had glanced through it earlier, and every single piece of clothing was a style he liked. Shen Yu knew him too well. He was incredibly satisfied with the entire day. Whether it was the trip to Deepening during the day, the 2 rooms that belonged to him at night, or even the bowl of golden soup beef ball noodles in front of him, he was very pleased. He decided to record this day in the journal of major events in Chen Fan's life. Before going to bed, he sorted through the photos he took at Deepening that day, selected 9 of his favorites, and posted them on Weibo with a giveaway. The prize was the souvenirs he had bought at the Deepening store. The picture from the foot of the snowy mountain had already gained him tens of thousands of followers. As soon as the giveaway post was up, it sparked another round of discussions and reposts. Oh my god, I thought the blogger was some kind of ethereal celestial prince who doesn't partake in worldly affairs. Now it seems he's clearly a little prince. Were there so few people at Deepening today? How come it feels like there are no other tourists in any of the blogger's photos? I was at Deepening today too. I know for sure it's the Super VIP service. Super VIPs have special photo spots where you can get the best views without any other tourists bothering you. What's Super VIP? Can someone in the know explain it to me? A country bumpkin has arrived. Just flew back from due, and I'm stunned. Deepening's Super VIP costs 108,000 per person. You get to skip the lines for all the rides. Plus, there are special photo spots, and the fireworks viewing spot is the best in the whole park. I also heard there are many unannounced hidden benefits. 108,000. I'm sorry, I thought the blogger was just like a prince. I didn't realize he actually is one. I'd rather wait in line for a few more hours than spend that kind of money. I'm not interested in any of that, I just want to win the prize. Celestial Prince, bless me. Out of 1,000 people, I have to be one of them, right? It just says Deepening souvenirs. I wonder what they are. I want a doll, not a keychain. Hope I don't get a keychain. Please. Using Deepening souvenirs for a giveaway. Did you think of this while you were spending money? He wasn't interested in these things himself, but giving them away to the Weibo fans who called him a prince seemed like a very good choice. And it was precisely because of this giveaway post that his Weibo followers broke the 100,000 mark, laying the foundation for a certain career of his in the future. The next day, after taking him back to the Chen family villa, Shen Yu returned to their home country. Her financial company was officially busy at the end of the year. Chen Fan, on the other hand, officially began his leisurely and comfortable vacation. He would either go skiing with his father and sister or soak in the hot springs with his mother and Shen Yu. Shen Yu was unusually well behaved. Apart from taking photos to send to his delinquent friends every day, he would stick by Mother Chen's side, fawning over her. Only when she was in a good mood did he reveal his purpose. Mom, can I bring my friends here to play after the new year? They all really admire our family's villa. Mother Chen, thinking it was no big deal, nodded. Sure, just tell your sister. She'll arrange it for you. In this family, the only person Shen Yu was afraid of was Chen Jian, just as much as she disliked him. He felt that his parents and Chen Fan owed him, but Chen Jian owed him nothing. Moreover, she always treated him with cold indifference. He could feel her dislike for him. So, he sat down next to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was soaking in the hot spring with his eyes closed, resting. Feeling the water next to him stir, he opened his eyes. Brother, can you help me talk to sister? Shen Yu's voice was unusually gentle, perhaps because he was asking for a favor, or perhaps because Mother Chen was nearby. Chen Fan pouted. Why did these two insist on making him the middleman? But since Mother Chen was there, he also tried to sound gentle in his reply. Little you should go talk to her yourself. She'll definitely agree. The more you two interact, the more you'll like each other. Hearing this, Mother Chen strongly agreed. She always felt that the relationship between Chen Jian and Shen Yu was not good, especially that wretched girl Chen Jian, who seemed to dislike little Yu for no reason. If, as Little Fan said, they communicated more, maybe their relationship would improve. At their age, She and Father Chen just wanted a harmonious family where everything went smoothly. That's right, little Yu, your brother is right. It's not a big deal. You should take the initiative to talk to your sister. I hope you and your sister can get along as well as your brother and sister do. Shen Yu deflated like a popped balloon, but he had already promised his friends. If he couldn't invite them to his house, he would lose a lot of face. Shen Fan glanced at Shen Yu from the corner of his eye. He always felt that many things in this life were different. When Shen Yu first came back, he was malicious and hot-tempered, but after being disciplined by his parents and Chen Jian a few times, he had indeed toned it down a lot. Now, Shen Yu just seemed foolish. Shen Fan suddenly began to ponder. If Shen Yu was no longer causing trouble, would he still seek revenge for his past life? Recalling his past life, lying on the cold ground, waiting for the feeling of his blood draining away, he clenched his fists. Shen Yu, how can I forgive you? When he was first reborn, he had persisted with revenge as his goal. Over the years, warmed by the love of his family and friends, he had gradually forgotten that feeling of death. His mind felt as if it was filled with events from both his past and present lives. One moment, it was the arrogant Shen Yu telling him to get lost. The next, it was the cautious Shen Yu asking him to talk to Chen Jian. Then, it was the image of the man in black attacking him. His head itched as if it were about to explode. A layer of mist covered the hot spring. Mother Chen was eating fruit when she suddenly heard a splash, followed by Chen Yu's terrified scream. Mom, brother, he fainted. This was the last sound Chen Fan heard before losing consciousness. He felt as if he had a very long dream. In the dream, he saw what happened after his death in his previous life. Chen Jian had gone out to look for him, and Mother Chen's phone was ringing non-stop. Finally, on a small, deserted path, Chen Jian heard the familiar ringtone. She frowned and ran towards the sound. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of blood became. She felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest, a sense of dread growing stronger, until she saw the slender figure lying in a pool of blood. His body was curled up, his hand tightly clutching his bag, and fresh blood was gushing from his neck. He was already breathless. His once bright eyes had lost their usual liveliness, now dull and stained with blood. He hadn't closed his eyes, perhaps wanting to see clearly who had killed him in his final moments. Chen Jian rushed to his side, gently shaking him, as if she couldn't believe what was before her. Tears streamed from her eyes. Little Fan. My brother. My little brother. The phone in his bag kept ringing. Chen Jian numbly opened the bag and answered it. On the other end, as expected, was Mother Chen. The call connected, and Mother Chen's voice was as gentle as ever. Sweetheart, why aren't you home yet? You can't just ignore Mom's calls when you're out playing. Your sister is out looking for you. Send her your location. Be good. Chen Jian's sobs grew louder. Mom. It's me. Dad and you, come quickly. I'll share my location with you. Mother Chen was confused to hear her daughter's voice. Her heart pounded, and she was too scared to speak. She called for Father Chen, showed him the location Chen Jian had shared, and they drove over. The place was very close to the Chen family home. It only took them 5 minutes to arrive. After getting out of the car, they first saw their daughter sitting on the ground with her back to them, and their son's legs visible in front of her. Chen Jian, Mother Chen said disapprovingly, is your brother drunk? Why is he lying on the ground? It's so cold, why didn't you just carry him home? Little Fan is so afraid of the cold and so particular about cleanliness. How could you let him lie on the ground? Chen Jian seemed to be brought back to reality by her mother's voice. She slowly turned her head to look at her parents walking towards her. Mother Chen finally saw the son who had been obscured by Chen Jiang. Her precious boy, whom she had cherished like a treasure, had lifeless eyes, devoid of any spirit, yet they seemed to be looking at them. Mother Chen let out a piercing scream, Little Fan, my little Fan. Father Chen also rushed forward, shaking his dazed daughter. What happened? I don't know. When I found Little Fan, he was already like this on the ground. He wasn't breathing anymore. I've already called the police. They should be here soon. Chen Jian's voice was hoarse, as if a slight breeze could blow it away. Mother Chen cried until she was nearly out of breath, collapsing over his body. Little Fan, who killed you? Who killed you? Take me with you, I can't live anymore. Of the three, only Father Chen retained a shred of rationality, but he too was so grieved and angry he could barely stand. The police arrived, having rushed over after receiving Chen Jian's call. Jinjin hadn't seen such a serious case in years, especially since the victim was the young master of the Chen Corporation. Father Chen helped his wife up and took the hand of the catatonic Chen Jian, making way for the officers. He looked solemnly at the person in charge of the scene. Please, you must help us catch the killer. No matter the cost, please do not let the culprit get away with this. The officer, who recognized Father Chen, nodded. Please rest assured, this is our responsibility. We will solve the case as quickly as possible. Please accept our condolences. He looked at the young man's face on the ground. He must have been incredibly handsome in life, but now only sorrow remained. The case progressed rapidly. The police first investigated Chen Fan's social circle. In his past life, although he was willful and arrogant, most people merely disliked him. It wasn't enough to hate him, let alone want to kill him. Soon, they narrowed the suspects down to the one person with a direct conflict of interest, Shen Yu. In Shen Yu's room, they found a SIM card he had thrown in the trash. Before he could destroy it, the police recovered the entire call history. Following the trail, they found Shen Yu's only friend from before he was brought back to the Chen family, who was also his neighbor. That family's surname was Li, and it was a simple household with only a landlady and her 15-year-old daughter. When the police went to investigate, the landlady was at home playing with throwing knives, insisting she was the 180th generation successor of the Little Li flying dagger technique. The police brought her and her daughter to the station for questioning. The surveillance camera coverage of the entire Chen family's villa mountain was dense, with only a few small paths out of view. But as long as someone had appeared there, clues would be found. The Li family's daughter, despite her agility and attempts to avoid the cameras, was eventually found by the police. She had appeared on a nearby camera around the time of the incident. Given her poor family background, there was no reason for her to be on that mountain. Furthermore, in the footage, she was wearing a hat, a mask, and all black clothing. Initially, the forensics team couldn't confirm it was her, only that the body shape was very similar. It was the head of the department who insisted they intensify the interrogation. And the interrogation were. The Li girl, having dared to kill, was not psychologically weak, but even the toughest person couldn't withstand professional interrogation. After 3 days of continuous questioning, she confessed. She had killed him, hired by Shen Yu. He had promised her 1 million yuan and told her that even if she was caught, it wouldn't matter since she was a minor. So she had stalked Chen Fan for over a week, believing her plan was flawless, before making her move. She never expected the police to find her so quickly. After confessing, she casually asked the police, "I'm a minor, so my sentence will be reduced, right?" The person in charge immediately ordered Chen Yu's arrest, and then told the whole story to Father Chen, Mother Chen, and Chen Jun. Mother Chen sat there, stunned. Father Chen clenched his fists and asked Chen Jun in a low voice, "Daughter, if I hadn't brought Shen Yu back then, would little Fan still be alive?" Mother Chen was also bewildered. How could this be? How could it be little Yu? How could my son be so vicious? Shen Yu was ultimately convicted as an accomplice to murder. As the one who hired the killer, he bore the primary responsibility, and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. After this, Father and Mother Chen seemed to age a decade overnight. Father Chen handed over the Chen Corporation to Chen Jiang. Although she was still a brilliant businesswoman, her entire personality changed, from her former carefree self to someone as cold as ice. She never married, and harbored a deep resentment towards her father. If he hadn't insisted on bringing Shen Yu back, her brother would not have died. On her deathbed, she handed the Chen Corporation over to the state. The company had always been a leader in technology manufacturing, far surpassing other major global organizations. She thought the country would have great need for it. Chen Fan thought this was the end, but he didn't expect to see the Chu Yu and Liu Ruian from his past life. He knew them in his previous life, but for some reason, they were not close. Perhaps it was because Chu Yu disliked his arrogant and willful personality, or perhaps his and Liu Ruian's social circles were completely different. He just never expected that the two of them in his past life were completely different from his memories. From Chu Yu's perspective, she had known the young master of the closely related Chen family since she was very young, but she didn't like this little boy at all. She had never seen anyone so arrogant and noisy. It seemed that wherever he was, there was never a moment of peace. Although she didn't want to see this little brother, their families were close, and they met far too often at various parties. As she spent more time with him, she gradually discovered that he was just spoiled and didn't have a truly bad heart. And since there were no other boys his age in her family, little Chu Yu found herself inexplicably drawn to little Chen Fan. But in her past life, she was even more quiet and introverted than in this one. So she became accustomed to secretly watching him from the shadows. When he looked her way, she would pretend to be doing something else. Little Chu Yu secretly watched little Chen Fan like this for over 10 years, and this bright, sun-like boy had taken root in her heart. I'm so boring. If I were with a boy like this, the future would surely be interesting. At that time, the Chu family had intentions of a marriage alliance with the Chen family. Originally, old Madame Chu had chosen the real young master, Shen Yu. But Chu Yu took the initiative to request it be changed to Chen Fan. "Grandma, I've liked Chen Fan for many years, since we were very little. Please grant my wish," she pleaded. Old Madame Chu looked at her favorite granddaughter in surprise. She never expected her cold granddaughter could have liked someone since she was a child. "I remember when you kids played together, you rarely played with that Chen boy. Didn't you find him noisy back then?" Chu Yu couldn't help but scratch her head. "Grandma, I find him very cute and interesting. When I was little, I was afraid he would find me boring, so I often watched him secretly where he couldn't see me." "Grandma, please agree. I really like him." He's the only one I want. Old Madame Shu knew her granddaughter's personality, and understood the weight of her words. She pondered for a moment. The Chu family was more powerful than the Chen family, and they didn't care that he wasn't their biological son. She had watched that boy grow up. He was lively, cheerful, and likable. As for the rumors of him being willful, what boy wasn't? Old Madame Shu agreed to her request, and decided to visit the Chen family in a few days to discuss the matter with Father Chen. For families like theirs, getting engaged upon coming of age was very normal. But before she could visit, they received the news of Chen Fan's death. Chu Yu stood in the memorial hall, looking up at the large black and white photo in front of her. The boy in the photo was like a radiant sun, smiling so brightly. Old Madame Chu patted her granddaughter's shoulder, not knowing how to comfort her. It wasn't until everyone had left the hall, leaving only Father Chen, Mother Chen, and Chen Jian, that Chu Yu slowly departed. Before leaving, she took one last deep look at the photo hanging high on the wall. Everyone thought the matter was over. Until the day before the first anniversary of his death, Father Chen received news that Shen Yu had died in prison, and the Li girl who killed Chen Fan had also died of poisoning. An investigation revealed that Xu Yu had spent 5 million to have them killed. Even the murder of an inmate was a serious matter, but no matter how hard the police searched, they couldn't find any trace of Chu Yu. Even the Chu and Yan families couldn't find her. On the anniversary of his death, the 3 members of the Chen family went to visit his grave. They saw a person collapsed in front of it that was Chu Yu, who they had been searching for 405 days. Chen Jian quickly checked her breathing, and found that she was gone. In her hand, she clutched a folded piece of paper. Chen Jian opened it. Uncle Chen and Tai Chen, Sister Chen, hello. I'm very sorry for lying here without little Fan's permission. I wonder if he will be angry with me. I'm also sorry for having Chen Yu killed without your consent. But I really couldn't bear the thought of the person who harmed little Fan still being alive in this world. This past year, every minute and every second has been torture for me. I don't want to endure it anymore. I wanted him to die before I did, and then I would go find little Fan. Little Fan is like the sun, he shouldn't have to endure the cold underground alone. I knew him for over a decade, and I liked him for over a decade. Although he didn't know, I think I'll have plenty of time in the future to slowly tell him about my love for him. Finally, please tell my grandmother and parents that Chu Yu has been unfilial and cannot continue to be by their side. I just don't know if they can fulfill this unfilial daughter's last wish. Grandma, Mom, Dad, I want to be buried next to little Fan. I have already bought the burial plot to his right. All the procedures are in the safe in my room. I hate my own weakness for not daring to pursue him when he was alive, and I thank my weakness for giving me the courage to seek him in another world. I am leaving happily, so I hope my family and friends will not grieve for my departure. And please cheer for me. I hope little Fan will soon agree to be with me. Chu Yu's final words, without needing to be remembered. Mother Chen looked at the letter and sobbed. Chu Yu was a child she had watched grow up, a very introverted child who didn't know how to express herself. She never imagined she had such deep feelings for little Fan, let alone that she would do such things for him. You two poor children. You were not together in this world. I hope you can be together in the next. Chen Fan watched this scene, bewildered. When Chu Yu was in front of his grave, his soul was nearby. He saw her leaning against his tombstone, talking to him for a long, long time, from sunrise to sunset, and then to another dawn. He heard the story of her love for him in their past life. From when little Chu Yu was annoyed by his noise to when she yearned for his sunshine and warmth. She didn't dare to confess her feelings, hoping to have a marriage of convenience with him through their families, where love would come after. He felt there was something wrong with her thinking. In the world of wealthy families, how many people truly find love? To be able to develop feelings after marriage was already a wonderful thing. So, she never expressed her love for him, only watching him from the shadows. Many times when he caused trouble, it was she who secretly helped resolve it. Thinking back on his interactions with her in his past life, he remembered that as a child, he really liked this doll, like older sister, always clinging to her at gatherings. Later, he found that this little sister didn't seem to like him very much, so he started playing with other children. As he grew up, he often saw her at various events, but she always wore a stranger's, stay-away expression, as if the air around her was frozen. Although her appearance was his type, he didn't really like her personality. Besides, she didn't seem like the type of person who would like someone like him. She probably liked gentle boys, right? Just like that, he had easily turned the page on Chu Yu, paying no mind to the slight flutter he once felt. He never expected that her feelings for him in their past life were so deep. In the end, he heard her say, "Little Fan, I originally wanted to leave in the same way you did, but it wouldn't be good if blood splattered on your tombstone. So, forgive me. If there is a next life, I will definitely. I would have actively pursued you. If I had been there, perhaps none of those accidents would have happened." This was a knot in Chu Yu's heart. She used to enjoy watching him from the shadows, often following him home. But on that one day, the day he met with disaster, she wasn't there. She had thought about it countless times. What if she had been there that day? What if she had confessed her feelings to him sooner? Could she then have openly and properly walked him home? It would have been better if she had been the one to die that day. Why did it have to be Xiao Fan? He must have been in so much pain. But thankfully, she had avenged Xiao Fan. After Qi Yu died, his perspective shifted, and Liu Ruian appeared in his vision. Time seemed to rewind by a few days. Liu Ruian was always following Qi Yu. When Qi Yu died before his gravestone, she watched from a distance, her face expressionless before she left. Then, he saw Liu Ruian parked at the gate of Jin City's No. 1 high school. She sat in the car, staring blankly at the school gate, lost in thought. After a long while, she took out a photograph and gently caressed it. It was their graduation photo. He remembered now. Liu Ruian was his classmate in his previous life. Back then, he had no interest in studying, so his grades were average. He looked closely at the photo. The him in the picture had a neat short haircut and stood in the middle. 2 rows above, Liu Ruian was looking at him with a somber expression. The camera had captured it all. He tried to recall more, but in his past life, he wasn't close to his classmates. He skipped school for more than half the year, and when he was there, he was either sleeping or secretly reading novels. The Liu Ruian from his past life was also nothing like the one he knew now. The Liu Ruian of this life was enthusiastic and proud, a joy to be around. But the her from his past life was quiet and cold, as if she had lost all desire for everything. Though he didn't know why Liu Ruian had become like that, she looked incredibly pitiful. Liu Ruian sat in the car, caressing the photo for a long time. Chen Fan, I hope I can meet you sooner in the next life. Unlike the clear, complete story of Qi Yu's past, this fragment about Liu Ruian felt unfinished, making him incredibly curious. He truly had no strong impression of the Liu Ruian from his past life. The few memories he had only surfaced after she took out the graduation photo. He had no idea what had happened to her back then. In fact, it wasn't just Liu Ruian, it felt like everyone's fate in his past life was different from what he had imagined. He thought Shen Yu would get away with his crimes, that the Chen family would protect the biological son they had struggled so much to find. He never expected his carefree and unconventional older sister would become so cold and distant. What surprised him most was that Qi Yu would avenge him, and then resolutely follow him in death. Even Liu Ruian, whom he thought he only had a connection with in this life, had an unknown bond with him at a time he wasn't aware of. It seemed he had truly missed a lot in his past life. Especially Qi Yu. He never thought she had loved him so much. It wasn't entirely her fault for not pursuing him actively. Firstly, in her past life, she was even more introverted and lonely than in this one. After all, in this life, he acted as her emotional regulator. Secondly, that was just how noble families were. Growing up in that environment, her perspective was to marry first and get to know the person later. If he could come to love her, that would be wonderful. If not, it didn't matter, as they had a lifetime together. Graduation and duty were sometimes stronger bonds than love. Her feelings for him in her past life were deep, just not well expressed. She always felt it was enough to hide in the shadows and watch him secretly. She watched for over a decade, and by the time she looked again, she was already in too deep, ultimately avenging him and taking her own life. In this life, due to his changed personality and a series of coincidences, he, Qi Yu, and Liu Ruian grew up together in harmony. This not only changed Qi Yu's personality, she remained introverted but was willing to show him her truest self and give him all her gentleness, but also influenced Liu Ruian. Because of him, Liu Ruian had the motivation to pursue her dreams, retaining her innate sun-like happiness, unlike the quiet, withdrawn Liu Ruian he saw from his past. One could say his rebirth was like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, changing the destiny of many people. He himself was reborn to make a change. He finally woke up. It felt as though he had lived through a dream spanning 3 lifetimes, witnessing all the events he had missed in his past life. The moment he woke up, it felt like something left his body. He knew it was the lingering obsession of the Chen fan from the previous life. The obsession for revenge. Qi Yu had avenged him, and Chen Yu had been punished. So, from now on, could he live his own life a little more freely? He's awake, Xiao Fan is awake. Chen Jiang saw him open his eyes. Though they were filled with confusion, he was finally awake. He tilted his head and looked around. Only Chen Jiang was there. She looked completely exhausted, as if she hadn't had a proper rest in a very long time. Sis, what happened to me? You've been asleep for 3 days, Chen Jiang said, stroking his head. Mom couldn't take it and fainted. Dad is with her in the next room. Is Mom okay? His voice was weak. She's fine. You scared us to death. The doctors ran every test but couldn't find anything wrong with you. It's good that you're awake. You really frightened me. Chen Jiang had been terrified these past 3 days. After he fainted in the hot spring, she had rushed him to the best hospital in Uni country. But even the top doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with her brother. All his vital signs were normal, yet he wouldn't wake up. Lying on the bed, he looked like an angel about to leave the mortal world, so fragile and sorrowful. Their mother had been terrified when he collapsed, and with the added worry and exhaustion, she had fainted yesterday. Luckily, she was fine and just needed a few days of rest. I'm sorry, sis, for making everyone worry. He pursed his lips, looking utterly adorable. You silly boy, what are you talking about? I'll go next door and tell mom and dad you're awake. The doctor will be here soon to check on you again. I wonder where those two little brats have run off to. Chen Jian turned to leave. Hearing the words two little brats, he asked, are Sister Yu and Sister Ruian coming? Don't bother them, I'm awake now. Chen Jian scoffed. Too late, they're probably on their way. I wasn't going to tell them, but they couldn't reach you, so they pestered me to death. He looked around but couldn't find his phone, so he could only lie obediently in bed, replaying everything he had seen in his dream-like state. The image of Chu Yu in front of his grave, the sight of Li Ruian caressing the graduation photo in her car, they kept replaying in his mind. I must treat Sister Yu better from now on. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to learn Sister Ruian's story from her past life. If not, that's okay too. She should be as bright and dazzling as she is in this life. The doctor arrived quickly. Just a few minutes after Chen Jian left, a group of doctors rushed in, surrounding him and chattering in a language he didn't understand. While he was still dazed, Chen Jian returned, helping their mother into the room. His mother rushed to his side, her face etched with worry, and gently took his hand. Chen Jian stood by, fluently answering the doctor's questions in the local language, occasionally asking him a question and translating for them. The doctors stayed for a full 30 minutes, performing another thorough examination before informing Chen Jian that it would be best to observe him for 2 more days before discharge. Sis, where's my phone? Without his phone, he felt a bit strange. Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. You need to rest now, no playing with your phone. Didn't you say you were still a little dizzy? He pouted, then suddenly remembered the harsh voice from before he fainted. Where's Chen Yu? The hospital is fine. Mom told him to go explore the city center to keep him from causing trouble here. His mother explained. He was the one who saw you faint and pulled you up. Otherwise, you would have fallen into the water. He didn't know what to think. He felt a bit dazed, unsure how to face the Chen Yu of this world. Xiao Fan, boo-boo, what happened to you? Li Ruian's voice arrived before she did. As she finished speaking, 2 slender, beautiful girls rushed in. Li Ruian was wearing a high school uniform, which stood in stark contrast to Chu Yu's professional attire beside her. He stared blankly at them, then pointed at their clothes, a large question mark appearing above his head. Chu Yu walked up to him, bending down to examine him carefully. Seeing that he looked fine apart from being a little weak, the heart that had been in her throat the whole way finally settled. Sister Chen Jian, what happened to Xiao Fan? Chen Jian gestured for them to relax. The doctors couldn't find anything. His vitals were all good during the re-examination just now. Li Ruian rushed to his side. Xiao Fan, you scared me to death. I've been on set this whole time, and whenever I got my phone, I'd text and call you, but you never answered. I asked Yu, and she said you weren't responding to her either. Luckily, I had the bright idea to ask Sister Chen Jian. So you rushed here straight from the film set? He asked curiously. Li Ruian nodded emphatically. Yeah, I didn't even have time to change. Don't I look familiar in this uniform? I never liked wearing them in school, but now I have to for filming. Haha. Chu Yu stood quietly behind them, watching him with a somber expression. He reached out a hand to her. Chu Yu hesitated for a few seconds before taking it. What about Sister Yu? Why are you in work clothes? He silently admired how beautiful Chu Yu's figure was. She looked stunning in professional attire. Before Chu Yu could answer, Li Ruian spoke for her. Haha, when I called Yu, she was in a meeting at her company. She rushed over without changing too. It's a good thing Yumi country is close to Jin City. Otherwise I would have died of anxiety. Chen Jian, standing to the side, glared unhappily at these 2 ill-intentioned brats. You 2 have too much time and money on your hands, don't you? Is it that easy to book an emergency flight? And you, Chu Yu, you were just here last week. Don't you have to work? Li Ruian jiggled foolishly, suddenly catching the key point in Chen Jian's words. You were here last week. What for? How come I didn't know? Her voice turned into a whine. Boo-hoo, you 2 have been talking behind my back, haven't you? He watched Li Ruian with a smile. This was how she should be, enthusiastic and radiant. Chu Yu and Li Ruian stayed for a day before leaving. After they left, he and the Chen family returned to their villa. It was almost the new year, and he didn't want to spend the holiday in a hospital. The Chen family's staff had already decorated the villa. As he got out of the car, he saw the courtyard filled with few characters and lanterns. There were even large New Year's couplets pasted on the door, written by Li Ruian's grandmother and brought over by Li Ruian herself. He had been in a coma for 3 days and was still very weak. After getting out of the car, Chen Jian gently carried him and placed him on the sofa. Shen Yu heard the noise and came downstairs. Seeing that all 4 family members were back, he approached Chen Fan to check on him. Seeing he was fine, he said, "I saved you, you know. If it weren't for me, you would have choked on the water." His words were as harsh as ever. Chen Fan obediently curled up on the sofa. Chen Jian was not pleased. "What did you say? If you don't need your mouth, you can donate it to someone who does. What's all this talk about dying? If anything happens to Xiao Fan, I'll have you buried with him." Shen Yu glanced at Chen Jiang's fierce expression and, for the first time, lowered his head. "Fine, I misspoke. Sis, I need to ask you for a favor." Chen Jian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time her nominal brother had used the word favor with her. "What is it? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush." She held an unlit cigarette, fiddling with it. Her precious brother was still weak, she couldn't smoke in front of him. Shen Yu pouted. "Sis, I want to bring some friends over to play next year. Mom told me to ask you, and you'll arrange it for me. We'll see how you behave. If you don't cause trouble for me, don't bully Xiao Fan, and obediently get rid of those messy thoughts of yours, I'll give you all the material things you want." Chen Jian felt that if material possessions could keep Chen Yu from acting up, it was a bargain. In the 2 years since Chen Yu had returned home, she had seen all his little schemes. She wasn't blind to how he targeted her brother. Recently, the kid had been much more behaved. If he could just be a little more obedient. In these 2 years, Shen Yu had tasted the benefits of having money and particularly enjoyed the feeling of being flattered by others. He hated Chen Fan and wanted him out of the house, but he wasn't a fool. If he really drove Chen Fan away, he wouldn't have a good life in the Chen family either. As a last resort, he would grudgingly try to coexist with him, as long as the Chen family could guarantee all his material needs were met. Shen Yu was a bad person, and a cruel one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hired a killer in his past life. But ultimately, he was selfish. In his previous life, Chen Fan's arrogant personality had made the Chen family delighted with the outwardly gentle Chen Yu for a time. Furthermore, Chen Fan didn't resist much when Chen Yu bullied him, which led Chen Yu to believe he was far more important. He thought that even if Chen Fan were gone, the family wouldn't be too angry. This was especially true after he learned that their father planned to give Chen Fan a share of the assets, which provoked him into directly having Chen Fan killed. But this life was different. From the beginning, Chen Fan was gentle, and the family's affection for him never won. Chen Yu's various attempts to drive him away over the past 2 years had all failed, and had gradually made the family distrust him. He couldn't bear to give up the immense wealth of the Chen family, so he chose to accept Chen Fan's position in the home. "Just give me money, give me status, let me stand in a place many people will never reach in their lifetime, and I'll do anything." This was Chen Yu's true inner thought. "But if a future opportunity arises to get rid of Chen Fan without affecting myself, I won't hold back." The Chen family was small, his paternal grandparents had passed away long ago. So, as long as the family was together, wherever they were, it was the new year. Their father hired the chef from the only 7-star hotel in Unique Country to prepare their New Year's Eve dinner for the family of 5. They celebrated the new year in different parts of the world every year, so the dinner always featured local specialties. Besides delicious Chinese cuisine, Unique Country's food was his favorite. He loved sushi, sukiyaki, and all kinds of sashimi. Though it lacked the bustling warmth of a Chinese meal, it was still a wonderful New Year's Eve dinner. Even his parents, whose appetites had diminished with age, ate a considerable amount. After dinner, Chen Jian beckoned to him, leading him to the front yard of the villa, which faced Mount Yunyi. She glanced at her watch. "Xiao Fan, I have a gift for you." He looked at her curiously. "What kind of gift? A New Year's gift or a hospital discharge gift?" Chen Jian laughed. "Does your sister need a reason to give you a gift? Just making my precious little brother happy is reason enough. No more talking, look straight ahead." He obediently listened and stared forward, but all he saw was Mount Yunyi under the moonlight. "What is she telling me to look at?" The clock tower in the back room chimed 8 o'clock, and his attention was immediately captivated by the scene in the distance. It was fireworks, blooming from the peak of Mount Yunyi. He stared, unblinking, at the mountain top. The villa's location was perfect, offering an unobstructed view of the entire mountain. The brilliant, magnificent fireworks exploded over the peak, a sight so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. "Thank you, sis. I love this gift." The fireworks lasted for a full 15 minutes. Hearing his thanks, Shen Jian showed a hint of shyness. "What's there to thank? If you want to see fireworks in the future, just come to me. Don't go looking for that little brat from the Chu family. You're still young, don't let her lead you astray." He chuckled. So that was it. It seemed his sister knew about him, and Shu Yu watching fireworks at the Deifuku shrine. She was such a petty little thing. The fireworks display over Mount Yunyi was filmed by many and posted online, but it was an anonymous display. People just assumed it was some organization's New Year's event, and he certainly wouldn't claim it as his own. The Chen family's New Year holiday thus came to an end. Upon returning to the Chen residence, his mother let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness Xiao Fan was alright, otherwise, she would never go on vacation again. If something had happened, it would have become a lifelong sorrow for her. With the end of the holiday, the Weibo giveaway he had posted earlier had also concluded. The 1,000 winners all received their lucky gift packages, which sparked another small wave on Weibo. Here to show off. Prince Brother sent it via the fastest express. I was stunned when I received it. A huge box, inside was my favorite Prince doll, 1 meter tall. I got mine too. It's 3 medium-sized Prince dolls. Prince Brother is so generous. From what I've seen, none of the gift packages you guys are showing off are worth less than 1,000 yuan. For 1,000 people, that's $1 million. Oh my god, I'm floored. I thought we'd get keychains or hair clips. I didn't expect everyone to get dolls. Little Prince must have cleared out the entire Deifuku shrine, right? It's great to be rich. It's great to be rich. It's great to be rich. Those are the only words in my mind right now. Little Prince, when's the next lucky draw? Draw more people next time. I didn't win this time, boo-hoo. His pile of dolls hadn't even flown back on their private jet but were sent via a separate shipment. After all, several thousand dolls took up a huge amount of space. After returning to the country, his parents and Chen Jian went back to work. Shen Yu once again pulled his blue suitcase, slicked back his hair, put on his usual suit, and returned to his Muyam apartment. The vast Shen residence was left with only him. Shu Yu had gone to her maternal grandfather's house. Old Master Yan said she was too skinny, and handed her over to her uncle to be toughened up in the military for a bit. Liu Ruian was even busier. He heard she only came home for New Year's Eve dinner before rushing back to the film set the next day. For the first time, he felt bored. No family, no friends, not even the person he disliked was around. There was still over half a month until school started. He needed to find something to do. He was tired of video games and didn't feel like browsing Weibo. He had long finished the novel he was reading. What should he do now? After thinking for a while, he opened a popular food recommendation app. If my heart feels a little empty, I'll fill my stomach first. He browsed for a while and chose a newly opened high-end Cantonese restaurant. Before heading out, he grabbed the new camera equipment he had bought before the new year. This was something he had planned for a long time but had intended to start later. Unexpectedly, boredom pushed him to start early, becoming a food blogger. He decided to tackle it from 2 angles, exploring restaurants and cooking at home. Initially, he didn't plan to show his face, but his Weibo account had unexpectedly gained several 100,000 followers from a few photos and a lucky draw. He had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. He didn't want to, nor was he suited for it, but that didn't stop him from wanting to share the things he liked with others. He wrote to bring the characters and worlds he created to others. He shared food to spread joy. It was 300 p.m. when he left with his camera gear. The Cantonese restaurant was surprisingly busy at this hour. Many people considered Cantonese food a great option for afternoon tea. This new restaurant was doing excellent business, and its decor was very traditional Chinese. He chose a spot by the window and ordered a few dishes from the menu. Although he wanted to savor every dish, wasting food was shameful. He set up the camera on the opposite side of the table and used his phone to connect to it, adjusting a filter that made both him and the food look great. At this time, the live streaming industry was still in its infancy, with many people just experimenting. So, his filming while eating attracted a lot of attention in the restaurant. Most people were curious but friendly. After all, the way he ate was appetizing to watch. But there were always some people who seemed to exist just to make others uncomfortable. A group of young men, dressed to look wealthy, walked in. They scanned the room and noticed the window seat near him. After sitting down, they called the waiter and ordered dozens of dishes. The young men around the one in the center showered him with praise. Thanks for the treat, Lulu. We won't hold back. Yeah, I've never been to this restaurant before. Only someone as rich as Brother Lulu would be so generous. Look at the table next to us. They only ordered 5 or 6 dishes. How pathetic. How can they even afford to come here? Haha, they probably saved up for a long time just to come here once. Didn't you see? He's even filming. How desperate can you get? Filming a meal here. The young man called Brother Lulu turned to look at Chen Fan, who was earnestly eating and filming. For some reason, he disliked this boy who looked better than him. He said pretentiously, "It doesn't bother me, but I feel sorry for you guys having to eat in the same room as a poor slob like that. As long as you don't mind, it's fine." One of the boys next to him was egged on by his words. "Let me go kick him out. Our brother Lulu can't be in the same restaurant as a low-class person like that." The boy, wearing tight pants, walked towards Chen Fan. The young man named Lulu smirked contemptuously. His family had some money. His father ran a medium-sized company with a few thousand employees. However, it was nothing compared to the true upper-class circles Chen Fan belonged to. They weren't in the same social sphere, and besides, Jin City was so large that not everyone knew him. In Lulu's circle, he was the richest. His friends, though from well-off families, couldn't compare to his, so they always flattered him and benefited from him. Chen Fan's video was nearing its end. He had cleaned every plate. The restaurant was indeed good, and he had already thought about how he would edit the video back home. He noticed the group of boys at the next table but paid them no mind, just thinking about packing up his camera and getting home quickly to edit and post the video. The boy in the tight pants walked up to him. He tapped the camera in front of Chen Fan with his short, stubby finger. "Where did you rent this? It's even in a pure. Looks quite modern. How much per day?" he asked mockingly. Chen Fan just found him tedious. He reached for his camera, but the boy grabbed it tightly. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Where did you rent your clothes? How long did you save up to eat here? You didn't take out a loan, did you?" Even a saint would have a temper, let alone Chen Fan, who was not inherently mild-mannered. "Let go." He shot a cold glance at the boy, his eyes sweeping over the camera they were both holding. The boy sneered. "Hey, I won't. You poor thing, can't you recognize your place? I hate people like you, clearly broke but pretending to be rich. Tell me, why are you filming? To carefully document the rare moment you get to eat at a high-end restaurant." The good mood he'd had all afternoon was about to be ruined by this person. He yanked his hand, and the boy was pulled forward, nearly falling onto the table. It was as if a switch had been flipped. The boy snatched the epure from his hand, and threw it on the ground. "You broke bastard. You dare to pull me. I'm afraid you'll break your camera, and have nothing to pay with." With a crash, the camera lens shattered. The restaurant manager, having heard the commotion, rushed over and quickly separated them. "Gentlemen, is there anything our restaurant has done to displease you? Please tell me, and I will resolve it." He wiped sweat from his brow. Neither of them looked easy to deal with. Chen Fan's face grew colder. He pointed at the broken camera on the floor. "You broke it, you pay for it." This camera was one he had chosen with Chu Yu. He had spent a long time selecting a camera that he liked in both appearance and configuration. Moreover, it was a custom, Ada Pure, with his name engraved on the body. The boy opposite him laughed scornfully. "What do you mean, I broke it? Didn't you pull me, causing me to bump into it? I almost fell on the table. You should pay my medical bills." Chen Fan was so angry he laughed. "Fine. Don't run, and don't regret it." He sat back down and called Chu Yu. Her company was nearby, so it was convenient for her to come over. The boy who broke his camera returned to his seat, looking pleased as he spoke to Lulu. "Brother Lulu, how was that? Did that vent your anger?" In their eyes, this was just a small prank. They bullied classmates at school like this all the time, and had never failed. He's making a phone call. Is he telling on his parents? Haha, just like an elementary school student. What's the use of calling his parents? Won't we just humiliate them too? If I were him, I'd have grabbed that broken camera and run. He probably regrets the money, right? That camera of his seems quite expensive. I wonder how much it costs to rent per day. If he takes it now, it might still be fixable. If his parents come looking for me, I'll smash it to pieces so he can't even get it repaired. Shiyu arrived quickly, just 15 minutes after his call. He hadn't explained the situation clearly over the phone, only telling her to come quickly. But she could hear the anger in his voice. When she arrived, she saw him sitting in his seat, scrolling through his phone as the sunset cast a golden glow on him. She walked over quickly and saw the broken camera on the floor, the very one they had ordered together. Shiyu stroked his head with one hand and bent down slightly. "What's wrong? Did Xiaofan accidentally drop the camera? Are you hurt? Don't be upset, I'll order you another one." She thought he had dropped it accidentally and was feeling down, so he called her. "Xiaofan is so clingy," she thought to herself. To her surprise, he stood up angrily and pointed at the group not far away. "They insulted me, said I was poor trash. That guy in the white shirt broke my camera, and said a lot of nasty things." Shiyu straightened up, realizing the situation was not what she thought. She frowned at the group of boys. Picking up the epure from the floor, she walked over to the boy in the white shirt he had pointed at and gently placed it on their table. "Did you break this?" she asked coldly. The group had just been gossiping about the stunning beauty who had just walked in, not expecting her to go straight to the boy they had just bullied. The boy in white was intimidated by Chu Yu's aura and stammered, "No, it wasn't me. He pushed me first, and then I accidentally dropped the camera." "He pushed you, and you accidentally dropped it." Shiyu didn't believe it for a second. Knowing Chen Fan, he was definitely not the type to bully others. She beckoned to the manager, who had been standing by. "Show me the surveillance footage." It wasn't that she didn't trust Chen Fan, she just wanted to see if they had physically touched him. If they only broke the camera, paying for it would suffice. But if they had laid a hand on him, then they couldn't blame her for being ruthless. The boys at the table continued eating and drinking leisurely. The girl defending him was beautiful, but they were still confident in their own money and influence. The manager quickly brought the surveillance footage for Chu Yu to see. She watched it on fast forward and quickly finished. After confirming they had only broken his camera and verbally insulted him without any physical contact, she felt slightly relieved. She pointed at the broken epure. "Hey up. It's brand new, first time using it. 800,000 yuan. The boy in white, who had been watching the scene unfold with amusement, was shocked when Shen Yu stated the price. He shot up from his seat. Are you two working together to scam us? 800,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? I bet this camera was already broken. You two must have scammed a lot of people with this trick, haven't you? Yeah. The most expensive model of this camera is only 100,000 yuan, right? 800,000. Do you think we're ignorant? I suspect these two are professional scammers. They look so skilled. Maybe their clothes are rented too, just to come to places like this and extort money from rich people like us. Shen Yu smiled sweetly. Yes, 800,000. It's a custom-made camera with his name engraved on it. The boy in white picked it up and saw the letters KF engraved on the body. He panicked slightly. The boy named Lulu sitting next to him patted his shoulder and stood up to face Shen Yu. Miss, I see you two look decent. Why resort to scamming? My family owns a company with 1,000 employees. Why don't you come work for us? With your looks, being a doorman or a receptionist would be much better than colluding to scam people. Chen Fan felt like he had heard the most ridiculous thing, and it extinguished some of his anger. What's your family's company? Sounds impressive. The young man named Lulu arrogantly tilted his chin up. The One Corporation is our family's business. You must have heard of it, right? If not, you're really out of touch. His name was One Lulu, and besides him, he had a sister who was 10 years younger. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. The One Corporation. As in it's getting cold. Let the One family go bankrupt Wang. Ha ha ha. One Lulu didn't know what he was laughing at but found it incredibly annoying. He pointed at him. What are you laughing at? Don't you think that's rude? I'm trying to help you too. Shen Yu stepped in front of Chen Fan. She didn't like others pointing fingers at him. The rude one is the person pointing his finger. Could you please hurry up and pay the compensation? I can provide the purchase receipt. If you don't believe it, you can take it to any Apura store for verification. Shen Yu didn't want to waste any more time with them. Although 800,000 yuan was nothing to them, she had to vent Chen Fan's anger. The young men on the other side clamored to call the police, to have them arrest Shen Yu and Chen Fan, these scammers. Seeing that they weren't making the call, Shen Yu kindly did it for them. When the police arrived, both tables were sitting quietly in their seats. It wasn't that One Lulu and his friends didn't want to leave, but the moment Shen Yu called the police, she had asked the restaurant to temporarily lock the main entrance. After all, 800,000 yuan was still a huge sum for ordinary people. A group of 7 people went to the police station. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Chen Fan had been to a police station. With Shen Yu by his side, he felt a great sense of security, so he looked around curiously. The other group saw this. Hey, look at him, playing the victim. What are you looking at? Never been to a police station before. Country bumpkin. Chen Fan calmly shook his head. Never been. Do you guys come here often? The boy in white stumped his foot in anger. Don't get cocky. Our parents will be here to bail us out soon. You two just wait to be charged as the masterminds of a scam. The police interrogated both parties separately and received completely different statements. One side, a man and a woman, claimed the other party broke their camera and they just wanted compensation. The other side, 5 young men, claimed it was an accidental conflict, and while they could pay for the camera, they wouldn't be scammed. What kind of camera costs 800,000 yuan? They must be scammers. Fortunately, there was an officer at the station familiar with Apura. He carefully examined the broken camera, checked the official Apura website, and then told his colleague in charge of the case, the young couple isn't lying. This camera is really worth 800,000 yuan. It's a custom-made Apura, each one handcrafted. He assumed Shen Yu and Chen Fan were a couple because the love in one's eyes cannot be hidden, and that girl looked at the boy with utter devotion. The police officers also confirmed the camera's value through the restaurant's surveillance footage. They relayed this information to the 5 young men in the other interrogation room. The boy in white slammed the table upon hearing this. Are you all in on this together? How much did they pay you? You're the police, and you're helping them scam us. The officer sitting across from him frowned. Fine, I'll call your parents now. So arrogant at such a young age. Let's have your parents come and talk some sense into you. At the mention of calling their parents, the others panicked. Only One Lulu, sitting in the middle, seemed relieved. It would be better if his father came to pick him up. He would complain to his dad, and not let them get away with bullying him. The officer asked Chen Fan and Shen Yu a similar question. I see you two are quite young, and the other party is not cooperating. We've just called their parents. Would you like to call yours? Otherwise, I'm afraid you might be at a disadvantage later. Chen Fan and Shen Yu looked at each other and nodded. It was best for his sister to handle this. So, he decisively called Chen Jing. Chen Jian had just finished a meeting when she received a call from her precious brother. Sis, I'm at the 2nd District Police Station. Can you come pick me up? Chen Jian was terrified. The police station. What happened to my brother? Did someone bully him, or did he bully someone else? She drove while praying. It must be that my brother bullied someone else. Please don't let anyone have bullied him. When Chen Jiang arrived at the police station, the parents of the other 5 had not yet arrived. She rushed in and, following the officer's directions, went to the reception room where Chen Fan and Xu Yu were. Pushing the door open, she saw them huddled together, sharing a phone. Seeing her precious brother unharmed finally put her heart at ease. What's wrong with you two? How did you end up having tea at the police station? Chen Jiang sat down and poured herself a glass of water. The rush journey had made her throat dry. Chen Fan pouted and recounted the entire incident to Chen Jiang. The more she listened, the more relieved she felt. Thank goodness, as long as my brother wasn't bullied. She took a sip of water and glared at Xu Yu. You little brat, you can't even handle such a small matter. I think you should stay away from Xiao Fan. Who knows, one day he might get bullied. Don't be upset, sis. We can handle it, Xu Yu said, pursing her lips. The officer said the other party's parents were coming, and suggested we call our parents too for support. I can't call my dad, can I? She said very seriously to Chen Jiang. Sister Chen Jiang, it won't happen. Chen Jiang stared blankly at Xu Yu. What won't happen? What are you talking about? I won't let Xiao Fan get bullied, Xu Yu said. Chen Jiang felt like this quiet girl was driving her crazy. She slammed the table heavily a few times. This is infuriating. Do you know how worried I was on the way here? I thought it was something serious, but it turns out you just dropped a small toy. I can just buy you a new one, can't I? Chen Fan shook his head. Sis, they insulted me too. They said my clothes and shoes were bought with loans, that I was too poor to eat at a high-end restaurant. Chen Jian, like an enraged lioness, slammed the table again. How outrageous. You were right to call me. This is a matter for me to handle. I, Chen Jian, am the best at using power to crush people. No wonder my brother called me. I thought this little brat Xu Yu couldn't protect him. Not long after, an officer knocked on the door, informing them that the parents of the other 5 had arrived and asking them to come to the main meeting room to negotiate a solution. Chen Jian, like a proud mother hen, led Chen Fan and Xu Yu, her 2 little cubs, out. In the large meeting room, just as the 4 boys had surrounded Wang Lulu's father was also surrounded by the parents of the other 4. If not for the police officer's intervention, they would have likely started offering him drinks and cigarettes, sparing no effort to flatter him. The leader of the flatterers was the father of the boy in white. He was sitting next to Mr. Wang, saying sweetly, Xiao Wang, this is outrageous. To think someone in Jin City would dare to bully your Lulu. It's unbearable. They're trying to scam you of all people. The so-called Xiao Wang was used to this flattery. He waved his hand humbly. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person in Jin City, an ordinary family. But we can't let our children be bullied. It's true that tall trees attract the wind. Though he said this, he didn't think it. He always believed his family's background was quite good. Apart from those long-established noble families, few could compare to his. He didn't know what trouble his precious son had gotten into this time. No matter who it was, he would make sure to vent his son's anger and see to it that the 2 scammers went to jail. Officer, have the other party's parents arrived yet? Our Xiao Wang's time is worth millions per minute. We don't have time to dally here, one of the parents shouted. Chen Jiang's group of 3 heard the shouting from inside the room before they even opened the door. She raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Millions. And they dare to show off with that. In this city, no one is more arrogant than I, Chen Jiang. She had intended to kick the door open but remembered she was in a police station and retracted her foot. I'm here. So, have you decided how to compensate us? If your time is worth millions per minute, don't haggle over our 800,000. Chen Jiang led Chen Fan and Xu Yu to find seats, their faces expressionless. Xiao Wan glanced at the woman who had just entered. She looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Probably not an important figure. So he dismissed her from his mind. The father of the boy in white spoke first. You say 800,000, and it's 800,000. They say you're scammers. So young and already colluding to scam people. You should all be arrested. Chen Jiang wasn't angry. Sir, I believe the police have already shown you the appraisal for this appearer. Repeating these words is meaningless. Xiao Wang stopped the middle-aged man next to him from speaking further and said in a seemingly gentle tone to the 3 of them, Kids, listen to an uncle's advice. Isn't it better to know when to stop? I'll give you 300,000 yuan, 100,000 for each of you. That way, it's easier for you to split. Hearing this, Wang Lulu protested. 300,000 is 3 months of my allowance. This is my friends and my mess. His father would definitely deduct it from his allowance. Just give them a few tens of thousands and send them away. Besides, they're scammers. What era is this that we have to give money to scammers? Chen Fan said calmly, if you don't want to settle this privately, I don't mind going through legal procedures. Xiao Wang frowned. As a businessman, he was very wary of lawsuits. Youngsters, don't push your luck. 300,000 is a lot of money. I'm the CEO of the West City 1 Corporation. If you really want, I can arrange a position for you in the company. As soon as he said this, all three of them burst out laughing. Chen Fan laughed as if he had heard the most hilarious thing. The 1 Corporation. Sister Yu, it's time for you to show your domineering CEO style. Xu Yu recalled Chen Fan telling her, it's getting cold, let the 1 family go bankrupt, and her ears turned red with embarrassment. Chen Jiang suddenly spoke up. West City 1 Corporation. The one that makes hard drives. Xiao Wang nodded proudly. That's us. We supply hard drives to the Chen Corporation. Even if you don't know the 1 Corporation, you should know the Chen Corporation, right? So, kids, I advise you to take a step back. Many things are more important than 800,000 yuan. Don't you agree? Unexpectedly, after he said this, the expressions of the three people opposite him were remarkably synchronized, as if they all disdained his words. Chen Jiang stood up first. All right, you don't have to pay the 800,000. The people opposite her saw how easy she was to talk to, and their joy was evident on their faces. Should have been like this from the start. Why did you have to drag us to the police station? But, Chen Jian continued, the contract between the 1 Corporation and the Chen Corporation is terminated. With that, Chen Jian led Chen Fan and Xu Yu out of the meeting room, completely ignoring what the people behind them were saying. Xiao Wang, don't listen to that girl. She's just putting on a show. She's not afraid of being struck by lightning for lying like that. She must be a scammer. Seeing the situation, she just found a dramatic excuse to leave. Who does she think she is, making such claims? Exactly, let's not pay them any mind. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Xiao Wang, trying to save face, left the police station. The three of them got into Chen Jiang's car. Sis, what did you mean by that? Chen Fan tilted his head to look at his sister, who was driving. The meaning is literal, she replied. Such a small enterprise, if we crush one, many more will pop up. It won't affect us. Chen Jian prepared to drive straight to the Chen Corporation headquarters to relay the words she had just spoken at the police station. Under the watchful eye of the receptionist, the three of them entered the elevator reserved for high-level executives. Oh, why did young Xiao Chen rush out and then rush back in? And she brought young Xiao Chen's brother, and a super beautiful lady with her. Where's the beautiful lady? The marketing department just finished a meeting. Young Xiao Chen took a call and ran out. She looked really anxious. Turns out she was picking up her brother. So curious. I wonder where young Xiao Chen went. I'm more curious about who that beauty is. Chen Zhen's office was on the floor below their father's. Though not as luxurious as his, it was still very impressive. This wasn't Chen Fan's first time in her office, but it was Xu Yu's first. He familiarly poured Xu Yu a cup of coffee and then sat on the sofa, watching Chen Jian make a phone call. Not long after, a slightly balding middle-aged man hurried in. Young Xiao Chen, his voice was full of reverence. Chen Jian looked at him unhappily. The West City 1 Corporation is our hard drive supplier. Replace them. The balding man knew that Chen Jian had never made a wrong decision since joining the company, but he couldn't help but ask for the reason behind the seemingly unreasonable order. He saw Chen Jian let out a faint smile. No reason. It's getting cold, so it's time for the West City 1 Corporation to go bankrupt. Chen Fan really couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of coffee. He saw Chen Jian's gaze shift to him and quickly waved his hands. No, sis, I'm not laughing at you. I think you're very cool, really cool. It's just. This meme, can we let it go now? Chen Jiang rolled her eyes. She thought her brother liked it. She had clearly heard him whispering to that Xu Yu girl earlier, wanting to see her say that line. Why was it different when it was her turn? The balding man wiped the sweat from his forehead and exited Chen Jian's office. Chen Jian looked at the two people sitting opposite her and pouted. Little brother, next time, don't look for a little girl who can't solve problems. Isn't it better to just come straight to me? Xu Yu looked helplessly at Chen Jiang. After all, she was his older sister. Every time she faced Chen Jian, she didn't know what to say. Chen Fan promptly stopped his sister from continuing. Sis, you're the best. You and I are going home now. Chen Jian watched their retreating figures and shook her head, then returned to her unfinished work. Meanwhile, the West City 1 Corporation was in chaos. The notice of contract termination from the Chen Corporation had just been sent to their company. The person in charge made countless calls before finding out a fraction of the truth. The secretary, upon learning the news, hurriedly called Xiao Wang, who was enjoying a meal with the others. Xiao Wang, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. Please come back to the company right away. Xiao Wang put down his wine glass, his brow furrowed. What's with the panic? Just say it. The secretary stammered out the news. Xiao Wang. The Chen Corporation has terminated our contract. The The company is about to go bankrupt. The man was so shocked by the news that he jumped up from his seat. What? What did you say? How is that possible? Quickly, call Director Jun from the Chen Corporation and find out what's going on. Director Jun was the balding man who had appeared in Chen Jian's office earlier. He was in charge of purchasing electronic components at the Chen Corporation. The One Corporation had spent a lot of effort to get in touch with him, bribing him with a lot of money to secure the deal with the Chen Corporation. The secretary's voice on the phone was on the verge of tears. Seo Wang, it was Director Jun who called to inform us directly. He said the decision was personally directed by the young CEO of the Chen Corporation and told you to think carefully about what you've done. The man's phone fell onto the dining table. Chen Corporation, young CEO. He remembered. That woman today, wasn't she the young CEO of the Chen Corporation? He had seen her from a distance once before. How could he not remember? The people next to him looked at his expression and exchanged glances. The father of the boy in white couldn't help but speak first. Seo Wang, what's wrong? Seo Wang looked at them with hatred. It's all their fault. If their kids hadn't corrupted my own, he wouldn't have angered the young CEO. If the One Corporation went bankrupt, these people wouldn't have an easy time either. The man said nothing, picked up his phone, and staggered out of the private room. 800,000 yuan was not a large sum for him. If he had known earlier, he would have just paid them. But in this world, money can't buy if only. For some, this was a devastating disaster, but for Chen Fan, it was just a small ripple. He checked and found that only the lens of his Apura was broken. The video he had shot that afternoon could still be exported normally. After saying goodbye to Chu Yuyo, he holed up in his room and started editing the video. His positioning for his food exploration videos was authenticity, real environment, real taste, real feelings. He wanted to share everything genuinely with his fans. So, he just cut out some useless footage, sped up the eating part by 10 times in post-production, added his own voice over, and prepared to post it directly to Weibo. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened Weibo, he was flooded with messages. Prince Brother, is this video yours? It looks a lot like you. If it's you, please explain. Yeah, can you clarify what's going on? Why is everyone saying you're a scammer? Oh my god, no way. Was I wrong about him? I saw a blogger named Iwan saying Prince Brother scammed him out of 800,000 yuan. I feel like it must be a misunderstanding. The value of Prince Brother's previous giveaway gifts already exceeded 800,000. Curious, he clicked on the Weibo post everyone was discussing and found it was an edited version. Judging by the angle, it must have been from where the group of boys was sitting. The video was silent, only showing him and a boy in a white shirt fighting over the camera on the table. Then the camera fell. Next, he was pointing at the camera, saying something inaudible. The blogger Yuan captioned it, went out for a meal with friends and accidentally filmed this. The boy in white accidentally broke someone else's camera. After he offered to pay, the other person demanded 800,000. People's hearts are truly wicked. Hope everyone avoids this kind of person. Such a mood killer. Chen Fan scoffed and directly forwarded the video to Chen Jian. After receiving the message, Chen Jian was furious. She thought for a moment, then went downstairs to the Chen Corporation's media department, got the login for the company's official Weibo account, and forwarded the video Chen Fan had sent her. Slander. Her posts have exceeded 500. Please await my lawyer's letter. The crowd that had been buzzing under Chen Fan's Weibo was stunned by the official account of the Chen Corporation. Oh my god, what's this guy's relationship with the Chen Corporation? Why is their official account defending him? I trust Mother Chen Corp. I've always used their phones, and the quality is excellent. So I'll trust this guy too. Then can you explain the 800,000 demand? Isn't the most expensive Apura only 100,000? Why demand 800,000? You guys are just blindly taking sides. I'll never buy your phones again. You're all so ignorant. Don't you know that a custom made Apura can cost up to 800,000? The Chen Corporation's lawyer's letter was sent out quickly. Just as Chen Fan finished posting his video, the letter arrived at blogger Yuan's place. While everyone was enjoying his video, the official account of the Jin City Police Department forwarded the Chen Corporation's Weibo post. This case was mediated at our bureau. The value of the camera owned by young Master Chen is indeed over 800,000 yuan. However, the mediation between the two parties failed. The matter will now be handled by the judicial authorities. This post sent the crowd of onlookers into another shock. Young Master Chen. Over 800,000 yuan. Does this mean what I think it means? Looks like it. Prince Brother is the young master of the Chen Corporation. No wonder he looks like a celestial being who has descended to the moral world. He truly is. And just like that, his identity was revealed on Weibo. In a single day, his number of followers surpassed 1 million. However, before he could film his second restaurant exploration video, Jin University's semester began. He finally ended his eventful winter break. Shu Yu dropped him off at the dormitory, and he dragged his suitcase upstairs. When he got to his room, Luo Yuking and Meng Xian were already unpacking. Seeing him, Luo Yuking excitedly came over and nudged his shoulder. Whoa, Xiaofan Fan, you're the young master of the Chen family. I can't believe I have such a big shot next to me. Let me hug your thigh. Luo Yuking's tone was clearly joking, which made him feel much more at ease. He smiled and nudged her back. I'm not the big shot, my sister is. How about I give you her WeChat? He had no intention of setting Chen Jiang up. Although the Chen family was different from many other noble families, and didn't care about matching social statuses or arranging marriages for alliances, he still wouldn't interfere in his sister's love life. But Luo Yuking's words were just a playful response to his joke. Little did he know that at some point in the future, Shen Jian and Luo Yuking would indeed have a story of their own. He decided not to quit the Free Combat Club's new semester training. Although it was tiring and difficult, he had indeed learned some self-defense skills. It was just that every time he thought of the fierce club president, he had to muster all his courage to push open the training room door. Today, as usual, he grabbed his training bag and prepared to head to the club. Unexpectedly, as he went downstairs, he saw Chu Yu waiting obediently at the dormitory entrance. March in Jin City was the season of cherry blossoms. Chu Yu was wearing a white denim jacket and light blue jeans. A few stray cherry blossom petals had landed in her dark hair. He skipped over to her. Sister Yu, why are you here? Chu Yu had been very busy lately. According to Chen Jian, her finance company was doing extremely well. Although it wasn't large, its profit margins were terrifying. Chu Yu reached out and gently pinched his cheek. Aren't you going to the Free Combat Club today? I'll go with you. He pouted curiously. What for, Sister Yu? Our club doesn't allow outsiders. Chu Yu chuckled. Am I an outsider in your eyes? He quickly denied it. No, of course not. I mean, our club president is really fierce. She doesn't let others into the training room. What if she kicks you out? Chu Yu looked at him with a mix of helplessness and affection. You silly boy. Did you forget what we talked about in the coffee shop at the beginning of winter break? He thought for a long time and finally remembered the conversation he had forgotten. I remember now. The club president is your cousin, please talk to her. She glares at me every time. I don't dare to slack off even a little. I always feel like your cousin is looking for an opportunity to kick me out of the club. Chu Yu stroked his head. It's not like that. My cousin isn't intentionally targeting you. She's just not very comfortable around boys since she was young. She's probably worried you can't handle the training intensity and wants to find a chance to persuade you to quit. He wasn't satisfied with this answer. The club clearly has other male members. Why does she always stare at me? Chu Yu said nothing, quietly watching him skip beside her. He probably didn't understand his own appeal to women. His gentle, polite, and hard-working demeanor was like a small white flower about to break through the soil, easily captivating people's hearts. She understood her cousin well. Yan Gaiyu must have felt that his presence was affecting the training of others in the club, which was why she was so strict with him. After dropping him off at the club, Chu Yu waited outside the door for her cousin, whom she hadn't seen since the new year. Sure enough, not long after, she saw her cousin, who was often mentioned by old Master Yan, striding towards the training club. Chu Yu stepped out from under the shade of a tree by the road, and waved at Yan Gaiyu. Seeing Chu Yu, Yan Gaiyu quickened her pace and slapped her hand on Chu Yu's shoulder. Good girl, you came to see me. Ha ha ha. Yan Gaiyu was very fond of her quiet little cousin. In fact, the entire Yan family adored Chu Yu. Chu Yu winced. Her little cousin, though not a soldier like the rest of the family, was definitely not lacking in strength. Cousin, please be gentler next time. You're going to break my shoulder. Hearing this, Yan Gaiyu slapped her shoulder a few more times, displeased. You brat, I keep telling you to eat more, look how skinny you are. A gust of wind could blow you away. How come you didn't make any progress after training with my dad for a month? Haha, why don't you come train at my club instead? Chu Yu pouted helplessly. Though she looked slender, she was by no means weak. She could handle 2 or 3 opponents without a problem. But her relatives from the Yan family always thought she was frail. After being slapped several times by Yan Gaiyu, Chu Yu took a few steps back and held up her hand to stop her cousin from pouncing on her again. Cousin, hold on. I came to see you today for something important. Yan Gaiyu raised an eyebrow. What is it? What's so important that you came looking for me? Did someone bully you? She even raised her clenched fist and shook it. No, cousin. I came to ask you for a favor. Could you please treat Chen Fan normally? Chu Yu finally stated her purpose. You know that kid? Yan Gaiyu asked curiously. She was indeed stricter with him than with other members. She had seen other members sneaking glances at him instead of training on more than one occasion. Chu Yu nodded seriously. Cousin, he's the boy I've liked for a very long time. Although I don't know why he wants to learn free combat, he's very serious about everything he learns. It's fine for you to be strict with him, but his health isn't the best. You can't treat him the way you treat me. Yan Gaiyu was surprised that her cold cousin had someone she liked. Being strict with him is for his own good. If you want to learn some self-defense skills, you can't be lazy. Did he ask you to come beg me? Yu quickly waved her hands. No, cousin, please don't tell him. I just thought he was working too hard. Yan Gaiyu glanced at her watch and said goodbye to her cousin. If he didn't ask you to beg me, then I'll continue to be strict with him. You silly girl, it's the first time I've seen you talk so much. How rare. After Yan Gaiyu left, Yu stood there for a long time, thinking. Was it wrong to ask her cousin to go easy on him without his permission? If he wanted to learn free combat, did it mean he felt insecure and afraid of getting hurt? It seemed she had done the wrong thing. She was wrong for not discussing it with him before approaching Yan Gaiyu, and she was also wrong for not making him feel safe enough. Yu unconsciously clenched her fists. Could it be that what Grandma said was true? Am I really too frail? She shook her head and found a place to sit outside the free combat club. A class wasn't long. Yu decided not to leave and wait for him to finish. She was about to open a professional finance paper when a WeChat video call popped up. After connecting, Liu Ruian's enlarged face appeared on the screen. The background was very noisy. Yu, what's Xiao Fan doing? Why isn't he answering my calls? Liu Ruian's voice was tinged with alcohol. Yu frowned. Did you drink? Where are you? Liu Ruian pouted unhappily. Where's Xiao Fan? I'm upset. I want to talk to him. Yu was about to hang up on her friend when she heard a voice on the other end calling for Liu Ruian. It was a middle-aged man. Xiao Liu, why haven't you come back? Everyone's waiting for you. Liu Ruian whispered, Yu, I don't want to go back. That old man touched my thigh and said he wants to sponsor me, to give me roles. Boo-hoo, I'm not pure anymore. Hurry up and get Xiao Fan for me. I'll only feel better after seeing him. Otherwise, I'm going to throw up. The middle-aged man's voice got closer. Xiao Liu, don't you want to go back to the private room? Your director, and the others haven't left yet. How can you leave first? Or do you want to have a private chat with me? That's not impossible either. Haha. Yuyu's veins throbbed with anger. Liu Ruian, where are you? Send me your location. As soon as she finished, the video call was disconnected. Yu hesitated for a minute between waiting for him and rescuing Liu Ruian, but ultimately sent him a WeChat message and turned to leave the campus. It was a 20-minute drive to the restaurant location Liu Ruian sent. She found the private room, knocked gently, and pushed the door open. She saw Liu Ruian slumped in a chair, with a fat middle-aged man beside her. The others were sitting around with gloomy faces. Liu Ruian, come out, Yuyu's voice was low, her displeasure evident. Hearing her voice, Liu Ruian staggered to her feet, her face full of grievance. Today, the director had taken her out to drink with investors. The other actors were all accustomed to this, but she was completely unused to such occasions. Because the director knew her grandmother, he had already taken good care of her at the dinner table. But with so many people, there were times he couldn't watch over her, which led to a middle-aged man at the table noticing her. The man's eyes were like a wolf about to devour its prey, and she, Liu Ruian, was that juicy piece of meat. After all, with her looks, she could easily make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Liu Ruian had just stood up and hadn't taken 2 steps when the fat man grabbed her leg. Xiao Liu, where are you going? Not staying for a few more drinks with brother Liu. Liu Ruian politely shook her head. This man was a friend of the investor, and was said to be planning to invest more later. She couldn't let the film's investment be affected because of her. Brother Liu stood up angrily, the table shaking with his movement. Who's that girl? Your girlfriend. No wonder you won't agree to my proposal. Turns out you like girls. He then carefully examined Yu standing at the door and found that although she wasn't as beautiful as Xiao Liu, her cold, delicate features had a certain charm. If you want, you two can be with me together. Brother Liu was already a bit drunk, and the thought of 2 beauties surrounding him made his mouth water. Yu clenched her fists, trying to hold back her anger. Liu Ruian, are you coming or not? The fat man still wouldn't let go. Liu Ruian, do you still want to act? Believe it or not, I'll pull my investment. Yu took a few grim steps forward. The woman sitting next to the fat man suddenly stood up. She swayed her drunken body and took a few steps forward. Miss, why are you here? She pushed the fat man blocking her way and, along with Liu Ruian, quickly moved to Yuyu's side. Miss, why are you here? I'll get you another private room. This room smells too much like smoke. The woman looked at Yu fawningly. Yu frowned at the woman. Sao he. Why are you here? The woman nodded eagerly. It's me, miss, you remember me, I'm so honored. Ah, isn't this because the Chu Corporation invested in a film? I brought the cast and crew out for a meal today. The Chu Corporation's business ventures were extensive, so investing in films was naturally not a problem. Unlike Chen Jian, who had worked at the Chen Corporation since she was young, Yu had not yet fully taken over her family's businesses. Are our funds not enough? Do we need others to co-invest? Chu Yu pointed at the fat man who was still holding Liu Ruian's leg. The fat man, drunk and seeing Chu Yu pointing at him disdainfully, said angrily, "Do you know who I am? If I don't invest, your film won't get made." Before Chu Yu could say anything, Seo he straightened up. "Shut up, this is the young miss of our Chu Corporation." Seo he then turned and bowed, wiping sweat from her forehead. A film invested in by the Chu Corporation really didn't need outside investment. The people she brought today were only there because they had given her benefits and insisted on joining. She thought the headquarters wouldn't bother with such a small matter, but she never expected to run into the young miss here. Chu Yu said to the people in the room one last time, "Liu Ruian, come out." This time, the fat man finally let go of Liu Ruian's leg. Liu Ruian stumbled over to Chu Yu and followed her out. Long after they left, the room finally stirred. What's the relationship between Xiao Liu and that girl? Are they really in that kind of relationship? The fat man pouted. Seo he didn't understand the situation either. These starlets were usually easy to handle. She never expected to mess with her own boss's daughter this time. She wondered if she could even keep her position. Liu Ruian walked silently behind Chu Yu. It wasn't until she was outside, breathing in the fresh air, that her mood improved slightly. "Yu, I just want to act, sing, and dance. Why do they have to make me drink with people? I don't understand." Chu Yu didn't know how to explain all this to her friend. She came from a noble family and was used to these things, but Liu Ruian, who grew up in a scholarly family, was far removed from this kind of life. She patted Liu Ruian's shoulder. "It's not just the entertainment industry, society is a big dive at. But you have to believe that as long as you don't want to be tainted, no one can taint you." She had known Liu Ruian for over 10 years and saw her as a younger sister. She was even closer to Liu Ruian than to her own sisters. Some of the tactics that the Liu family couldn't use, she could, and the Chu family could. It was her oversight before. She never thought that a girl like Liu Ruian would have to endure such things in the entertainment industry. But now that she knew, she would protect Liu Ruian from being sullied by the Dai Va. Chu Yu was cold, but once she took someone under her wing, she would play the role of a protector well. Besides her family, there weren't many people who could move her heart. Shen Fan was, of course, number one, occupying 90 of her heart, but Liu Ruian firmly held the remaining spot. "I will let you act, sing, and dance to your heart's content. Don't be sad. Should I take you to find Xiao Fan? If he sees you like this, he'll be worried." Liu Ruian nodded obediently, and followed Chu Yu into the car. Throughout the ride, she kept muttering, "Yu, you know what? That old man dared to touch my thigh. Xiao Fan hasn't even touched my thigh yet, but he dared to. He even made me drink with him. I haven't even had a drink with Xiao Fan yet, but he dared to make me drink with him. He said if I didn't drink, he wouldn't give the film crew money. Boo, we just left like that. Will the film crew have no funding now?" At a red light, Chu Yu turned to look at the Terry-eyed Liu Ruian in the passenger seat. She rolled down the window a little. "You've been blacklisted for a few months. Didn't you know the investor is the Chu Corporation?" Chu Yu felt a headache coming on. They had clearly grown up together, eating almost the same food. Why was Liu Ruian the silliest? But maybe that wasn't a bad thing. A silly girl wouldn't be able to compete with her for him, right? She wasn't unaware. This silly girl's feelings for him were the same as hers. Liu Ruian's eyes widened in curiosity. "Really? I really didn't know. Our director said the investor's surname is He, not Chu." Chu Yu gripped the steering wheel in frustration. "That's a minor person in charge of our family's entertainment branch, not even the main person in charge. Of course her surname isn't Chu. The Chu family doesn't have that many people. If I hadn't seen you today, I wouldn't have even known our family invested in the movie you're in." Liu Ruian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Yu. "Really? So, can the investor get someone a role?" Chu Yu stared blankly at Liu Ruian. "Your 3 classmates." Liu Ruian shook her head. Yu, get Xiao Fan a role. I'm on set every day, and I haven't seen him in so long. I miss him every day. Xiao Fan is so handsome and photogenic. Let him come act with me. It would be best if the screenwriter could arrange a romance plot for us." "Haha, Yu, you have to use your investor privileges." Chu Yu's face darkened. "Say one more word, and you're getting out of the car. What a joke. Bring him to the film set to be with Liu Ruian day and night." Chu Yu would have to be possessed by Liu Ruian to do such a thing. The car stopped at the gate of Jin University. Shen Fan had already received Chu Yu's WeCap message and was waiting. He saw the familiar car and waved. Liu Ruian, in the passenger seat, saw him walking towards them and waved back, her eyes sparkling like stars. It was clear how happy she was to see him. "Xiao Fan, I called you so many times today, but you didn't answer. If you had been a little later, I would have lost my innocence for life." Shen Fan got into the back seat. Although Chu Yu had kept the windows open the whole way, the car still smelled faintly of alcohol. He looked at Liu Ruian in the passenger seat. "Sister Ruian, did you drink?" Liu Ruian pouted pitifully. An old man forced me to drink. I almost didn't get to see my Xiao Fan again. Luckily the great investor Chu fell from the sky and saved me. Liu Ruian looked incredibly silly after drinking, and he couldn't help but rub her head. Chu Yu glanced at them unhappily, deciding not to argue with a drunk person for the time being. He asked curiously, the great investor Chu. Liu Ruian pointed at Chu Yu, who was driving seriously. Yes, that's my driver. Chu Yu. I just found out today that Teenage Dream was invested in by her family. That other investor of ours was nodding and bowing to her just now. It was hilarious to watch. Now I have backing too. You have no idea what their faces looked like when we walked out. They're probably gossiping about some relationship between me and you behind our backs. Liu Ruian chattered and laughed in the passenger seat, and her joy was infectious. He had always known the entertainment industry was a big dive at, but he never expected that even with the director of her film knowing old lady Liu, she would still be dragged to the edge of that vat and tested. He rubbed Liu Ruian's head again. You've always had backing. And sister Yu, the Chen Corporation, and the Chu Corporation are all your backing. So you can do whatever you want in the entertainment industry. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it. If you don't like drinking parties, you don't have to go. Just be yourself. Chu Yu, beside him, let out a soft hum. Liu Ruian's eyes seemed to shine even brighter, and clear tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. The Liu family did not support her acting, believing it was unbecoming for a child from a scholarly family to enter the entertainment industry. But for herself, and for the encouragement he had given her before, she had embarked on this path, and would not regret it. She had even prepared herself for some of the things she might encounter in the future. She just never expected that at the very beginning of this path, the two most important people to her would already be laying the most solid foundation for her, allowing her to walk smoothly on this grand road until she reached the clouds and felt a light that no one had ever felt before. Time flew by. Liu Ruian became a famous star through her own continuous efforts. Shen Yu also changed a lot, to the point that his parents decided to send him to study abroad so he could help his sister develop the company in the future. As for me, after graduating from university, I decided to confess to Sister Yu to make up for the regrets of my previous life. In this life, I vow to protect her forever, without change.